Good morning, everyone, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you have enjoyed last evening and had time to relax and rest for long trips. So, as we met yesterday, I'm Commander Ricardo Lopes from the Portuguese Navy, and I'm the cell head for Sub-Saharan Africa at the CIVMIL Engagement and Coordination Section at the NATO Strategic Direction South Hub. There, Steve.
Next one over.
The other. So, as the action officer for this study day, I would like to express my appreciation for your commitment and for accepting the invitation that we sent to participate as a regional expert and a regional stakeholder on the forthcoming discussion on enhancing maritime security in the Gulf of Guinea. So the hub, for the ones who don't know, located at Allied Joint Force Command Naples in Italy, reflects the will of NATO allies to enhance the situational awareness and the regional perspective and the understanding of the Middle East and African regions. So the hub collaborates with the NATO headquarters, with alliance members, partners, and international, governmental, and non-governmental organizations to share information and perspectives, and it's what we are trying to do today. The hub aims to promote collaboration and the free exchange of views amongst high-level experts, as you seated at this table, to gain the regional viewpoints and better define common trends and challenges. So the Gulf of Guinea is a shared mass of water between several nations, and it's a strategic space with global reach and impact. So stability and security remains the prerequisites for economic growth and development as the region faces a multitude of interconnected maritime security challenges. So with your involvement and free exchange of thoughts and ideas, this event, in our opinion, holds the potential to deepen our understanding of the challenges, the current challenges and prospects in the Gulf of Guinea region. Based on your diverse approaches and backgrounds, your educated views will be instrumental in our discussions. Now, as the OPR for this, I will give you some admin remarks to ease the day and rule our work. So first, only for your awareness and knowledge, this study day is part of a process of exchange and dialogue with you and the region wider stakeholders to help us define areas of commonality and shared interests despite some divergent views. The purpose is to encourage open discussions and focus our dialogue on mutual exchange, parity, and confidence building. The study day will be recorded and published at our webpage and social media networks, and a report with the main findings from this event will be issued and circulated widely to emphasize the success of the region and to provide NATO and allies decision-maker, relevant information and recommendations to support the Gulf of Guinea countries, with the final goal to improve regional maritime security. Second, as you were informed in our invitation letter, NATO will cover for the accommodation until breakfast on the 8th of November. If you decide to stay longer, so all accommodation costs will fall on you. I'm really sorry, but it's the budget we have. So also any minibar costs will fall onto you, okay? Third, inside your welcome package, you will find the last report produced. And so we had a webinar also under the thematic of enhancing maritime security. Ian was the moderator also of that webinar. You'll see the report. The proposed agenda for the symposium and the bios of all participants. So regarding the agenda, coffee breaks will be outside the room in this floor. Lunch will be at the Pulcinella dining room, the same room you had your breakfast today. And we'll have a dedicated sector and tables reserved for the effect for us. Before lunch, we'll take our picture. Outside, we'll try to see the best location, probably with the Vesuvius on our back. We have a special photograph service from the hub. They are experts on taking pictures. So we have restrooms downstairs on the 9th floor. And 5th point, so some of you need to take some early flights and trains. So the room is booked until tomorrow, so you can leave everything on your room and check out after lunch if needed. I have already some of the hotel pickup timings. So during the conference, during coffee breaks, please come to me and I'll give you the timings that the company provided to me. Some of you will be joined in the same transportation because the flights are very similar, the departure time. Thank you for your attendance, and I hope you all find this day fruitful, and don't hesitate to speak with me if you need something, okay? Now I'll give the floor to my director, Brigadier General Aydin Kiliç.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies, gentlemen. It's great to have you here. Thank you for coming here, also joining to yesterday's icebreaker event. I have seen that we have already started discussing about today's topic, and I'm really grateful that you are joining this event, and I hope you all enjoyed the area, Napoli, and the hotel. I understand that most of you have traveled long distances. I hope you have recovered from those flights and then you are ready and set for the discussions. And thank you for coming, taking time and coming such a long distance. I would like to also extend my thanks to those attending online. Your participation brings tremendous value to this day. We are grateful for your contribution. This study day is part of a process of exchange and dialogue with the region stakeholders that can help us define areas of commonality and shared interest despite divergent views. And when I look around the table, looking to the name tags and the positions we are holding, I think this is a perfect setup for today's discussion. Our goal today is to foster mutual exchange, parity, confidence building through dialogue. Achieving this is the utmost importance. NATO is foremost an organization for peace and security, not only for North Atlantic, Euro-Atlantic area, but also in a broader regional or global context. The Alliance commitment to this has resulted in the creation of the NATO Strategic Direction South Hub, known as Hub, and sometimes we are rightfully called as Hub for the South. The hub promotes collaboration and open exchange of views among experts to gain regional viewpoints, better define emerging trends and common challenges, and achieve a more comprehensive understanding of long-lasting impact on security and stability. Over the past years, the hub has built and expanded a network of national and local experts who provide the regional perspective that helped us enhance our understanding of the South and specifically Gulf of Guinea area. We have much to learn from each other and your contributions are invaluable. This study day marks another milestone in our shared journey. The hub organized this study day under the theme Enhancing Maritime Security in the Gulf of Guinea, and as highlighted yesterday also, this is our third event. And the aim is to gain insight and you could help us to understand the region much better. To achieve this purpose, we have endeavored to convene in Napoli, a group from the regional experts to discuss the progress on maritime security in Gulf of Guinea, to analyze and review current actions and past missions and identify gaps in supporting the region. The hub for the South creates a neutral space to express divergent views. Please use this study day to improve your understanding of the security dynamics in the Gulf of Guinea region. Assess the relevance of both the challenges posed by existing threats and the opportunities associated with improved practices. Consequently, we are keen to incorporate concrete proposals which over time can help achieve our shared goals and build confidence in a critical shared global space. Open and honest discussions should draw out insight from the Gulf of Guinea stakeholders that could help us understand and enhance maritime security in the region. Thank you for your attendance. I'm now switching to student mode and looking forward for your discussion. I think this will be a very fruitful, very important day for us. And personally, I believe this is a great setup. And now I hand over to our moderator, Dr. Ian Ralby. Floor is yours.
Well, good morning, everyone. I apologize at the outset that I will be speaking very softly into the microphone as I have lost my voice. But hopefully we can nevertheless have a very good dialogue today. It's never good to go into a dialogue without a voice, but hopefully we can overcome that. I want to say, first of all, that it is so good to see some old friends and to be back together with so many of you. It's been a long time, and it's great to all be in person as opposed to on Zoom or on WhatsApp or any other means. So I'll just say at the outset that today is a great opportunity for discussion. And even though this is being recorded, I hope that we can all be as open and honest in that discussion as possible, because today is not about grandstanding. It's not about trying to show off or boast or brag. It's about trying to actually make some genuine progress. So I have 3 general points about how I hope today will go. First is, we're not here to talk about the problems. We have talked about the problems a lot. I think all of us have probably been through 1,000 events where we describe in great detail the extent of piracy, armed robbery at sea, illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing, fisheries, crime, drug trafficking, arms trafficking, migrant smuggling, human trafficking, timber trafficking, gold smuggling, illegal bunkering, and everything else that we know is happening and don't want to have happen. What we're here to talk about is how we can continue to build progress towards addressing those threats, not just watching them. So the second point is that we're not starting from scratch. And this is a really important point. We're not here to start de novo, start all over and resolve all issues as if nothing had happened. We have a long history now of tremendously good work by the Gulf of Guinea and partners helping support the Gulf of Guinea in developing not only architecture, but operationalizing that architecture and actually getting out on the water and addressing maritime crime. I think it's really important, and I'll come back to this in a moment, something that Ricardo said. Part of what we need to do is celebrate success. We hear a lot about the problems, but we've not been hearing a lot about the problems lately because there's a lot of quiet in terms of some of what was happening versus what's happening now. We need to celebrate that, celebrate the quiet. And the third is that today is a point in a process. It's not an end in and of itself. So we're here to continue some of the work that's already happened and push towards more work that needs to be done. So I want to, with that in mind, share my own congratulations to those of you who represent the institutions of the region. I think I remember when the Yaoundé architecture was stood up when it was first designed in 2013 and when it was finally stood up. I want to congratulate Zone G for being here. So Sedouba represents the newest aspect of the Yaoundé architecture to be realized. And I want to encourage all of us to be supportive of Zone A as it seeks to meet fruition in the coming months. So there is a lot of incredible work that has been done. And if we look at maritime security cooperation globally, some of the best lessons for security cooperation worldwide come out of the Gulf of Guinea. And I talk a lot about the Gulf of Guinea in other parts of the world, and it's actually quite inspirational. And one of the things that's very interesting is how the region has used different tools from other places to its own benefit. And one of the ones I talk a lot about is the Treaty of San Jose. Some of you may know Cyril Atonfak from Cameroon, lawyer. He's been very involved in some of these processes for years. I remember probably more than 10 years ago having a conversation with him about the Treaty of San Jose. Now, this is not a well-known treaty. The Treaty of San Jose was written in 2003 to support the Caribbean states in streamlining drug interdiction. The treaty is actually very innovative, and it's a great treaty. Ironically, it's probably gotten more attention outside of the Caribbean than within, but that's starting to change. Trinidad and Tobago just ratified it a month ago tomorrow. So we are seeing now uptick, partly because the Caribbean is recognizing that other parts of the world, most notably the Gulf of Guinea, have seen it and seen value in it. And so this is to say that part of what today is about is learning not just about what others are doing for the Gulf of Guinea, but also what the Gulf of Guinea is doing for others. And so this is a two-way dialogue, because I think that NATO, I think European institutions, North American institutions, institutions of maritime security cooperation around the world have a lot to learn from the actually quite rapid confrontation between the Gulf of Guinea states en masse, 19 coastal states and 26 altogether, taking on the challenge of securing an entire ocean seaboard, and doing so in, as I said, a very innovative way. So with that, I hope that today will be a day of sharing and exchange, that we all come away inspired, not just for what we can do to help the Gulf of Guinea, but for what we can do to help global maritime security, no matter what our role, what our background, what our region, what our nationality is. So I'm now delighted to turn to my good friend, Tim Walker, from the Institute for Strategic Studies in South Africa, to kick us off with a bit of a scene setter. And he and I will then have a little bit of a follow-up. I've saved my my remarks on the actual context right now in order to not steal any thunder. But Tim, the floor is yours to get us going on sort of where things are today.
Before we get started, I will suggest, if we have time, to go around the table. Is it okay? So that at least we know, we introduce ourselves and also give the reason why we are here, and then what we are doing for the region, so that we can maybe improve our interaction during the coffee time and also the rest of the day.
Thanks to my beleaguered voice, I was mercifully brief in my opening, so we do have time for that. So let's go around the horn and just everyone introduce ourselves, and then we'll end up with Tim. So for those who don't know me, my name's Ian Ralby. I spent 6 years at DoD's Africa Center for Strategic Studies. I've worked in Africa extensively throughout my career, starting actually back in 2001 when I ended up in the middle of the Sierra Leone peace process. So I have a long history in throughout Africa, but particularly West and Central Africa, and it's a pleasure to be back in the mix.
Still, Commander Ricardo Lopes from the Portuguese Navy, extensive surface warfare officer experience on board frigate, and I also worked in Africa and the Horn of Africa, and now at the hub.
Hello, Captain Ioannis, Agrodimos, Hellenic Navy, active duty, and for now seconded to the EU military staff in Brussels, and the Deputy Director of the Maritime Area of Interest Coordination Cell.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, all. I'm Commodore Richard Sharma from the Nigerian Navy, still active, presently the Director of CRESMAO in Abidjan. I've had extensive experience in the Niger Delta as the the Command Operations Officer of our Central Naval Command. In fact, I've been able to blend the two. I've also been to the Northeast, where we're having some problems with insurgency. So I have a mix of the two. but I'm delighted to be here and share my knowledge and also learn one or two things from here. Thank you.
Good morning, Mark Blaine. I'm South African Navy retired last year, so recently retired. And I'm part of a think tank from the Stellenbosch University, which is called SIGLA, which you can see in the front, Security Institute for Governance and Leadership in Africa, focusing on maritime security and governance in Africa. So that's my study direction and my research field as well. And the reason for being here is to come and get some other perspectives, but also to maybe share what we in the South, and I think Timothy is going to probably talk a bit about that, what we in the South also experience in terms of what's happening on the East Coast as well as the West Coast of Africa.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Seydou Ba. I'm representing the Multinational Maritime Coordination Center. I'm the legal advisor. It's the last born center of the Yaoundé architecture, and I'm very delighted to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Lieutenant Commander Elisam Trimoa from Dogli's Navy. Currently, I am the head of Operation and Information Cell in Maritime Coordination Center, Zone E.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Captain Emile Gedjop Megapche. I'm Cameroonian. Currently the head of Maritime Safety and Security at CRISMAC, which is the regional center of EEAS Regional Center for Maritime Security, located in Pointe-Noire, Republic of Congo. Before CRISMAC, I was working in Cameroon Navy as on board a ship, and finally the commander of flotilla in Cameroon. And I also work in the Navy headquarters, Yaoundé, before reaching CRISMAC in 2015, where I usually work with our various partners in maritime exercise in CRISMAC and dealing with maritime exchange information sharing. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Elsie Emilia Tachie-Menson. I'm representing the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center. For me, it's good to be back, and even better for me to be back regarding the topic of maritime security. I'm sure most of the faces here are on the WhatsApp group, which was put together by the Gulf of Guinea Maritime Institute. So it's good to see some of the faces. I'm looking forward to learning more on other regional situations, even though we're sharing, amongst ourselves. I think that it's always good to learn something new from such events. I would personally like to add that as part of the flagship journal at the Kofi Annan Center, I'm with the editorial team, and we're looking to have a special edition on maritime security. And so if any of us here is interested in putting in a paper, I'm happy to take your submission, but we can definitely talk about that later. So thank you, and I'm happy to be here again.
Good morning. My name is Lieutenant Alexander Feltman from the United States Coast Guard. I'm an international fisheries policy analyst with a special emphasis on Africa. I am a marine scientist by trade with a degree from the University of South Carolina with a specialty in coastal zone resource management. The work that I've been able to do in my current assignment at Coast Guard headquarters is my passion. And I'm looking forward today to learning how we can better support partners, not only in the region, but outside as well.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Steve Reynolds from the MAOC, which is the Maritime Analysis Operations Center, Narcotics, based in Lisbon. We're a multinational intelligence coordination center that's focusing on combating the drugs trade between South America, Caribbean, and the other side of the Atlantic, if you like. So Europe and increasingly West Africa combating the drugs trade. I'm here as well, accompanied by Lieutenant Commander Aurelien from the French Navy, who's also based at MAOC. Great pleasure to be here. First of all, to network and meet some important colleagues. I fully agree with what Ian said about not just sitting there watching the threat and do something about it. We're a very practical and tactical organization that wants to interdict these shipments of drugs that do such harm. We've got good tactical intelligence about it, and we need partners to be able to work with in order to combat this trade. So I'm very grateful to be able to put that message out there and to get stronger partnerships in order to achieve success in that mission. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dogli. I'm Programs Manager from the Gulf of Guinea Maritime Institute in Accra, Ghana. So the research, the Gulf of Guinea Maritime Institute, we are a think tank with a very specific focus on advancing local opinions and efforts, and then maritime security, safety, and blue economy. And we do this in three specific areas: research, capacity building, and advocacy. My background is in maritime security, blue economy, international ports, and shipping in the Gulf of Guinea region. And in the last 5 years, at the institute, we've been advancing efforts in implementing the Yaoundé Code of Conduct and also supporting regional navies with the Shade Forum, working with the various working groups, cooperation at sea, the confliction, and all the other stakeholders that are working on the Shade Forum. But also, we've also been working with state and non-state actors and building strong relationships, communal consensus for social and economic developments in the Gulf of Guinea region. And I'm delighted to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the Hub for inviting me here today. My name is Timothy Walker. As I'll be speaking shortly, I will leave some of the background of what I do. Maybe you'll piece it out of that. I said I'd be brief. But I'm a senior researcher at the Institute for Security Studies, which is based in Pretoria in South Africa, but we do have offices throughout the continent as well. And I'm delighted to be here with you all today. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jose Cuetos. I come from the European Union. My background is commander in the Spanish Navy, and I am seconded in the European External Action Service in Brussels, dealing with the project Coordinated Maritime Presence, and specifically in the Gulf of Guinea. I come with my colleague Captain Agrodimos, who is with me in Brussels, and it's a pleasure to share this day with you. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Colonel Blédé, recently retired from Maritime Police in Côte d'Ivoire. I was a colleague of a team worker. I was senior researcher on maritime security in the IISS in Dakar. But currently, I'm an independent researcher, independent expert on blue economy and maritime security. And I'm currently working on strategies in the region for some countries on behalf of the African Union Commission. I was also key expert for SWAMS, which was support to West Africa Integrated Maritime Security Project, which was funded by the European Union for 5 years. We just finished in last January. So I'm here, I'm happy to be here, and I thank you for inviting me for this important meeting.
Good morning all, Marcel Claessens, Commander. At the moment I am the head of the Mission Command and Support Cell for the European Union Security and Defense Initiative in favor of West African countries in the Gulf of Guinea. I tried to get that on a business card. We call it SDI in short. And previously I was at the Dutch MOD, the policy department, involved in maritime operations and maritime security. And before that I spent 6 months at the OHQ in Spain for the EU operation Atalanta. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. I'm Albert Vidal. I'm a research analyst at the International Institute for Strategic Studies. I'm based out of Bahrain. My research looks at the defense industry, defense cooperation, but also the maritime domain, so shipbuilding, navies, and a little bit of maritime security. I'm very happy to be here and to learn from all of you today.
Good morning, all. Thank you for inviting ICC and myself to this conference. I am Captain Belbel from Cameroon Navy. I'm working in ICC as the head of division in charge of information and communication management. And ICC, as you know, the role of ICC is to enhance activities related to cooperation, collaboration, coordination, interoperability, and the pooling of the regional assets in order to carry out the regional maritime strategy of the Gulf of Guinea. So our mission is to bring a collective response to maritime threats in our region. My background is, as I have just said, I am a Navy officer. Normally, I am. I was trained as a warfare officer, but I did also. I am a naval architect, but for more than 15 years now, I have been working in this maritime security. So normally, I was trained more than 20 years ago in US. In International Maritime Officers Course in Yorktown. So I think this training brought me to where I'm here now, because despite all the training I did in the Navy, I was just oriented to maritime security. So I'm very pleased to be here and to share our point of view and receive also feedback from you in order to improve maritime security in the Gulf of Guinea. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Colonel José Antonio de la Fuente from the Spanish Army, and I'm the branch head at the hub.
Good morning, everyone. I am Captain Giovanni Iodice, Deputy Director of the hub. Welcome. Please.
Thank you. 12 years physically in Africa and another 10 years in the Balkans with the UN, the EU, OSCE, and so on. So, but for me, this is a real opportunity because I know nothing about the maritime space. So I'm here to keep my mouth shut and my ears open and hopefully learn a lot from all of you. Thank you very much indeed in advance.
Good morning. My name is Erika Monticonem. I'm working in the engagement section as a women, peace and security expert.
Morning, I'm Lieutenant Colonel Lopez, French Army. I'm the section head of the civil military engagement and coordination section.
Good morning, Lieutenant Elizabeth Barker from U.S. Naval Forces Africa. I have a portfolio in the Gulf of Guinea that focuses on countering illegal fishing.
Good morning. My name is Francesco Piscopo. I'm a major of the Italian Army, newly assigned to the NSD-S Hub. I have broad experience in protocol and event managing, and to me, this is a fantastic learning experience in this world. Thank you.
Good morning, Roy Scheibenflug, Lieutenant Commander, German Navy, also working together with Ricardo and Alex in the hub engagement section.
Good morning, I'm the Lieutenant Commander Aurelien Pages. I'm also working in MAOC with Reynolds, and I'm the French Navy liaison officer there.
Morning, everybody. I'm Major David Lauwers from the Belgian Army, also currently deployed in the hub in the North Africa and Sahel.
Wonderful. I think that completes in the room, but now we have two dear friends online. So I'd love to turn to first Francis and then Kamal to say their greetings.
Thank you, Dr. Ian Ralby. Hope you can hear me.
Yeah, hearing you loud and clear.
Thank you very much. It's good to see you again. It's been a while. And good morning to everybody. My name is Francis Izagomunu. I work with the Global Maritime Crime Program of the UNODC. And it's also very good to see very familiar faces in the room as well.
Thank you. And Kamal, can you hear us? Well, Kamaldeen Ali appears not to be able to introduce himself. So I'll just say he's a former legal advisor to the Ghana Navy and retired naval captain. Oh, here he comes. I was going to do a book promo for you, Kamal. Do the book promo while we're still waiting. In 2015, he wrote a fantastic book called Maritime Security Cooperation in the Gulf of Guinea, Prospects and Challenges. It's published by Brill, and I recommend it to all of you. In fact, I returned to it recently to refresh myself, and it is really a gem for understanding where things were at that point and how they got to where they are today. Kamal is now director of SEMLAWS, the Center for Maritime Law and Security in Africa, a think tank out of Ghana that does tremendously good work in bringing a legal component to a lot of the maritime security aspects of developing tools for countering all the maritime crimes in the region. Hopefully Kamal will be able to join us and say that directly himself, but in the interest of time, I think I'm going to turn to Tim, but before I do so, I want to commend to all of you. I was going to read it, but the report that is in your packet at the end has a series of recommendations. And the recommendations are kind of what we are trying to focus on today. So the first one is to use the hub to continue dialogue between different stakeholders. And that is literally what we're doing today. But it's also to offer the Gulf of Guinea a means of learning from NATO's experience as a multinational force. So combined maritime forces are not the easiest things to produce. What are the lessons that NATO has had in that multinational setting? The third is to offer the region some insights about NATO's own experience in doing multinational operations to counter piracy specifically, drawing on the lessons from Operation Ocean Shield, and then offer to the region assistance on establishing some of the tools, the practical level tools of building multinational cooperation, including things like interoperability, the standardization of information flows, and even overcoming things like linguistic barriers. And finally, in addition to proactively listening to the region, part of the goal is to work to bolster and strengthen the region's own institutions. That's why we have so much of the Yaoundé architecture represented here now. And to actually provide not this is what we want to give you, but an offer of let us know what you want us to help give and support you in doing what you need to do. So those are sort of the basis for what we're trying to do today. And with that in mind, I want to first see if Kamal can now speak. Brother, are you on?
Yeah, thank you very much, Ayn, for first of all, the kind remarks, and then the opportunity to join this meeting virtually. And grateful to Ricardo, who has done quite a lot to have some of us in person in Naples, but it wasn't possible due to some challenges. It's a pleasure to join this and then to have this discussion. And what I'm not sure is whether you just want me to make some initial remarks or you have some time allocation for me to make some remarks.
Right now we're just doing introductions. So just
yeah, so it's a pleasure. And as Ayn mentioned, since retiring from the Navy, I currently lead a group of colleagues, and we work at the Center for Maritime Law and Security Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I see we have perhaps one more addition online.
Yes, I have one more addition in the room, and that is Emmanuel Kunsen. Yeah, so Emmanuel Kunsen is a research officer at the Center for Maritime Law and Security, and he focuses on maritime security component of our work. And he's Emmanuel Kunsen.
Great. Does that cover everybody? Okay. Well, Tim, you have less than a minute to now give. No, just kidding. We're not wed to the times on the schedule. We're here to have a good discussion. It's been very useful to have this introduction. So, Tim, please set the scene.
I will, and I can tailor what I think's suited for the discussion today. Partly because, as you say, with an eye on the time. Partly because I think a lot of the perspectives, the more time we have for the sharing around the table from everybody in their day-to-day activities, the better. And finally, as well, I think because some of the things you were mentioning right now about the recommendations from the report was how I imagined kicking off some of the things I've said as well. So we're dovetailing to an extent as well. And I just want to maybe echo those things to say that the first recommendation on the NATO hub being an anchor for these kind of discussions and learning and even capacity building, which we take forward from here, it is proven out. And I'm very, very grateful to be part of that and to help continue that process. And that's borne out by the previous seminars. Thank you for including the report in the pack here with these recommendations as well. And the convening power of the hub here is borne out as well by, as you said, and Mark mentioned as well, that many people here, we've actually been meeting over the last few months, and you've managed to online as well, thankfully as well, which is always a great thing to have ready. People who are part of processes which are gaining momentum. And so it's an opportunity, I think, for those within the hub as well as each other to understand, I think, the directions we can take. And finally, just to mention last night as well, which was a very wonderful evening of discussions as well. And I'm very grateful that you put on that icebreaker last night. As you said, Ian, we don't need a scene setter of percentages of increases or discussions on maybe what are the key threats. I think the perspectives that I can provide at the moment, I can draw slightly from the reports and other things, but also I think some of the changes which seem to be occurring in the last couple of days, which I think have an impact. The first event, as I see in the recommendation, was 2021, with piracy being a major issue, which is, as we've said, not a discussion point like it was back then. 2022, with the UN Security Council Resolution 2634, that was with a shadow of the invasion of Ukraine. 2023, and 2021 being the Ever Given, but as a slight aside, because the shipping routes we'll get to in a minute. 2023, the attacks and the massive insecurity and the threats to life of people in Gaza, which is also compounded with the threats to life of people at sea going through the Bab el-Mandeb. And now 2024, the continuation of that closure to many ships of going through that area. And I know I'm focusing a little bit on the Indian Ocean, but I think there is a connection we should draw out. But perhaps, and I'm grateful as well that this is an opportunity to be frank and to have discussions, even with a recording, I think in a Chatham House kind of setting. The shadow, in the same way that Vesuvius looms over the city and could have a seismic impact, the results of the United States election, which could also have an impact. Many of the institutions which I think we take for granted in the Gulf of Guinea, which are established parts of the calendar, Upangami Express, which I know has continued for a long time, repeatedly, but an interesting, very useful new edition of the African Maritime Forces Summit, Cabo Verde and then Ghana this year, to see how that is taken forward too. These are questions which are occurring, and in the course of discussion, we may, for instance, discern that actually it's very clear that this will continue, or perhaps there will be a different trajectory. But for now, we're just raising these questions as a way of, I think, setting a scene, because these are occurring and we are the people, and this is the forum from which answers will be taken forward, both to the public and, I think, to principals. I think later on this month, there is a meeting in Abuja of chiefs of navies. And right now, the Grand Nemo exercise of convened primarily by France, but bringing in most of the region's countries is a fantastic sign as well, in a slightly academic language, maybe, of saying a very rich variation of initiatives and institutions. The IISS, for instance, we've been committed, Blede, my old colleague, and myself, going back over a decade now, of strengthening these institutions where possible. And there are several which the ICC and the Yaoundé Code have set up. The SHADE, I think, modeled a little bit on the SHADE in the Indian Ocean, but the Shared Awareness and Deconfliction Mechanism for the Gulf of Guinea. The zonal approaches, and it's fantastic to see again, Commodore we met in Stellenbosch, I remember we sat next to each other, and Cresmau and Cresmac here, and the ICC with Commander Belbel, sharing some of those thoughts, but I think best leaving the perspective on those to the participants there to share their ways forward. A big scene setter, I think, which I think is very relevant, and Mark, you mentioned from our perspective down south, is we last month, Stellenbosch, and I was lucky to participate as well, there was a Sea Power for Africa symposium. So I've just brought the little logo on one of the books. Sea Power for Africa symposium. It was the 5th iteration. The first one was in South Africa in 2005. It was inspired for those, and stop. I would say stop me if you know this already, but it was inspired by the other ISS, I should say, the International Sea Power Symposium at the U.S. Navy War College. I think we're the other ISS. The other one's up there in the sky, after all. Sorry, the ISS in 2003, I think. And there's been very successful organizations of that since. South Africa 2005, Nigeria 2006, South Africa 2009. Then there was a pause, unfortunately. I do believe that Libya had volunteered to host it in 2010, or in 2010 had volunteered to host the next one. Now that was not possible. And subsequently, it was not possible to get a Sea Power for Africa symposium organized again until Nigeria in 2021, forgive me dates, but it was during COVID times, convened the 4th one and got the momentum going again. And now South Africa recently, last month, has chaired another Sea Power for Africa symposium in Cape Town. 15 countries who sent representatives signed a declaration of intent. Now, I know sometimes declarations of intent are issued at all events and people sign up to them, but there were several initiatives in there which I think are very relevant, especially given the other recommendations in the report from the previous seminar. And I'll just note the two about learning from NATO's experience for establishing more operational elements within the Yaoundé architecture, but NATO's experience as a multinational, not just force, but its set of institutions to create force, or to bring together experts, government experts, private experts, to identify the best ways forward for strategy. The second one being, and probably a little more challenging, supporting bringing the heads of states together, rallying the leadership. Now, the Sea Power for Africa Symposium, as an initiative, has done that in terms of bringing together heads of navies, chiefs of navies, and there is an agreement within that Nigeria would host the following one in 2026, and it's looking to become more of an established body with, in a flexible way, not necessarily a secretariat, but I think the momentum of keeping that going is there. So there are initiatives within not just West Africa taking the lead, which are in effect, and we could perhaps discuss here today, but I think to bear those in mind as well. The other one, which is a long-standing initiative, which is mentioned in the African Union's maritime strategy, is the Committee or the Chiefs of Heads of African Navies and Coast Guards Summit, or a CHANS, which is modeled in a great way on the Chief of Heads of European Navies Summit, the CHANS, which I believe is meeting quite soon. And this is the subject, or has been part of the provisions of several Peace and Security Council recommendations of the African Union, and is becoming more pronounced and becoming something which bodies such as the PSC are looking to remain seized of and take forward. The frameworks, in effect, then are becoming quite varied. And that's a good thing. I would say we better to have more and identify duplication than to have few and trying to stretch them too far. So the CHANS, the Sea Power for Africa Symposium, and the complementary role that they can play within that for the Yaoundé architecture, which in terms of the discussion today, I think one of the recent UN Security Council discussions last year was around strengthening the Yaoundé Code and revising it where it can be. And I think some of those thoughts can be shared today as well. And finally, one of the other declarations of intent, which I think is worth noting within that Sea Power for Africa Symposium, was a renewed commitment or an interest from chiefs of navies in the combined exclusive maritime zone for Africa concept. Now, in terms of how that plays out, that's quite a complicated conversation, but the idea of increased collaboration, and if not combining maritime zones for jurisdiction purposes, but thinking in greater zonal ways and how the zones feature within that is becoming more and more of a priority going forward as well. So I think hopefully I've sown a few seeds, as it were, for some exciting things, some hopefully landmark things we're aiming towards, which I believe are relevant for the discussion today. And I hope I haven't taken too long. I did intend to time myself. I haven't. But with that, I hand over back to you now. Thank you.
Well, thanks very much. I enjoyed your pun at the beginning of the hub being an anchor, and your ironic statement of having landmarked a bunch of maritime matters at the end there. I want to go back to what you said about the impact of what is happening elsewhere on the Gulf of Guinea. Internal to the Gulf of Guinea, we've seen a tremendous decrease in the amount of piracy activity. There are a lot of factors, and we can discuss some of those as we go along. But one of the sort of new challenges that the region faces, and I know I'm almost reneging on my own statement. We're not here to talk about the challenges, but it speaks to the need for interregional visibility and understanding. Is the fact that because the Houthis have launched an all-out assault on maritime commerce, 70% of the traffic that was going through the Red Sea is now going around the Cape of Good Hope and traversing West and Central Africa. So Atlantic Africa is seeing a roughly 135% increase in the amount of vessel traffic as compared to a year ago now. So that is a really important thing to keep in mind, is that the maritime space is quite dynamic, and it is particularly difficult right now with an increasing number of strategic shocks changing the way that maritime commerce is flowing. So I think as just a point, I think that needs to be raised. And I'm curious if you can speak at all, Tim, to you spoke a lot about the Sea Power for Africa Symposium and the discussions. But one of the things that I had started when I was at ACSS, there was a whole of Africa maritime dialogue. And some of us were there together. Some of us were stuck in an elevator together at the last one. But we had a really good exchange specifically of ideas at more of an operational level for what could be done. Are these symposia or these different events mostly focused on the strategic level, or are they also getting to that operational level?
Yeah, I'll be brief. I was there. I remember in Namibia. I luckily wasn't in the elevator though. But sometimes perhaps putting leaders in an elevator might result in some solutions if you're stuck there for a few hours. Forgive my joke. The strategic level is still, I think, the main focus, and I think that's borne out sometimes in the language used, which has still not reached that kind of operational level where we're talking sometimes of force commitments or concept of operations which are playing out sometimes. And I think that's maybe, like I say, with the recommendation about where more operational elements, NATO providing a set of, not a model, but a set of practices or ideas which can then be explored and adapted is very useful. I think ultimately the concept of a standby force, an African standby force under the African Union's peace and security architecture, relies on regional commitments and maritime forces being an important part of that. And NATO has a standing, I know, maritime force as well, which would be slightly maybe different than a standby force, but nevertheless, there's a lot to learn still as well, but we still haven't quite reached that. I think the breakthrough, we're still sometimes trying to identify the breakthrough areas. There are a few things. There are several documents or key anchor documents which do need to be revisited or revised. African Union's maritime strategy, I think, being one of them. It requires a relook, and the Yaoundé Code is also one of those documents which has been discussed, I think, at the UN Security Council last year, which I think perhaps we could get into a little more today as well about the direction that's going to take as well. So thank you, Ian.
Thanks. The reason I raise that is that it strikes me that this may be one of the gaps that this forum can actually start to target. We do a lot of talking at the strategic level. We talk a lot about the instruments, about the institutional design. Ultimately, what we want to get to is boats on the water interdicting bad guys. That is fundamentally what the maritime security portion ends up translating into. And so sometimes it's appealing to talk at a much higher level of strategy and avoid the nuts and bolts. But where you mentioned, I think NATO has more experience than probably any other multinational entity in the world is on maintaining an at-sea multinational presence. And that's where operationally we could potentially draw some really good lessons that are useful. Zone G goes to the process of operationalizing a Zone E, a Zone F, and as Zone D continues its longstanding work. That strikes me as one of the takeaways that we could potentially focus on. I think I'd like to offer up to see if anybody else has anything else to add to setting the scene at the moment before we turn to lessons for counter-piracy out of NATO. Please.
Maybe just to add to that, because it's important what you say in terms of getting it to the operational level, but we must not forget, you talked about there are some positives already. And one of the positives is organizations like the UNODC, which does a lot of training on the ground, which prepares forces for, and the difference being that on NATO side, you're looking at the at-sea experience, but on the UNODC, although they're focusing the at-sea, they're doing the training on land. And that liminality is quite important for us. So we also need to understand that you cannot fix everything at sea if you don't fix all at land as well. And we cannot differentiate between the two. So that is also important. Just focus also on the positives.
Absolutely. And I think some of the approaches that UNODC has taken in the Gulf of Guinea, and Francis, you can speak to this if you want to jump in, but I think, my mother always taught me there's a difference between knowing how something is done and knowing how to do it. And the only way to learn certain things is to actually do. And so simulated trials, for example, have been, I think, a tremendously useful way of achieving the legal finish that was a major talking point for years, but elusive in the courts. But once you have taken a simulated case all the way through trial and you know what it looks like, what it feels like, what it sounds like, it's a lot easier to do it for real. And so creating that comfort, that muscle memory on the legal front has been one of the, I think, great successes and takeaways. In terms of my point, though, I think there's always room for improvement, particularly on combined operations. If we're looking at this concept of a combined exclusive economic zone, what does that actually mean? How do you operationalize within the law an AOR that transcends an entire continent? I mean, that's a lot of different challenges where every good idea needs to be part of the mix. Every bad idea needs to be part of the mix and recognized as a bad idea. And we can all learn from our successes and failures collectively. Francis, do you want to speak at all to that?
Thank you very much, Ian, and to the previous speaker. Thank you for the comments. I would only just want to add two quick things that's building on the last comments that you made with respect to the importance of combined operations. I think that's also very important. And in terms of the work that we're also doing, that's sharing in that ideology that currently in terms of the VBS's capacity building that we're also carrying out within the region, that it also has a regional approach, also taking that into consideration. So, for example, working in partnership with the navies of Nigeria and Ghana, that they've been designated VBSS centers of excellence with a regional approach, focusing within the the architecture structure, benefiting, for example, within Ghana, the countries within Zone F, and by extension towards Zone G, and within Nigeria, focused on the countries within Zone E and also within Zone D. And of course, we also see that the VBSS training that's been carried out in this area also helps to build the joint capacities for these stakeholders in terms of understanding common doctrines and operations. And so we find value in that. But of course, more particularly with respect to the simulated trials, that the value of the simulated trials cannot be underscored with respect to the fact that not only has it been able to provide the necessary basis to point out to countries gaps in the legislative framework, but also been able to also show and expose the capacities of both investigators, prosecutors to properly handle cases. And of course, even moving now currently working using the platform of the multinational exercises to also try to test the scenarios being carried out on the operational side through the legal finish component on simulated trials has also been very helpful in terms of building capacities. And so this is something that we look to continue in the course of the work that we do in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I see that we have also been joined online by somebody from the Gulf of Guinea Maritime Institute. I'm wondering if it's Air Vice Marshal Hanson. Is that you, sir? No. Somebody else from GOGMI? Lawrence, do you know who it is?
Should be my director.
He says he's coming on soon. I just texted him, so.
Okay, so
we'll wait. We'll hold that thought for a moment. I want to add one more piece to what Francis just said and what we were just discussing about. Every time we tinker with and address and even resolve one issue, something else becomes the weak point. It's not that something else becomes a new problem. It's just our perspective changes, right? So if we solve the weakest problem, something else is now the weakest problem by definition. And one of the things that we're starting to find is that as we address this issue of legal finish, and as the region gets much, much better at it, no doubt contributing to the incredible decline in the rate of piracy by virtue of the consequences that are now real, we see other things start to arise. So I just published an article recently, we were talking about this last night, that sometimes the problem with legal finish is that there's no legal start. That there's no operational legal advisor pointing out where there's been a violation or advising on how to address something that is clearly undesirable, but that the operators don't have the legal tools to understand how to pursue, or that the operation is conducted in a way that doesn't maximize the potential for a prosecution. And so now we need to start focusing more on the legal start and continue to build that legal finish. So that is my very biased perspective as a lawyer and an operational maritime lawyer, but I just thought I'd add that to the discussion. In the interest of time, I'd love to turn now to Mr. Albert Vidal, who will share with us some of the insights and experiences on counter-piracy coming out of Atlanta. Okay, sorry.
Out of the Horn. So I have a few slides. Thank you. Hi everyone. Hi again. So Ricardo asked if I could provide a brief presentation on some of the lessons learned in the counter-piracy efforts in the Horn of Africa. Next slide, please. Oh, thank you. So what I did was I identified 3 key factors and 2 other factors that I call lubricants because they make everything else function properly. I'll talk about these factors and then I'll show you in a different slide how they actually work with each other. And then I'll provide some key conclusions of ideas that could potentially have application in the Gulf of Guinea based on those factors that seem to be more effective. So the first one that I identified is naval presence, or what we would call traditional counter-piracy operations. These are Operation Atalanta on the one hand. We also have the various NATO operations until 2016, such as Allied Provider, Allied Protector, and Ocean Shield. We also have CTF 151, which is one of the 5 task forces under the Combined Maritime Forces. For those of you that don't know, the Combined Maritime Forces is an international coalition based out of Bahrain. It's headquartered within the US-based NAVCENT, and right now there's around 40-something members that are part of the Combined Maritime Forces, but only some of those participate in CTF 151. CTF 151 was established in January 2009 with a counter-piracy mandate. We also have individual contributors such as China, South Korea, Japan, more recently India. And with these assets, it's basically patrolling the waters, more specifically patrolling the internationally recognized transit corridor, doing group transits. They also contribute to ISR with their maritime patrol aircraft. They sometimes position ships near pirate camps, help intercept pirates. Now, it's worth mentioning that these ships needed to cover huge swaths of water. And so based on a few conversations that I've had, only the ships that had helicopters or ships that were coordinating with MPAs, with maritime patrol aircraft, could do a useful job. Otherwise, it was a bit of a impossible task to patrol those huge expanses of water. The second factor is what I call industry measures, or BMPs, specifically BMP5. We could classify those. I chose 3 subdivisions. One is armed security guards, which it seems to have been the most effective industry measure, and overall the most effective measure among the 3 factors. No vessel with armed guards has ever been successfully hijacked off the coast of the Horn of Africa, so that's something to keep in mind. There's also other measures that you can take as part of the ship. That includes locking the doors, citadels, removing access ladders, protecting the lowest points of access, and then things like deck lighting, netting, using razor wire, electrical fencing. In terms of the crew, there's briefings before going through those high threat areas. You can also train the crew to do proactive lookouts, security drills, etc. These are expensive measures, especially having security guards on board, but they've proven to be effective. The third factor is what I would call capacity building. That includes, on the one hand, training regional coast guards, which has already come up in our discussion. To give a few examples of the Horn of Africa, so we have the Somaliland Coast Guard, which has been trained by UNODC. We also have the Somali Coast Guard, which regularly receives training by EU NAVFOR. The Djibouti Coast Guard, for example, receives training from the US Coast Guard. And the PMPF, which stands for the Puntland Maritime Police Force, has probably been one of the most effective, but interestingly not at sea. But within Puntland, they've been acting as a counter-terrorism force and also disrupting piracy operations at land. They haven't been that effective at sea. And the reason is that they don't have good enough equipment. And even when other nations donated equipment, like, for instance, the UAE, or I think Japan donated some vessels to the Puntland Maritime Police Force at some point, but they didn't have the skills to maintain these vessels, these boats. And so what happened is after 6 months, you would see people selling parts and the vessels really not being operational anymore. And so that was a big problem. Part of it is due to corruption, but part of it is also the lack of skills, maintenance skills. In terms of donating equipment, we also have an example of EU CAPT building a control center in Mogadishu. And then that also, capacity building also includes legal seminars, command and control training, and again, we've already discussed this point during the scene setter. All of these are part of the third factor that I call capacity building. Now moving on to the two lubricants. The first one is information sharing, mostly related to maritime domain awareness. Now, these are different efforts to create synergies between the industry, the navies, and the different local actors. They basically, allow the three factors to function more effectively. I chose to classify them into one, points of contact for the shipping industry, to contact when they have problems, when they're facing pirate attacks. So you have, on the one hand, the UK MTO, which is based out of Dubai. This acts as a primary point of contact for merchant vessels and liaises with military forces in the region. You also have the Maritime Security Center in the Horn of Africa, which is established by EU NAVFOR. This center manages a voluntary registration scheme for vessels transiting the area. And if anything happens, the center contacts any assets from Operation Atalanta or from independent deployers and sends them to the area of danger. We also find electronic platforms such as Mercury, which shares anti-piracy tactics. This is basically a system of first alert for ships going through the area, or the Indo-Pacific Regional Information Sharing Platform, which is another maritime coordination and information sharing platform. And then as part of this lubricant, we find SHADE, which is deconfliction mechanism, coordination mechanism, where naval forces, industry, and other stakeholders meet. Things like the internationally recognized transit corridor came out of SHADE meetings, and so it's proven to be quite useful. The second lubricant is basically legal and institutional frameworks. To me, the most important part here is helping or nudging those countries into the criminalization of piracy and also targeting financial networks. As you all know, initially, there were huge problems because when a vessel from a European country, for instance, captured a pirate, the only way they had to go ahead was to go back to Europe and hand over the pirate to their host country, to the vessel's country. This was extremely inefficient because the vessels had to leave station for a long amount of time. Some vessels started having cages or small jails to be able to accumulate a certain number of pirates. But the game changer was when deals were struck with Seychelles and with Kenya, because then they could easily be sent to these nearby countries to be prosecuted. Djibouti Code of Conduct or the Contact Group on Piracy of the coast of Somalia played a big role in facilitating and moving forward this criminalization of piracy. Now, I want to show you this picture for you to get an idea of how these different three factors and two lubricants interact with each other. So this is the process that is followed when there is a pirate attack. So in the top, you have a shipping vessel that sees something that could be a pirate skiff. Then they, in theory, have been drilling and they've been applying the different BMPs, the best management practices, which is F2, right and left on top. Then they contact either UK MTO. Sometimes they may call or contact the Maritime Security Center in the Horn of Africa or other regional maritime coordination centers. And then via Mercury, which is tied to the Maritime Security Center, they put the ships in touch with naval assets that may be part of CTF 151, Operation Atalanta, or independent contributors. And then that's how hopefully they get to the threat area and they're able to deter the pirates. Now, I mean, we have 5 factors, but not all of them are equal. I think some of them proved a lot more effective than others. And that's important for our discussions later today. I think the most important one based on research conversations is armed guards on ships. Everyone said this is hands down what made the biggest difference, armed guards on ships. It's also probably one of the most expensive, and it's the industry, the ones that need to make this decision. And the second factor was criminalization. And so I think a combination of these two helped reduce piracy to a great extent. Of course, naval presence also helped, especially if it was accompanied by air assets. It seems that equipment donations were not that effective, especially if local partners lacked the technical skills, corruption was prevalent. We're speaking of Somalia, which is a state with, parts of Somalia are ungoverned, or the central federal government doesn't reach there. And so it's likely that that doesn't apply to most countries in the Gulf of Guinea. So that's also something to keep in mind. And then again, the two lubricants to make the three factors function together: information sharing mechanisms, as well as the legal frameworks, institutional frameworks were helpful in making sure that piracy was properly addressed. That's it for me. Hope that was useful.
Thanks very much. I'm curious. It seems that a lot of your remarks are focused on where things were. Can you speak at all to where things are now in terms of maintaining the situation? Because one of the things that is always dangerous is to stand up a bunch of infrastructure to counter a problem. Then when it stops for a little while, to deconstruct that infrastructure, and then potentially set the stage for the problem to come back. So what is the region doing, as well as what has been done to maintain some of those capacities that potentially it could be the answer to why we saw an uptick in piracy earlier this year that got put down pretty quickly?
Thank you. So there's a few things here. I think at some point there was a downgrade of the threat perceived in that area. And that happened, I think, right before, almost in parallel to the uptick, which was interesting. We've also seen a sort of transition in responsibilities. India has taken a much more proactive role, and it's not just deploying significant number of vessels, up to 10 in the West Indian Ocean region, but also India passed maritime piracy law in 2022 that, as far as I'm concerned, helps accelerate the prosecution processes and criminalize piracy. And so the combination of those two factors, a much greater presence from India, plus this new law, plus the fact that India has proven to be very assertive when facing vessels that have been hijacked, to me has been the key factor that has contained this seeming uptick of piracy. Some experts also say that it might be connected to what's happening in the southern Red Sea and Gulf of Aden Houthi attacks. Pirates may see an opportunity here. There's also a lot of weapons trafficking going on between Yemen and Somalia. And so, and conversations between Houthis, potentially Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, Al-Shabaab in Somalia. And so my reading of it would be there's probably an opportunity in there that some pirate groups or potentially pirate organizations might be seeing, and they may try to take advantage of it. But CTF 151 continues there. NATO, as I explained before, stopped its operation in 2016. We still have assets from Atalanta. So between Atalanta, individual contributors, CTF 151, and India, I think that they've been able to keep a lid on it.
Thanks. If I can share a couple of quick reflections. I've been involved in some of the piracy cases that have occurred this year, and I would agree. We're about to be boarded, by the way. Let's see what happens here. But India has played an incredibly important role. But I think we need to also highlight the incredible work that Eastern Africa, Southern Africa, and the Indian Ocean region have done collectively. So the contact group on piracy became the contact group on illicit maritime activity, CGMA. The Djibouti Code of Conduct established a much more regular meeting regime, and two institutions established by the Indian Ocean Commission have expanded their operations. So we have both the Regional Maritime Information Fusion Center, or MIFC, based out of Tana in Madagascar, and the Regional Coordination Operations Center out of Seychelles. The RCOC, that latter operational center, is able to actually take operational control of assets at sea. It's an unusual center. And in the last couple of years, it has incredibly increased its op tempo to the point that it is now engaging quite regularly, not just with the 7, soon to be 8 member states that it has, but it has an MOU to provide services to the entire Djibouti Code of Conduct membership, which is 21 countries, and quite importantly, has MOUs with EU NAVFOR Atalanta and soon to be CMF. But the EU NAVFOR Atalanta piece is quite important because in a couple of cases, the Crystal Arctic, for example, EU NAVFOR was able to scoop up the pirates, and there are several pieces to this. The pirates engaged in a firefight with the armed guards on board. One of them was injured. EU NAVFOR scooped all of them up, including the injured ones. RCOC coordinated the hospital access and was able to help get the pirates into Seychelles, get the injured one to the hospital, and get all of them before a court. And so this coordination piece is really important. And we've seen the maintenance of some of those skills that were brought to the region kept up by the region. And I think that is a really important lesson, is that what was a massive international presence back in 2012, when we saw the sort of turning point in May of 2012 to things quieting down, has now become a regionally owned presence. The other thing that I think is worth noting about that international presence is that we had, in the counter-piracy heyday of the Horn of Africa, a lot of countries contributing that don't like each other. They don't talk to each other. They don't work together. So Russia, China, Iran, India, US, all were there. Everybody was there. And NATO was there and the EU was there. And interestingly, NATO benefited tremendously from having the EU NAVFOR presence. It seemed redundant at the time, right? Mostly overlap in the missions. The big difference was, and we're seeing this play out again, the big difference was that the EU was not a military alliance. It was not a nation state. It was not an entity that had any defense and security baggage with regard to any of those players who don't like to talk to each other. It's an economic community protecting economic interests at sea. That provided the mechanism for all those countries that don't like each other to talk to each other, because they could talk through the EU, which wasn't France, it wasn't Spain, it wasn't Portugal, it wasn't anybody specific, it was the EU. And so that is, I think, a really important lesson to take away. The other is that the prosecutions were a major factor in changing that space. Yes, armed guards, I agree, had a major impact. However, I think if we want a case study in armed guards not being the answer to everything, Google search armed guards MV Tudor. The Tudor was hit by Houthis on an unmanned surface vessel a few months ago. The armed guards were literally standing there, pointing their weapons to this guy, watching as this unmanned surface vessel comes at them. And you can hear them say, "It's coming, eh?" And it keeps coming, and it slams right into the hull. And the vessel ultimately sank. There were armed guards at an unmanned object, looking at an unmanned object coming in almost slow motion, slamming into them and sinking them. That is becoming a metaphor for so many maritime security problems, where we watch them in slow motion coming at us and do nothing. So armed guards were very successful in that context, which was quite unique, but they definitely aren't a panacea to all maritime security problems. But what is a contributing factor, because I think it's a combination, is that there are only so many pirates. We aren't talking about thousands of people. This is the Gulf of Guinea even. We've seen some of the analysis done. We're talking at most about 350 people who could engage in the kind of piratical attacks that we've seen. You put 15 of them in jail, or like the Indians have just done, you take 35 of them at once and put them through a court process that puts them in jail for the rest of their lives. It's going to affect the others. You take out 10% in one go, everybody else is going to think twice. And so that is another major factor. The third other major factor that I think changed things was that in 2012, the EU and NATO and others agreed to bomb certain key sites of land-based supplies that were providing the Houthis, I talk about the Houthis too much, the pirates, with some of the wherewithal to conduct these attacks. And that really diminished some of their capacity because if we think about it just logically, piracy is a land-based problem with maritime symptoms. They are people who live on land, leaving the land to come back and reap the rewards of what they've done at sea on land. So ultimately, the problem emanates from and has to be solved on land, as was sort of said earlier. So we have this confluence of factors, and I think a similar thing could be said about some of what's happened in the Gulf of Guinea. But I think the Houthi situation is also providing us with some new lessons for this. So as I said, the armed guard piece is interesting. The China piece is interesting. Having naval presence doesn't stop bad things from happening. China's got probably a big naval presence in comparison to almost anybody else. They have a base in Djibouti. Do you know how many times in several instances they've been the gray hull nearest to one of the merchant vessels has been attacked? Do you know how many sailors they have saved? 0. Do you know how many missiles they've shot down? 0. Drones? 0. Surface vessels? 0. Unmanned surface vessels? 0. Underwater vessels? 0. Having presence doesn't mean contributing anything if you aren't willing to take up action. So I wanted to actually ask you that question and just see if you had any thoughts on that.
Thank you for that. So I totally agree on the China piece. I would also say from a Chinese perspective, it's working for them. The top 3 nations sending ships through the Red Sea, the Bab el-Mandeb, are Russia, China, and Greece, not in any particular order that I know. But that means that Chinese vessels are reaping the benefits of the crisis. And so they're not contributing, but from their, I guess, national interest point of view, it's doing the work.
Completely agree. And as we learned this week from the UN expert group on Yemen, the Houthis have actually obtained $2 billion over the last year, since the 19th of November last year, in tribute payments, largely from Chinese and Russian vessels. Yeah.
I have a colleague who used to be at the panel of experts up until very recently, and he is very skeptical of that figure. He says we should take it with a grain of salt. They may have got some payments, but he's been looking at statistics, and it doesn't quite make sense to reach that huge amount. But
are you saying we shouldn't trust the UN on everything? No offense, Francis. What's that? Yeah, please.
Albert, thank you very much for this intervention. I found it really interesting. Now it's 2 points. One is, and the reason I find it interesting because the lessons learned from the Horn of Africa counter-piracy operations obviously are very useful to implement in any other theater, speaking specifically for Guinea. And this worked vice the other way around for EU, meaning that the EU has established the coordinated maritime presences concept, which we enable for the last 4.5 years. And the pilot case was the Gulf of Guinea. And 2 years afterwards, we decided to implement it in the Northwest Indian Ocean. And that's really, so it's the other way around, actually. And it's really interesting to see the concepts and how the root differences, the fundamental differences in each region that are generating and fueling illicit activities, how they work in different ways when you try to establish and implement a concept. So I found really interesting your intervention, looking at it from the quite opposite perspective. Now, with regards to what you said, that if we could bring back the slide number 2. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. On the factors that we discovered, and indeed focusing on the on the positive effect the armed guards have on minimizing piracy. It's actually what we call in the way of thinking. We said, okay, this is a deterrence by denial in that manner. So, because all these measures, the best management practices, and the naval presence, and the capacity buildings, all these achieve one goal. They maximize the time for pirates to have a successful operation from a matter of hours to a matter of days. Therefore, naval presence in the area, even far from there, is capable to do it. And I'm speaking of personal experience now, having been deployed there 3 times. So at that point, so after all these years, the maritime community has enhanced best practices, have armed guards, have citadels, have electric fences, have everything. But once the focus of the warships went from the Gulf of Aden, went back onto the Red Sea the last year, we just saw the reemergence of piracy. And that proves this concept of deterrence. So this is my point. Now, if I'm not sure what Ian said about if we put 10 or 30 pirates prison, the others will be scared and stay home. I'm not sure if this is going to work, if they're convinced that they're going to achieve and not get caught. Yeah, so it's to my understanding, you have to develop both kinds of deterrence by punishment, by establishing the legal finish, and deterrence by denial, by having a credible and solid counter-piracy system, so that they know that their plan ain't gonna work and they end up in jail.
And
yeah.
A lot of it is about raising the costs of that cost-benefit calculus that the pirates have. In Somalia, for instance, the drought raised the incentives for engaging in this type of activities in the past year. But again, if you can raise the cost of engaging in that through criminalization of piracy and more assets and things you mentioned, then you can again flip the calculus.
Yes, Elsie first, and then Sidhu.
Thank you, Ian. I have 2 questions. Maybe one is a solid question, but the second one not quite firmed up. But I'm curious about the work that has been done regarding the pirates, because just like you said, Ian, pirates are literally born on land, right? Piracy is a terrestrial problem that manifests on the sea. And so when you look at the pirates in your region, who are they on land? When they're not pirates, what are they doing in the terrestrial sphere? For example, for us in the Gulf of Guinea, or let's say Ghana, we know that IUU fishing is our main issue. However, these people have these economic, well, it's multifaceted, but these economic drives that stress them to engage in these activities. And so for the Horn of Africa, if I'm a pirate, why am I a pirate? If there's no sea, what am I doing on land? And then my second issue is criminalization of piracy. I think it should come with some sort of tact, because the moment we tag them as criminals, it creates a bigger problem. Then we cannot work with them and know what the root causes are and work towards them when it comes to building capacity and also creating awareness and giving, projecting advocacy. So yeah, like I said, not a question mostly, but something to tease out and keep an eye on. Yeah.
Thanks very much. I look forward to commenting on that in a bit. Sidhu.
Thank you very much for every remarks and contribution. That's widened our experience. But what I have heard in this presentation is a key expression. It is information sharing. I'd like to hear more about success in information sharing procedure, information sharing schemes, because in the ECOWAS, architecture and yeah, on the architecture, it is a key point for us to have a better MDA. Okay, so you talk about information sharing. I want to hear more about the system you have in place in the Horn of Africa, and the other thing is related to the coordinating maritime presence of the EU. I would like to have some kind of assessment of the success you have and what are the most constraints you're facing in that dynamic. Thank you very much.
Well, after our coffee break, which comes in another 20 minutes, we're gonna turn to the Gulf of Guinea region in particular. But I do think the information sharing piece is incredibly important. Do you want to go first, or do you want that? Okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for your brilliant presentation. As Jan was saying, I think we have a time slot to talk about the Gulf of Guinea. But I think in my intervention, I will base my intervention on this as lesson learned and to see how, because now in the Gulf of Guinea, we have a drastic reduction of what we call of incidents related to piracy. But there are some factors that are being implemented in our region, and we can also see how we can improve them, because the political and the geopolitical context is not the same in our region. So I think we have to learn from what has been done and to see how we can let's say transfer or copy in our region. So I will wait for that time slot. Thank you.
Do you want to?
On who are the pirates? Mostly fishermen. Also, one of the drivers was illegal fishing off the coast of Somalia. In terms of information sharing, I think there's people here who are much better placed, who have been in Atalanta and a few of these other operations to talk about information sharing. I'll just mention and repeat that you do have UKMTO, which is basically like a center in Dubai. There's people tracking. It has a vessel registration system, and then they connect industry ships with the Maritime Security Center in the Horn of Africa. And then there's the Maritime Security Center in the Horn of Africa, which also has this similar scheme, vessel registration scheme, which connects either the vessels directly with the naval assets or vessels through UKMTO going to the Maritime Security Center with naval assets from the different deployers. Could be coalition deployers or independent deployers. But I'll maybe let a few of our colleagues here to speak about their experiences.
Thank you, and thanks for this the report. I recognize all of the conclusions from my time in Atalanta and later and also during the Shade meeting in Bahrain. But I would like to stir up the discussion a little bit, being Dutch and being quite direct, of course. So this is all true, in my opinion, my personal opinion. And Atalanta did great things. Shade was really appreciated by the shipping industry. But I remember 2 years ago at Shade, the general sound of the shipping industry was that it was not so interesting for them anymore, because they said, well, hey, there is no piracy, so what is in it for us? What we are interested in are the attacks by drones. How can Atalanta, how can CTF help us with that? Second point about that, information sharing. It's at every symposium I've been to, it's always the key word. We have to share information. I think everyone who has been on the ground or on board, we know that is in reality, it's very difficult, even between member states, to share information. Last point, and I'm not being negative, I just want to, we should talk about operational level as well. You said in the beginning, I think one of the main things to solve is assets. We can have a great political agreement that we want to do something, say ASPIDES, the American operation in the Red Sea. truth is Atalanta has in general one ship for this huge area they have to cover. If they are going to do a joint operation at the Seychelles, they cannot be anywhere else in days. And the asset in Atalanta, most of the time it's either Spain, Portugal, or Italy. No other of the 24 remaining member states really delivers a ship. So assets, I think that's important. Thank you.
I want to pick up on the information sharing piece because I very much agree with that. Does anybody want to speak to the way that MSC HOA and UKMTO work beyond what Albert has offered? If not, I will add a few comments. Does anyone want to speak to that? Okay, I will say information sharing is it's a favorite buzzword and favorite term. However, what is information? Who needs to hear it? And how does it get transferred are all questions that sometimes get overlooked. The information side, there's a standardized form now in terms of what needs to be communicated for a report to either MSC HOA or UKMTO. Recently, on the 29th of May of this year, there was a bit of a dust up, if you will, between the advocates for MSC HOA and the advocates for UKMTO as the sort of the lead go-to reporting center in Spain at an event that was focused on sort of deconfliction between Aspidis, Atalanta, CMF, all the CTFs, and what's that? Prosperity Guardian, Poseidon Archer, all of those. But then there's another EU NAVFOR mission. Aspidis and Atalanta, there's a third. No, there's a fourth. There's a third that's in the Northwest Indian Ocean. Oh no. Yes, but there's another mission. It's not a naval mission, but it's another mission. It starts with an A. Nope. Anyway, they chimed in. They chimed in at this event as well, so that's why I know that they exist. There was a disagreement over which form to use, who to go to. Unhelpful, but it highlights the fact that there's a degree of there's a tendency to own these sorts of things. The point is that it has to work, and standardizing what information is communicated is an incredibly important part of this. One of the reasons that I want to emphasize this is that a lot of people think they know what's relevant and they only share that, but they know what's relevant from their own lens. I, as a lawyer, will see totally different things than an operator will looking at the exact same piece of information. And so sometimes when we filter out what we think is irrelevant, we filter out what may be the most relevant to someone else. And so on the information front, we have a global issue with knowledge as power and information as power. And thus we only want to share what little bit we have. And unfortunately, that sometimes undermines our overall goal. The other thing is that information sharing needs to be distinguished from insight sharing. What we're doing right now is insight sharing. There's information in there too, but we're sharing the insights that we've gleaned from successes, failures, and everything in between. So we need to make sure that we don't conflate those either. Then there's the to whom, right? So reporting centers and then the network that then they connect with. One of the important things to note about UKMTO and MSC HOA is that they're not tasking centers. So UKMTO doesn't then say, we've received this information, naval vessel, whatever, you go do this. They're a pass through. And so that is another important point. The third important point I would add is that to Marcel's comments, the industry has to feel like there's value in it. Otherwise, they're not going to bother. They have a lot to deal with. And so if they think that sharing information is going to get them attacked, they're definitely not going to share it. And that has been a problem at times. If they think that sharing information is going to go to a black hole, they're not going to waste their time. So sharing information has to have some value. And so to who they share the information is really important. But they also don't want to be having to call 20 numbers. They want a single point of contact as often as possible. So those are some key points on information sharing. Streamlining it for the ultimate customer in terms of the maritime commerce piece of it is a critical piece. Anyone want to comment on that or add to it?
I want to comment.
Director, and then Elsie.
I like our discussion because this is the key topic for us. We had a paper and then we are referring to security traffic jam. And then this was a good effort from our side, even counting the names, because the discussion came from a Malian official saying that, okay, as far as he knows, there are more than 100 security initiatives in his country, multilateral mostly. And then he basically says, we cannot even count the names, let alone run these initiatives. I think this is an area that we need to improve. Or I mean, we all organizations, as you also properly highlighted, our subject matter experts has also highlighted. This is key. What to exchange, what to coordinate, where to coordinate, and how to coordinate will be key, because even in our own countries, we are having shortages in terms of experts, workforce to run these initiatives. And then in the end, the discussion was about, okay, we are discussing an operation, but in the end, when you go to the ground, we are talking about a ship and the crew is there. Probably less number of people than this room is actually doing this operation. So I think this is an area that we need to consider when we are discussing.
Yes, sir. Elsie.
To add one quick point to your list of points, Ian, on information sharing, again, sharing as, an active form of, taking the action to do that is one thing, but also collecting it from stakeholders or actors who are not exactly enfranchised to share. In this case, for example, when Albert says the pirates is mostly the fisherman, right? And he doesn't have that avenue, that channel, or the mouthpiece to share the information they have. And these are very important people who actually have the juice. And so there's also a part where we have to reach out and keep two-way conversations with them in order to collect the information. But it's good to raise that point that it's good not to conflate the timeliness of information and the validity of the information, because now in 2021, information is power, and everybody has information. The use of technology, sharing information virtually, there are people who want to share it first because it shows that they wield some sort of power. But in our context here, we sort of have some levels of gatekeeping because there are factors in place. It has to be verified. Someone has to sign it off before it's shared. So it was important. It was good that you raised that. That'll be all.
Thanks very much. I want to add one thing to what you just said about the fishermen and all that piece. There's Albert, I want to say this is fantastic. I really think this is a really important slide, and I would love for us to take this as a starting point and maybe add to it if we could. I don't want to undermine your work at all, but I think there are some other factors that are really interesting to talk about. One of them, so I've worked a lot with the president's office in Somalia on different maritime security initiatives. What they say is going back to dogging on the UN, what they say is the UN's most effective effort in Somalia was the introduction of the Women in the Maritime Sector Initiative, WIMPS. One of the reasons is it provided a lot of things simultaneously, a mechanism and in organization for the fishermen to actually be able to function. It provided structure to, the women came together and started funding, finding ways for funding and financing vessels, creating a marketplace, creating an industry within Somalia that could sustain the fishing operations as a meaningful profession. And it allowed for information to flow in ways it hadn't before. They knew who was working well and who was breaking the law. And so it changed the dynamic tremendously. And we've seen that all over the world as being one of the major changes in maritime security in a given state, is when women are empowered to be involved in the maritime sector and are given the opportunity to actually organize things and do things. And so that is, I think, a really important note, because that also changed the dynamic. Somalia did not eat fish pre-piracy. That was not it was the lowest fish consumption state in the world. And so one of the initiatives was to create a domestic marketplace. And so changing that is really interesting. By contrast, in West Africa, you have some of the highest fish consuming states in the world. 92% of dietary protein in Sierra Leone, for example, comes from fish. That is one of the highest in the entire world. So we have different dynamics, but some of the similar problems, both of which have often been addressed by women in the maritime sector. So I wanted to add that. The last point I wanted to make is that information isn't understanding. You made the great point that we all have a lot of information. One of the things I notice about young people today is they may have access to all kinds of information, but if they don't really understand what they're looking at, they come to some really bad conclusions. And so the other piece to this puzzle is not only sharing information, but analyzing it in a way by people who know what they're looking at to turn it into actual understanding so that something can be done. I do a lot of training on maritime domain awareness and sort of translating dots on a screen into action on the water. And the process I advocate is always the same. Once you start with an anomaly, something that's out of place, can be a piece of information that's shared, it could be a dot on a screen, it could be a report, it could be a patrol, whatever the anomaly source is, you then have to look at it and say, is this desirable? Because there are some desirable anomalies, like a parade of sail, something like that, a celebration, or is it undesirable? And if it's undesirable, then we have to go further. But to understand that first point alone, you have to know what the maritime space looks like. You have to know what's normal in order to understand what's abnormal. You have to understand what we want to have happening in order to understand what we don't want to have happening. So once we get to undesirable, then we need to look at it and go, is this legal or is it illegal? There are a lot of things that we don't like, but they're not illegal. Take piracy in Nigeria, for example. Up until SPOMO, the Suppression of Piracy and Other Maritime Offenses Act, piracy was not actually illegal. So unless you have a law that says, no, you can't do this, you don't have an illegal act, you have an undesirable act. You can maybe find other ways of criminalizing it, but you've got a bit of a problem there. Then once we've decided whether it's legal or not, if it's illegal, we have to still ask the question, is it actionable? Because there are things that are illegal on the water, but we as coastal states don't necessarily have the legal right to go and do something about them. Take a ship-to-ship transfer outside of 12 nautical miles. It may be undesirable, it may be illegal because they haven't given the coastal state 48-hour notice, or they don't have a ship-to-ship transfer plan of the bridge of both ships, or they don't have the right equipment, the right expertise, etc. That doesn't mean the coastal state can go out and stop it. It's a flag state matter. And so we need to know, do we have the enforcement jurisdiction? Do we have the legal ability to go out and do it? And even if we have the legal ability, the next question is it achievable? Can we actually go out and do it? Do we have the right platform? Do we have the right people? Do we have the right training? All of those questions. And then even if all of that is yes, it's undesirable, it's illegal, it's actionable, it's achievable, is it wise? Is it worth doing? Is it a waste of fuel? Is it going to get us into World War III? Are we going to have all kinds of political blowback? All kinds of questions that need to be asked. And if we're systematic about that, then we can get to action more regularly that then translates into effective results. So information is the first part of the puzzle. Analyzing it and turning it into understanding is the second. Thoughts on that? Questions? We are just coming up on our coffee break. So if we want to get a jump on coffee, we're more than happy to do that. But before we do that, please join me in thanking both Tim for setting the scene and Albert for an outstanding presentation.
We'll have a 15-minute break. We'll have coffee outside, and I will, regarding all the presentations, I saw you taking some pictures, so I will ask the ones that presented their permission, and then we'll share with all the group. Okay, thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. I hope we're all caffeinated and sugared. It is a great opportunity we now have to hear a little bit more about some of the different actors that are playing a role in maritime security in the Gulf of Guinea. And we're going to go first external and then turn to the Yaoundé architecture itself. So we're going to start with the EU Coordinated Maritime Presence. And we're going to hear what it is doing and how it has been involved. And then we're going to go on to U.S. Naval Forces Africa. So NAVAF will be next. Then to MAOC, and then to the MMCCs. So without further ado, CMP, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, I will try to be brief and explain. We are two people from Coordinated Maritime Presence in the room. I am more in the strategic side. My colleague Agrodimos, Captain Agrodimos, is more in the operational side, and I will try to explain the Coordinated Maritime Presence concept and how we work, and then I will give the floor to Captain Agrodimos. Okay. The Coordinated Maritime Presence tool allows the EU to plan and, when required, act together by enhancing coordination of the existing member states' naval and air assets present in specific areas around the world, thus increasing the EU's capacity to act as a reliable partner and maritime security provider. Coordinated Maritime Presence is not a CSDP, Common Security and Defense Policy mission of the European Union or operation. Takes place under the Common Foreign Security and Police Action of the European Union, and is part of the broader EU integrated approach to promote EU maritime security provider through the naval presence and hence maritime security in what we call maritime area of interest. A key element of the success of the concept is that it builds upon the presence of EU member state naval and maritime assets which are provided on a voluntary basis and remain under national chains of command. There is therefore no EU command and control structure in place, and so no operational headquarters activated, as is the case in other military operations. The Coordinated Maritime Presence concept seeks to further strengthen EU's maritime security engagement by increasing EU efficiency and visibility as a maritime security provider, raising maritime situational awareness in the security domain, facilitate a continued EU maritime presence in designated maritime areas of interest, and promote international and regional maritime security cooperation. So the first step in order to establish a coordinated maritime presence is to define a specific maritime area of interest, what is made through the European Council. Naval and air assets of the member states on a voluntary basis remain under the national chain of command. In this sign, member states agree to share information, awareness, analysis, and promote together international cooperation at sea and partnership with coastal countries of the areas concerned. The Maritime Area of Interest Coordination Cell in Brussels is the core of this process. The cell provides expertise for relevant military maritime-related aspects and serves at the point of convergence where member states' contributions are coordinated and put together, in close contact with their national command and control centers. It also coordinates the assets in order to seek continuity of presence in the maritime area of interest. This will be more specifically explained by my colleague. Why in the Gulf of Guinea? When we started the concept in January 2021, the situation in the Gulf of Guinea was worsening, and we also have a EU strategy for the Gulf of Guinea, and so we started with a pilot case in the Gulf of Guinea. This was during the first year, 2021 until January 22, And then the Council, European Union, approved the continuity for 2 more years till 2024. And then this year in May, again, we have decided to continue for other 2 years till spring 2026 for the moment. Just to say that we support our concept is always in support of the Yaoundé architecture as a focal point in the Gulf of Guinea. And as you can see on the right of the slide is the architecture of Yaoundé. In order to understand how we work, we can see under the CMP concept, the acronyms, SC is the senior coordinator. The senior coordinator is appointed for a maritime area of interest under CMP and facilitates the overall coherence and coordination between EU-funded initiatives and the member states' activities that relate to the implementation of the coordinated maritime presence concept in the context of the regional strategies. In this case, we can see the senior coordinator above the MAOC. MAOC is the coordination cell. Sorry. And then at this moment, we have only 1 senior coordinator. We have 2 MAOCs, Maritime Area of Interest, one in the Northwestern Indian Ocean and one in the Gulf of Guinea, with only 1 MAOC. The idea from this slide is there is only 1 MAOC, the coordination cell in Brussels. Whatever number of MAOCs we have, there will be only 1 maritime area coordination cell. The senior coordinator could be various senior coordinators for different MAOCs. At this moment, we have only 1 senior coordinator for both MAOCs. And in support of the senior coordinator, as you see, there is no funding from the member states for the concept. Only they provide the assets, the ships in the region. There is a project in support of the senior coordinator called Enhanced Maritime Action in the Gulf of Guinea, EMAR, who is supporting with funds different activities that we are developing in the region. From the strategic aspect is very diplomatic and political. We seek cooperation, relations. We gather what we call the Team Europe, embassies from member states in the region with European Union representatives, navies, also the ship that is visiting the country, and the authorities of military authorities of the coastal state we are visiting. Here are some photos of different meetings we have had. One round table last June in Brussels with different countries, embassies based in Brussels, or even they came from, we can see Captain Belbel in the photo who came to this meeting in June. And roundtables in different port visits to promote maritime security and also the visibility of the European Union. Here, exercise at sea, for example, on the left with a Brazilian ship, participating in forums, G7++ fora, SAID, Chief of Navy Staff of the Gulf of Guinea. We try to participate in all these fora to have visibility and try to be useful for the region and finally for us too. And this is all from my side. I give the floor to my colleague, Agrodimos. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jose. If you can put next presentation. Yeah. So I'm going to try to be brief since we don't want to, not sure about the timing. And I'm going to wrap up with what my colleague just mentioned. And what's going on there? Oh, sorry. No. So indeed, this is the CMP concept is to enhance the role of the EU as a global maritime security provider and defend freedom of navigation. And the actual work is to make best use of the European ships that are deployed in each maritime area of interest. Now, we're talking about a flexible and cost-effective concept here. So we have ships, European ships, deployed in the maritime area of interest. Namely, for this forum, we're talking about the Gulf of Guinea, and they transmit information to the coordination cell, the MAIC, and they remain at all times under national chain of command, because this is not a mission, not an operation. Of course, there's no command and control structure in the EU for that. And everything is carried out in a voluntary basis, but in a cooperative manner from the EU member states. This is the visualization of the concept, complementarity to what you've seen already. So this concept has the two dimensions, the diplomatic dimension that's run by the senior coordinator, and the purely naval military dimension that the Maritime Area of Interest Coordination Cell, the MAIC, is dealing with. Again, it's all cooperative in the spirit of EU. The chronology ending down to the extension of the CMP concept until spring 2026, as it's been decided by the Council last May. Since this presentation is going to be delivered to all of you, I'm not standing into that. You're going to receive it and see the details. Now, the role and mandate of the MAIC is: one, collect situational awareness information, maintain communication links with the member states or CSDP or HQs, the headquarters that deploy the assets in the Gulf of Guinea. At the same time, we provide the military advice to the Political Security Committee at the strategic level via the EU Military Committee. And all the data we receive, we store it and keep it so we see the trends with regard to illicit activities in the Gulf of Guinea. As said, there is no situ structure, and just to make clear that our coordination cell, it's not a maritime operation center, not close to that. It should not be perceived as one. We do not have either the mandate nor the capacity to do that. We're not a 24/7 watchkeeping, no real-time info, no RMP. The source of our information comes from the OHQs, and the information sharing goes through unclassified channels, and mainly the Marshall project EU is developing. Now, specifically for the Gulf of Guinea, as said, established in September 2021, and you can see the main threats we've been talking about the last hours, and it's not accidentally that we put illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing on the top. But this is something we're going to discuss later. Yeah. Now you see the 11 member states that have agreed on that, and the key actors of the coastal states. Yeah, let's skip this one. To give you now an idea of how we work, because we're talking about a very light coordination, which is not in the military manner, but mainly like a asset synchronization. So we receive the information from the EU member states as well as third states parties that deploy assets in the Gulf of Guinea. And you can see the slide, how we have divided the area in the zones you're all aware of. And in times of weeks, in a weekly basis, we see if there is a warship around the area, then we call it's a green one, then it's a red one. Very simplified, very light, but gives a direct way of understanding, okay, which area zones are covered by naval presence and which are not. As said, this, again, the whole basis for countering illicit activities, mainly piracy, is on the deterrence, focusing on the deterrence. So we see that we have a naval presence in one zone that we see that deters piracy there. This is another visualization of what we do, and has to do with the port visits of the European ships, mainly in times and by member state that contributes. As you can see right now to this semester and the previous ones, the European states that deployed assets, there are 4. We're talking about France, Spain, Italy, and Portugal. And the reason for having this one there is because apart from deterring the illicit activities, second aim is to facilitate diplomatic service, EEAS, in conducting activities and cooperating with coastal states. Therefore, this is the guide that they use in order to organize training events that promote maritime security. In this slide, you can see the EU project contributing to maritime security in this area, not so much in our naval business, but it's people that EEAS in generally cooperates. Coming down now to conclusions, that this coordinated maritime presence is a framework, it's a concept for EU to improve synergies, and we continue to adapt. And Mike, our cell, is a strategic enabling element. So the things we keep is we stay at a strategic level because this is our mandate and our capacity. However, the latest indicator for us that we're going on the right path, apart from the down curve of piracy the last 2 years in the Gulf of Guinea, is the fact that we have third states which are deploying assets in the Gulf of Guinea, such as Brazil, India, and the United States. And the entity they contact in order to make best use of their own deployments is us. So we see that it's been recognized internationally as a platform that gives the ability to synchronize and maximize efficiency. I think it was quite a brief one, but I'll try to save time for discussion and any questions.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you very
see
much.
questions already. For the rest of the day, it'd be helpful to put up your name cards if you can, if you have a question during the presentation, just so we can keep the order correct. But I saw Sedu's hand go up first.
Thank you very much for this presentation on the strategic level and for operational level. I think this is related directly to my question of this morning before the coffee break. So I think that this meeting could make some recommendation in order to enhance our maritime security level of and to work together in the best way and for best practices. And to have experienced this European CMP, I think it's high time for them to use, frankly, the multilateral scheme. Because for now, we are dealing with states, and you are EU, so this is global, and we have ECOWAS and we have EEAS. So I think through the Yaoundé architecture, you can touch directly the economic zone like ECOWAS and work with them in order to enhance our maritime security, because it's a question of interest. We are trying to save your interest, and we're trying to save our zone. So I think you can use directly the multilateral aspect and have an agreement which will allow you to help us in 3 ways. The first thing is for us to benefit of your presence and for joint patrol maybe, and help us to cover our huge maritime domain in ECOWAS aspect. The other thing is for training and capacity building. Okay, we need to enhance our capacity on that aspect, and have a method of VBSS system to board and to know what are the best practices. And the last thing is coming from my colleague from Greece. He said that the main role of the MAIC is to collect situational awareness information. But I think this situation awareness situation in the GOG zone, we need to know what is it. So if you can share with us, that will help us more to know how to tackle the different threats. And finally, the main threat is criminal at
acts in ports. Okay, we have the U.S. program of port security through the U.S. Coast Guard. I used to work with them, so in the different ports. But I think the European Maritime Security Agency maybe should develop a port security program, because when we deal with drug trafficking and when we deal with IUU, they start the starting point is in ports. So we need to fight against criminality at port before to go at sea. So I think maybe developing a program on ISPS, on dangerous goods and stuff like that will help us to enhance the security, maritime security. Thank you very much.
So quite a lot of cards coming up now. So I think those are some great points. I want to give the CMP speakers an opportunity to respond directly to that, because I think it's worth it.
Thank you for the intervention. Of course, communication is crucial. We always have this problem about we don't know. Our intention is, our willing is to share information. We are in contact from our services, diplomatic services, with COA, SECAS, and I know always it depends on the channel we use. So we are trying to promote this info sharing platform Yaris in order to have all the actors in the same platform, because sometimes we have a misunderstanding, a stupid misunderstanding, because we have scheduled one video BTC, video conference between a ship and a multinational center, and there is no connection, and then there is a misunderstanding. They didn't want to connect, and of course, when we participate in these forums, G7++ meeting, SAID meeting, I think we are all in contact. This year, we have not had a meeting of G7++. In December, it seems that in Rome there will be a meeting, and probably we'll be able to enhance this contact. And I know the Yaris, this platform, is now being discussed, the ownership of the platform. And personally, I think the day when we have a common platform for all the maritime actors to talk will finish most of our problems, because we are always with the same problems. We don't know. We want to know your strategic assessment, and it exists. I know now our natural channel of communication is through the ICC in Yaoundé, and it's through between the MAIC and the ICC. We must improve this contact, and of course, if we can share and have all in the same platform, it will be a success. Thank you.
Well, in fact, I'd like to thank you very much for the questions. Actually, give me the chance to talk about, to clarify some things that I should have done in the first place. Actually, regarding now the cooperation with the Yaoundé architecture, yes, this is one of our main roles. And actually, I was really happy yesterday evening in the icebreaking to see Captain Bell, with whom we cooperate, and was really happy, good to see him here. Then I see that this is one of our things we do. So the exchange of information, and of course, the cooperation of the Yaoundé architecture with the European navies through the MAIC. So this one thing. Now, with regards to the main role of our MAIC, now the roles of us is to provide the platform for cooperation, synchronization, coordination, you name it, but in the manner of our mandate. So the idea, the exchange of information is taking place, of course, and that's my colleague says. Indeed, we need to enhance that, even go one step ahead, even further. However, what we do now is to receive at operational level the reports and the awareness from each and every European Navy and compile it.
Few words, because I see a lot of commitments, but
let me take you to a legal point of view. Okay, I think trying to make people work together, the best on your responsibility and engage us on our side. I think that will help us to move forward, because we have many threats to tackle. And on our perspectives, we are not only CRESMAO and the MMCCs. We have a national MOCs, Maritime Operation Center, in each country. And you know, the level of development is not the same in all the countries. So we need to enhance their capability in order to monitor maritime security threats. So I think we need to design together a program to move forward. Because when you want to help somebody, try to know what is his problem before trying to solve it. Thank you.
I may be biased, but I appreciate the legal perspective on that. I think this is exactly what we want, because what you're pointing to is both where there's a gap and where there's a way to resolve it. And I'm gonna turn to the Commodore next, but I do want to ask a question going forward. So, Sarah, I'll turn to you first.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for giving me the floor. I want to start by going back to your first comment where you said we're not here to discuss the problems per se, but to celebrate the successes. And I'll quickly point out that in life, good news is never news. It's always bad news. So having said that, I want to say that the presentation on the combined maritime presence has been quite insightful. It's giving me a clearer picture of their mandates and all that. When we talk about security, there are different aspects. There's the legal aspect, there's the operational aspects to it, and all that. My colleague is talking from a legal perspective, but I'm looking at it from an operational perspective. To start with, the presence of the EU ships in our waters has really done a lot. It's a laudable program, because presence of maritime assets at sea serves as a very big deterrent to perceived threats, as criminalities or that. But from my little experience working at a regional level, I want to look at it from this way. Operationally, we could look at the larger global diplomatic entanglement when it comes to information sharing. But when it comes to operations, having assets on the ground, I think it's going to be very, very difficult to have a regional agreement to that. It has to be done on a bilateral level, because I have had the privilege of being where the chiefs of naval staff of West Africa are having their discussions, and it's not every country that has the same zeal towards that. So yes, we have started something which is at the level of the Yaoundé architecture. Mainly, it's about coordination, information sharing. That is good, but I would rather look at it that having presence on the ground has to be done bilaterally if it's going to succeed, because not every individual country that has that zeal to want to have that partnership with having presence of assets in their territorial or so in their sovereignty. So I think we need to take note of that. Now, having said that, in an area where we could also partner is for us, for example, in the West Africa, in our zones, we understand the importance of having presence of these assets at sea. So we like to, we have been able to come up with MOUs in the various zones to have our own, should I say, local operations in the various zones, so that we can always have that presence. We don't have to wait for only when there's an exercise like Obangame or Gano or when we have CMPs around. So we try to do that, but for obvious reasons, logistics, it's quite challenging. So this is an area where I think maybe the CMP could come in to see how you can partner with us at that level for zonal operations, so that it would give it that global outreach. Thank you.
Much appreciated, sir.
Thank you, moderator, for giving the floor. I think I will. I am sharing the point of Commodore Sharma from CRESMAO before I can add something to what he has already said. I want to highlight that CMP was established in January 2021 as a pilot project. Yes, MAOC was established in September, I think, if I am not in September 2021. Prior to MAOC, CMP had or has pillars. Among those pillars, we have capacity building. I might be wrong, but you know that when CMP was established without the consent of the Gulf of Guinea countries, because we have these issues. So one day we saw ships in our area, and at that time, no, CMP is not an operation. That is why I was talking about the political and geopolitical context. So this is an issue, let's say, between, I'm not talking of the Yaoundé architecture, but I'm talking of the individual countries. CMP deploy or CMP or ships under CMP are deployed, let's say, in the international waters. That's why he was talking about the bilateral agreement. So when I say we as Yaoundé Architecture Centers, we were surprised to see ships in our area under CMP or not. What we did is we try to understand. And we try to say, okay, we are what we call in French, devant le fait accompli, what to do, because it is a fact that they are there. So we try to put in place a sort of procedures. And MAOC came to Yaoundé, I think in 2022, if I'm not wrong, because so in Yaoundé, and we invited Yaoundé Architecture Centers, some individual countries like Nigeria, like Cote d'Ivoire, to see, because MAOC is at the strategic level. It is not, legally speaking, MAOC cannot sign an agreement with an operational structure. It is what was agreed or what MAOC said. So it was clear that if we have to exchange information or to share, it will be strategic information, because MAOC also doesn't have operational information from because the ships under CMP are related to their naval headquarters for operational purposes. So, so if we have to share information, is the strategic information, let's say between ICC, CRESMAO, and MICC. I think we are in that process. Now, at the operational level, what we said, or what we agreed, is that when you people are coming, you have to get in contact with the MMCC of the zone, or the, let's say, the MOCs, to have a, what we call a visio conference, where you will present the missions of the ships, the phase of deployment, or the period of the deployment. But this period of deployment, MAOC can share this, what we call this board. So I think that you are talking of France, Italy, Portugal, and Spain. all these countries individually have some, let's say, some memorandum or some cooperation with individual countries in our area. The problem is that when you are talking of the whole of the Gulf of Guinea, or let's say of the ECOWAS maritime space or the EEAS maritime space, you have to work with, let's say, CRESMAO and CRESMAC. And if there is, let's say, a political or a strategic issues, CRESMAO can liaise with ECOWAS. CRESMAC can liaise with EEAS to solve. But as the operational level, as you are there, you have to share information with MMCCs and the national MAOCs. This is what at this level. But we, let's say, and I say we are not talking on behalf of each individual countries. And we told you that if you have to go into territorial waters or have exchanges or, let's say, exercise with individual countries, you have to get clearance from that individual countries. We are talking of the zonal, from the zonal, let's say, to the inter-regional level. Yes, some of us cannot be aware of what effort we have been doing since 2021 to make things easier. But as we are not talking on behalf of individual countries, I think the EU can keep on working with individual countries to see how we can improve. That is what I had to say at that level. But here, we didn't see the pillars of the CMP, because CMP has the pillars. And this is what the European Union sold to our country to, let's say, tolerate the presence, because in our area, from what I have understood from each individual state, and not maybe officially, we don't need any operations. The naval presence is the naval presence of each country of what we call the Gulf of Guinea. At the zonal level, we have memorandum of understanding for joint maritime patrols. So we need, let's say, logistics. Sometimes UNODC comes and give some logistics for, let's say, we have in Zone E, we have safe domain. In Zone Z, in Zone G also, they have. In Zone D, we have this permanent maritime patrol. So we need, let's say, capacity building, logistics. But I'm telling you, we don't need people to come and patrol in our area without our consent. This is, I'm talking at the regional or interregional level, but at the national level, they have their own representatives that can say what is the position. But when I am listening to people, this is what the people think. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that is a call for coordinated maritime presence to coordinate with the Yaoundé architecture in any way, and it sounds like there's some potential work. Do you want to? Okay.
This goes mainly diplomatic part, because at
the operational level,
at the not operational level, but at the naval dimension, what's been taking place so far didn't have any issue. I mean, the cooperation between the coastal states, Navy personnel, and the Yaoundé architecture and the MAOC was been fine. We perfectly understand this. So, what Captain Bell's points, which are the same since 2021.
Can I jump in on one thing, or do you want to comment directly to this? Okay, go for it.
Thank you. Just a quick comment regarding the discussion we are having. I think what I have to say fall in line with what all my predecessors said. We said already at the beginning that what work in some region can be translated into other regions. So I think when it comes to Gulf of Guinea region, all the countries are committed to fully provide maritime security in their region. So I think for that point of view, they are seeking from international community to help them achieve their will. So for any project coming into place in the region, I think it's better first to have a discussion with the key maritime security actors in the region and together set up this project in order to have a success in maritime security. And that brought me to another project, SWAMS project, which come to end this year. What I know from this SWAMS project is that there was equipment that was that have been donated to countries in Central and West Africa in West Africa, sorry, to improve their maritime capabilities. And also there have been some floatable boats, yes, that was normally part of the package. But I understand the project come to end, but nothing of this have been achieved. So if there is any thought on that, that will be grateful to understand. Thank you.
No, a quick one. Regarding SWAMS, for the boats will be delivered. SWAMS not finished regarding the delivery of the boats because it is on the way to. So the boat will be delivered 2 boats per country. So this is not a problem. Regarding equipment, we discussed with the maritime centers before. I was in charge, and we discussed with the maritime centers before purchasing the equipment. But at the end of the day, some centers say this is not the equipment we wanted to have. But we exchanged emails and we talked. So we are sorry for that, but we think that we took in consideration what we received from the centers. But regarding the boats are still on way. SWAMS is finished, but only the department in charge of the boat is still working for SWAMS and with European Union funds. This is just what I want to say.
Since I see you and I see you, since we're building on the previous webinar, I do want to bring up one thing. We're coming up on the 3rd year anniversary of the Esperance-Snar incident in November of 2021. And that was discussed a lot at the last webinar. And one of the points that was made, it was very interesting, was the difference, and I saw this personally, so I can attest to this, the difference in perception and coverage of that incident from Europe and North America versus the Gulf of Guinea. Europe and North America hailed it as a major success in counter-piracy. Yes, got the pirates. West and Central Africa hailed it as an invasion of sovereignty, of human rights violation, of all kinds of questions about disrespecting territorial integrity, as well as the nationality of some of the states of the region. And that's reflected in the report. So I'm not bringing new stuff into this. This is why I'm trying to build on it. My question is, what lessons from the CMP perspective and what lessons from the Yaoundé perspective were drawn out of that engagement and that incident? Because I think it is quite a telling situation, because it brings up a fundamental naval principle of having an end state in mind. And the problem was the Coordinated Maritime Presence arrived with the notion that they had a goal which was ending piracy. But what did the end state of ending piracy look like in terms of what happens if you have to cut off the leg of a pirate? What happens if you kill a pirate? What happens if you attack a vessel that's suspected of piracy but hasn't committed it yet? And what is the legal end state that then you can work towards, both domestically in the Gulf of Guinea and domestically in the warship's home state? So those are some of the things I just wanted to put on the table. Yeah. Yeah. He was first and then you, but did you want to comment on that?
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So we'll go there and then there.
Okay, thank you. The thing I want to say is about the thing my friend said before. When our partner builds their projects, okay, it's important to get in touch with the right level where we need to implement that project. As we know, at the EEAS level, we have the project PASMA, for example. PASMA was not implemented very well, because when PASMA arrived, it should be the same thing like SWEMS at the ECOWAS site, but in the ECA side we have PASMA, but PASMA didn't achieve their goal because they don't arrive with maybe they don't shape their project in the way with the right institution to work with them. That's the problem. And it's the same thing when you have is for the CMP, because as ICC said, we asked for the CMP that is important to have a procedure, a well-defined procedure where we can work together. And maybe the problem came from our part also because we didn't, in our region, we didn't build very well a point of contact networks. I think it's important, and that's, I want to ask for the question for the double IISS for the previous presentation. When you have that lubricant to make that the operation fulfill well the operation, you have that the point of contact network. I don't know where at which level in the Gulf of Aden zone you built that point of contact, because we need also to have a good level or a good network, point of contact network in the Gulf of Guinea area, but that's a problem we have in our area. And I think that is important to have that. And with that, you can see really where you need to touch, to have to build the project when you can use it normally in our region. That's what I want to say.
Thank you. Yeah, very important to identify the point of contacts, of course. I know we have had problems mostly at the start of the project in 2021, 2022, in order to contact CRESMAO, CRESMAC. And so we always focus on ICC in Yaoundé, and when we try to amplify the net, we always have problems. So we were in an easy way. We try only to contact through the ICC. Of course, if we can have identified the correct contacts, it will be easier. Talking, for example, about a clarification about the start of the CMP, we talk about pillars in the pilot case in 2021. The pillar 1 was what we call the mechanisms, the ships at sea, and the coordination cell in Brussels. And the pillar 2 was supposed to have people detached in the Yaoundé architecture in order to support and to organize training, capacity building. But this pillar 2 didn't work, not with the region, mostly in Brussels. We don't have we could say the green light from the Commission to deploy people from our side. And even I remember in the young architecture, they didn't see it also very, very well to have people in the structure. So we decided to appoint the senior coordinator. So since 2022, we talk about the senior coordinator who involves all the EU projects, not only CMP. So we try to give coherence to all the EU activities in the region related to maritime security. So all these programs now, SWAINS, PASMAR, MR is now we could say that the pillar 2 is MR with the senior coordinator. MR has funds, is now supporting different institutions for projects, seminars, trainings. Is the future about training. I always, not to have a direct engage with the training from the MAIC, I always supported the idea of there is 2 main forums in the region for maritime security, G7++ and SAID, Gulf of Guinea. Both have the working group about training and exercises. And it's a very good matrix of training from the region that can collect all the requests and provisions of training in the region. And I always support it and try to have the green light from the member states to provide their potential trainings in this matrix that is discussed in different meetings. That normally there are 2 meetings of these training groups each year. And probably that is the good way to collect and provide training, because if we create a new platform to provide training from the CMP, it's a problem. So I always I am in favor of concentrate or focus on one of these group, SAID or a G7++ training group, and try to have here in this matrix all the requests and the provisions we can give, and then work on this side. I think about this event 2021, we have this problem with the Danish sea pirates. We could say that was a misunderstanding again. The Danish ship arrived to the region very brave, we could say. They were not used to the way of working in the region. And when they have in front of them a case of pirates, they acted as they have in their procedures. And they didn't, we could say they didn't have share our lessons learned about these issues, and they acted in a very brave way. And they found one problem, that they have deaths and pirates on board. So finally they have to go back to Denmark and legal process. So always for us, legal finish has been one of the objectives in order to, if we have a pragmatical case of piracy, how to proceed with. We are trying to have handover agreements with different coastal states. We are working on it. In Atalanta, we are not an operation. That's our problem too. Atalanta in the Horn of Africa is an operation, and they can have an agreement with Seychelles is now. We have no an agreement as CMP. We are just coordinating in a very light way. Now we are trying to have some through the member states to get handover agreements in order to can act in this way. Thank you.
I have a comment and a short question to Captain Belbel, really. This is because I'm not a Navy guy, but there are some resemblance for defense capacity building, or what NATO is trying to do is normally NATO offers, for example, as partnership cooperation menu. This is basically an offer from the NATO side. It's a menu that our partners can choose from this menu. This is one approach, but in this context and in overall also, I believe that instead of offer-driven support, I think demand-driven or request-driven support is a better one. But it's not easy, and you bring the issue of logistic support, and this is where I think we can do something. Instead of choosing from the menu, like a lunch menu, you can request your preference, or you can clearly articulate your requirements and then offer to the community, international community, in terms of say, hey, this is what we need. If you can choose from the menu, either you cooperate bilaterally, cooperate with us, but come to the table with this offer. Otherwise, not necessarily we will not going to accept it, but this is what we have in our mind, and then this is the support we need. And then how well the region is doing in terms of identifying these requirements, because this is also creating this menu is not easy. And then if you can do it in a, I would say, coordinated manner regionally, maybe this can also provide a sense of ownership from the region, instead of one nation offering something to a nation or for the round architecture. But another approach is that the region with this architecture creates a kind of requirement, logistic support, whatever you need, you create your own menu and an offer to stakeholders saying, okay, this is what we need. And then if you are willing, choose some of the menu items that you can support us. And then it will also, I would say, I don't know the right word. Probably it will facilitate also, because this will not be a country helping to another country, but it's a framework. So this is like a kind of Marshall Plan, let's say, an overall overarching plan, and then you are supporting that plan, not necessarily one-to-one relation.
Thank you for putting that on the table, Director. Does anyone want to comment directly to that? We are up against time a little bit because we need to go take a photo, but we can adjust the photo. Okay, good. Lawrence.
Okay, thank you very much. And please permit me to go back to the foundation of our discussion briefly. Captain Bell has sort of set the scene, and I think it's the opportunity for me to also chip in on the Gulf of Guinea dynamics. So two things I want to say. First one is that maritime security gives us the opportunity to look at different solutions that means to different actors, right? And then again, maritime security gives us the opportunity to address challenges and also look at how they relate with other concepts like sea power, like blue economy, economic and social resilience. And then when you come back to the Gulf of Guinea region, it's important that we understand the perfect maritime picture, the current situation in the Gulf of Guinea. And that was something that I think Elsie was trying to get to in terms of comparing the Horn of Africa to that of the Gulf of Guinea. And this is very crucial in understanding what drives maritime insecurity in the region. What are the drivers of maritime insecurity in the Horn of Africa? And what are the drivers of maritime insecurity in the Gulf of Guinea region? And once this understanding is established, then we can begin to look at what the approach is to addressing the various challenges in the Gulf of Guinea space. And at the Gulf of Guinea Maritime Institute, this is what we very much try to advocate for, reinforce the idea of a whole of governance approach. We can begin to look at maritime security from different contexts, the economic, the social, the cultural, the political, and then the defense. I think to a very large extent, we've talked about the defense aspect, but it's also important that we look at the economic and then the social aspects. This year at the Institute, we conducted some research on IUU, and one of the findings was that fisher folks who are not able to catch fish when they go to sea are now converting their canoes to transfer people across seas to different countries. And so this illuminates the understanding that crime continues to evolve. And that begs the question of, if we continue with efforts in providing naval presence at sea, does that completely address the issue of maritime security? There are different actors in the Gulf of Guinea. There are non-state actors, their state actors. I could talk about the EEAS architecture. In the effort of transferring the EEAS, they're not only looking at naval stakeholders, we are also looking at ports actors and what get their buy-in to support the final transfer of the EEAS. We are talking about regional ownership. We are talking about sustainability. And so, if we are talking about the CMP and how these exercises, these multilateral approaches can be strengthened, could it be that CMP could also consider the economic and social dimensions in addressing maritime security? What are the skills? What are the capacities that needs to be developed when it comes to dealing with non-state actors? We are talking about fisher folks. How do we continuously develop their skills? How do we strengthen their knowledge? How do we, because in the Gulf of Guinea, right, one of the issues, very fundamental issues that we have to deal with is letting people understand what it means in terms of the value of the ocean. Sea blindness is a big issue. And so whole of governance approach, again, is very important. Dr. Ralby talked about the legal finish, and that's also an opportunity for us to look at what are the opportunities for understanding the legal requirements before addressing maritime security. Elsie also tried to talk about criminalizing piracy. And the question is, does that give us the opportunity to really understand the motivations of those vulnerable groups who are recruited to engage in illegal activities? And so what I want us to take from this discussion really is the whole of governance approach when addressing maritime insecurity in the Gulf of Guinea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I had promised Elsie last night that I would talk about maritime wealth blindness, so you've really opened the door for me to do that. But I want to turn to see, should we break for lunch now, or should I continue? Okay.
We have 1 hour for we can continue, and we'll take the picture at the end of the study then.
Okay, sounds good. I will say something about wealth blindness and then hand over to NAVAF for the second presentation in this session, and just emphasize that I think sea blindness is a global phenomenon that ironically was somewhat helped in Africa by piracy. Piracy turned everybody's attention to the sea much more acutely, and so everybody started looking at the water. Problem is that there was a recognition that there was value in the maritime domain, but the understanding of how much value that means to life on land is still unknown. And this is a global phenomenon as well. No one on earth fully understands the value of the maritime space to life on land and its potential. So the way I often describe this is that we have two buckets. First bucket I hand to you and I say, this is a bucket of gold. You can't weigh it. You can't look up the price of gold. Go sell it and get the best price you can. And you come back and you say to me, I got $100,000 for that bucket of gold. I can say, that's great. You can keep that money. Could be even life-changing. It's a lot of money. But so you know, it was worth $1 million. You didn't know how much you had. You didn't know how much it was worth. So you sold yourself 90% short. That is maritime wealth blindness every single day of the year. And that is occurring on the continent every single day of the year. Concrete example, no one is here from Sierra Leone, but do we have Zone F? No. So no one's here from Zone F or Sierra Leone. So I'll pick on one of my beloved countries. And I say this just out of frustration. So I worked with Sierra Leone on a national maritime strategy a few years back. And in the process of doing it, we discovered that an American marine biologist had contacted a diving school in Sierra Leone and asked the divers to go down and see if they could find these little worms. And they said, based on currents and geology, we think that there should be some there. They come back and say, yes, here's a WhatsApp photo of what we found. There are tons of them. And the marine biologist said, thank you very much. And as far as he was concerned, that was the end of it. But a Chinese broker got wind of this and came to these divers and said, hey, I'll make you a business proposition. I'll give you $1 for each of those tiny little worms you are able to pull up out off the ocean floor. He said, it's a good deal. There are thousands and thousands and thousands of them. So they start pulling them up hundreds at a time. They're getting hundreds of dollars at a time. Only in the process of doing the strategy did we look at what was actually going on and discovered that each of those little worms was a high value sea cucumber that was worth $140 to $250 each. So from $100,000 to $1 million on that bucket of gold, that's nothing in comparison to the $1 to $250 in terms of the quota that these guys were losing. And that is true all over the place. And it's ironically even true of corrupt practices. A lot of the corrupt practices are blind to how much they could even be getting if they knew how much they had. Outside of Africa, there was an incident where a fisheries minister had no maritime background, was put in the position by political appointment, sold 10 years of fishing rights for $300,000, which he or she, I'll leave it blank, pocketed. That money was peanuts. The value of what he sold or she sold was $30 million minimum, and it took $300,000. I mean, it's ridiculous just how ignorant we are as to how much value there is. The second bucket, though, is in a bucket of clay. And the bucket of clay, same thing. Can't weigh it, can't look up the price of clay. Go sell it, get the best price you can. This time you come back and say, I got $100. So that's actually amazing. It was only worth 50. But don't you have a friend who's a potter? Don't you have a friend who's a sculptor? Don't her pots go for hundreds and hundreds of dollars each? Don't his sculptures go for thousands of dollars each? Couldn't you have turned what you had into something much more valuable before selling it? And that's the other problem with maritime wealth blindness. We have raw understanding at times of what we have, but we don't think creatively about how we could add to it. And it isn't even about like making new things. Seychelles, for example, is doing a great job of taking a $10 fish and turning it into a $20 fish with transparency and traceability. It's about how we do some of the processes that we already have that can matter. Right now, the sad reality is that the people who know the value of the maritime domain best are those who would do it harm. They're the criminals, they're the bad guys, they're the thieves. They know how much it's worth, and that's why they're doing what they do. So part of overcoming sea blindness also is overcoming wealth blindness as best we can, and convincing the political classes that they deserve to put attention to this, that the maritime space deserves their attention. From a democratic standpoint, it's difficult to make the sell that a politician should invest capital into an area where there are no voters. They don't get any votes out of it. They don't get any constituents. Nobody lives there. Why then should they do that? And so part of addressing maritime security is understanding why the criminals leave the shore to go out, do something, and then try to reap that benefit when they come back, and getting ahead of that and understanding it better than they do. Because right now they understand it best. So that's maritime wealth blindness. So as I promised. So turning now to my American colleagues, we'll start with NAVAF, and then I'll turn to Alex for a Coast Guard perspective as well. So.
Thank you so much. And thank you, NATO Southern Hub, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I am obviously not Mr. William Moeller. Lieutenant Elizabeth Barker, U.S. Naval Forces, Africa. I work here in Naples. And while I am not a senior Department of State official here to talk to you, I am an action officer for Obengame Express, the African Maritime Forces Summit, and a lot of the other initiatives that we have in the Gulf of Guinea. So I do have some information for you. Earlier, I believe there was a request for dates and further details on our events, and I will have that in a rough schedule. I do not have slides, but I just wanted to go over some information. So to start, and continuing with the trend that we had of focusing not just on the problems, everything that I'm going to be going over, I think I'm offering a lot of opportunities. So hopefully you see it the same way, and maybe we can use this conversation to go forward with utilizing these opportunities to bring more coordination to the region. So I wanted to start with talking about Obengame Express 2025, our primary exercise in the West Africa region. This year, we will be hosting it during May of 2025. For planning considerations, the next planning conference is coming up in January. We are still in the initial stages of a lot of that planning, but I wanted to talk about some of the changes that are going to be coming with this year's iteration. So As usual, it's multinational. We've taken this a step further and we usually work with the French and the English and anybody else that's available based off of the timing of the event. This year, we are increasing our participation with the Brazilians as we have added a Brazilian liaison officer to our office here in Naples. And that's resulted in a lot of coordination closely with our partners across the Atlantic. We are also working closely, as usual, with the United States Coast Guard, who will be playing a primary role in this. So some of the other things that you're going to see this year with that event, the continuation of our VBSS, the Visit Board Search and Seizure training, a lot of which is expanding based off of requests from our African partners. The OpenGame Express exercise leans strongly on the Yaoundé Code of Conduct. So everything that we do goes first to the zones, and the zones plan independent for what they want and what they desire out of the exercise. Some other things that are exciting to see coming from that, from my specific job as the illegal fishing strategy lead for NAVAF, I'm excited to see some developments in our illegal counter IUUF scenarios, as well as an increase in complexity of the other law enforcement scenarios that we typically do in the exercise. And again, that is coming at the request of our African partners. We're going to be integrating more unmanned systems in this year, as there's been a new CTF developed at 6th Fleet, CTF 66, that focuses on new technologies and unmanned systems. So we're going to be in the initial stages of that during this exercise. The hope is that we can get some unmanned aerial systems used during the scenarios, and then hopefully at some point get some unmanned surface vessels as well. Last year in Ghana, we had a really conclusive legal finish training that we really want to replicate again this year. And this is something that I've taken on as a personal project. We're working with the UN ODC and the US Coast Guard to try to complete a legal finish training that takes the evidence collected from the scenarios and build that through a mock trial. So we're still sourcing what that looks like. We're in the initial stages of planning, heading into the main planning conference in January. But hopefully, as we've discussed here, we can start to look at that in a whole of process method, come from evidence collection all the way through to legal finish. The next topic that I wanted to talk about, NAVAF continues our use of C-Vision and bringing C-Vision access to the MAOCs in the region. We now have a POC at NAVAF that is the person that drives that for the exercises, both the express exercises and outside of those exercises. C-Vision has been a great platform for us that it combines the information collection of that AIS data and using the other data streams that we can put into it, then use it for information sharing. And it's also collaborative with its chat tool that's frequently used by the MAOCs to communicate daily, but also make sure that you have a communication pathway. And I think that's important because I, as someone who stands watch on a MAOC watch floor, I'll be on the 6th Fleet watch floor tomorrow if anybody needs anything from 6th Fleet. I know, as it was described, how when you have a phone number that you need to get in contact with the right person and you just can't find the phone number, I spend a lot of time doing the same thing. So C-Vision has been a good tool for kind of creating a quick, if the other side is monitoring it, ability to connect entities of different locations. The African Maritime Forces Summit will be held in Mauritius this year. It's going to be in the end of June. Really exciting changes coming to that. So when we first started the African Maritime Forces Summit, it was Navy focused. The last year in Ghana, we expanded that to be a dual hosted between the US Navy and the United States Marines. And then this year, we're expanding that to be tri-hosted, to be the United States Navy, the United States Marine Corps, and the US Coast Guard. So this is exciting because I think it's starting to look at what we can do across all these different organizations, the same way that we have to work with different organizations as we do operations in the region. So exciting news to come from that. Hopefully, last year's event, I was an action officer for last year's event, and it was a great learning experience for me, and we're excited to do that again this year. And then I wanted to introduce a new operation that we are in the initial, emphasize really that we are in the initial planning stages for, called CARAT, C-A-R-A-T, which stands for the Combined Afloat Readiness and Training Exercises. This is a model developed off of the Indo-Pacific region. For the United States, we do it in the Indo-Pacific, but when we were trying to figure out on the NAVAF side, how do we get ships to sea and work with our partners to do at-sea operations and presence, we found this carrot idea and thought, okay, well, here's a model that we can mold to what fits for Africa. And so it's exciting. We're going to be doing it Q2, Q3, April to September of 2025. This is a 2-week-long bilateral exercise between the United States and the whatever partner nation we're working with. We have a short list of who we have reached out to. I'm still waiting to hear back from those countries on the official okay, so we're not ready to really put out that schedule yet, but I wanted to make sure that you were aware that this is something that we're planning. So the main goal of this is to get our African partners to sea and do bilateral operations where we are establishing that presence. And I would really like to drive home the point that this is being done with that bilateral method as like the leading goal. And so we will not be doing anything without the African partners saying that this is what we want to do. We've basically gone to them and said, when works for you, what would you like to focus on? And then our hope is that we can use that communication to then expand it to the Yaoundé Code of Conduct and make sure that we're operating within the zones. In these initial stages right now, it's really bilateral focus, not regional. But the hope is that as we develop this, hopefully over the course of years, if we're successful with it, we can start to really push the usage of the Code of Conduct the way that we do with Omengame and continue to do that outside of just that 2-week exercise. So we're really excited about that one. And it's also been a really great opportunity for someone like me. I'm a surface warfare officer by trade. In the plan, put back on a vessel as a watchstander or an operator and say, okay, once something happens and we have an interdiction, what do we need to do? And as we're thinking through that process, we're trying to make sure that those people are being brought into the room, into the planning discussion for this. So a lot more to come on that. I think there's going to be a lot more development on it in the Q1 time period. And hopefully we'll be able to come out soon with the official list of and dates of who we will be working with for that. So yes, that concludes what I have for U.S. Naval Forces Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to turn immediately to Alex, and then if there's time before lunch, we'll do some questions. Sound good?
Thank you, Dr. Ralby. I'm going to divide my time into 2 quick sections. The first being talking about the MSAFE Interagency Working Group on behalf of the United States government, and the second being Coast Guard specific. So the MSAFE Interagency Working Group mobilized 21 different federal agencies led by the U.S. Department of State, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and the U.S. Coast Guard for that coordinated whole of government approach that we've talked about earlier. And this is essential to combat and counter IUU fishing and those related threats and associated crimes around the world. The MSAFE Interagency Working Group produced and implements a national 5-year strategy for combating IUUF that outlines strategic objectives. These strategic objectives that we're talking about are promoting sustainable fisheries management and governance, enhancing the monitoring, control, and surveillance of marine fishing operations, and then ensuring that legal, sustainable, and responsibly harvested seafood is what enters our trade. So what you're going to see there is that there are vast differences in what each agency can do. As an officer in the Coast Guard, I have very limited authorities in what seafood is actually coming to market. However, the 21 other agencies that we are working with bring lots of different abilities and resources to bear. So by being essentially put into a box by the federal government through this law, we are forced to cooperate and bring different resources to bear that are not typically available to us. The U.S. Coast Guard can conduct boardings, NOAA can produce different fisheries regulations, the Department of State can work on the diplomacy of different agreements, the Department of Labor can assist with forced labor, human trafficking concerns. But when brought together to combat IUU fishing, we're able to create a much more enhanced effect against a unified problem that's bigger than any one agency or any one nation. So as we know, IUU fishing itself can be interconnected to webs of other challenges, and that's why it's so important to work in an international, interagency, cooperative state. Sustainable fisheries themselves are critical for global food security and the coastal economies of all nations. If you think you are a coastal nation, it is important. If you think you are not a coastal nation, it's important. Protein sources and the geopolitical stability of all nations are essential and are dependent on success and diplomacy on the seas. In addition to multilateral cooperation, the U.S. works bilaterally with a number of partners on sustainable management, providing training and resources, capacity of flag, coastal, port, and market states to effectively manage their fisheries, fleets, and supply chains. So what we're looking to do is take action. And in one of those specific impacts, we're looking to increase the monitoring, control, and surveillance of partner nations around the world. Now, it is important to note, and I didn't get to make this point earlier, but I think it's essential. MCS is critical. Without MCS on the water, we don't know what's happening. But without the correct authority and jurisdictions to support the information that we are sharing, we are unable to take action. I'm an athlete, so all of my references come from there. I'm sorry. But essentially, we know what the other team is playing at, but we don't have a ball, we don't have uniforms, the team's not on the bus, and we're not at the field. If we don't have the team together, cooperating, speaking the same language, the information that we have may not be as useful as it would be. You know, we can know that their striker is their best player. Diego Maradona, we know he's their best player, but if we don't have a team, we don't have jerseys, we don't have a ball, we're not on the pitch, we can't play. So making the connection between monitoring, control, and surveillance and actionable impacts is essential. And through that, we need to ensure that we have the legal authority and jurisdiction to conduct those actions, be it multilateral or bilateral. So that is a quick overview of MSAFE, essentially bringing those different resources to bear. And now I'm going to talk specifically to the Coast Guard. So the Coast Guard's vision to combat IUU fishing identified 3 primary lines of effort: to promote intelligence-driven operations, to counter predatory and irresponsible behavior, and to expand multilateral cooperation and enforcement. The way the Coast Guard sees it is currently global fish stocks are under increased stress from growing consumption, changing ecosystems, and governance problems. State-subsidized distant fishing fleets can amplify these stressors, undermining maritime rules-based order. But through these lines of effort, what we're trying to get to is global adherence to international agreements, the recovery, preservation, economic viability of these global stocks. Now, to take that from a document produced in Washington, D.C. to the actionable, the Coast Guard is looking for international, interagency, interdisciplinary, and then what I call intertidal or intercoastal. So international, we cannot do this alone. The U.S. Coast Guard does not have the ability to be the world's ocean police. That's not what we're looking to do. Interagency, we acknowledge and we bring to bear that we do not have all of the capabilities and authorities that other agencies do. We are seeking to be a partner of choice in combating IUU fishing, with the acknowledgement that through combating IUUF, we are able to get at other issues that can affect global political security. To that end, when I am training and talking about IUUF, I like to try and bring it home for everyone, because not everyone's a fish person. I'm a marine biologist by trade. I get that. They smell, some are pretty, some are ugly. It happens. But if you care about geopolitical security, you should care about IUUF. If you care about economic development, you should care about IUUF. If you care about combating transnational organized crime, you should care about IUUF. If you care about human rights abuses and human rights labor, you should care about IUUF. If you care about having oceans that are sustainable for generations to come, you should care about IUUF. If you care about combating piracy, you should care about IUUF. There is not one problem set on the ocean that does not affect land, and there's not one problem set on land that does not affect the ocean. The two are irretrievably linked via the gold chain that has tied humans and the oceans together for millennia. What happens at sea will happen on land, it will happen on land, will happen on sea. As such, we need to understand and address that through diplomacy, development, defense cooperation, and direction from our partners, we are looking to get after not only IUUF, but some of the associated crimes and abuses that can occur because of it. We want to provide our operators and our legal authorities the correct information, authority, and jurisdiction to make actionable change, to promote that geopolitical stability, and then get back to that recovery, preservation, economic viability of fish stocks and livelihoods for generations to come. The next generations deserve the right to have the fish stocks that we have been blessed with. They deserve the right to maintain a healthy standard of living, healthy jobs, healthy environments for what we have. And it is the international community ourselves that need to work together in a cooperative, multinational, multi-agency facet to bring this change and these resources to bear. So that is what we are looking at. I am more than willing to take any questions. I was trying to be quite succinct as I am known as a talker. And I apologize for anyone who caught that last night.
Well, thanks very much for sharing the U.S. position on the whole of government that you mentioned. I have a quick question though: is the U.S. Navy part of the Maritime Safe Working Group?
They are. So the three agencies I noted, the Department of State, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and the Coast Guard, serve as a tri-chair, with the three agencies rotating between who is the chair, and they are supported by 18 other agencies, which are all a part. And that would include Navy, Department of Labor, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Homeland Security Investigations, just to name a few, but they are included. But those three, I liken it a bit to King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. You have a table where everyone is equal at the table. However, someone's King Arthur, and that King Arthur in this case is one of those tri-chairs. Those three make up one leader of a table of equals.
And like with King Arthur, we only know a few of the knights' names, Lancelot, Galahad, and Gawain, and the rest we don't know. But are there any questions? We are 2 minutes before heading to lunch. Go ahead, Marcel.
First of all, for your clear and very interesting presentations. I think I can agree on everything. I just have one small question. I was under the assumption that in the Horn of Africa, the main actor in illegal fishing is China, and let's say a state in the Middle East. And if you can agree on that, then my question is, what do you think that is the chance that you or we will ever act against states like that? But because I think they like the local fishers or pirates, whatever you want to call them, the IUU fishing that they do, it's nothing in comparison with the big ships and the big states. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's a very fair question. It is the policy of the U.S. Coast Guard to combat IUU fishing wherever it exists. We're not seeking to go after any one nation, one people, one agency. What we're seeking to do is combat a problem that's larger than any of us. So we would look forward to working with anyone to combat IUU fishing in any area. It is a problem that's bigger than any one of us. So when the correct authorities and jurisdictions are brought to bear, that leads to better actionables. That leads to the better ability to take firm and concerted action against what is a destabilizing nature, which is IUUF and its associated abuses. So while certain areas may have country A, country B, country C as a primary actor, we look to work with the host nation, with the country that EEZs, with the regional fisheries management organizations in that area, to bring resources to bear like high seas boarding and inspection schemes, bilateral agreements in terms of maritime law enforcement with respect to the Coast Guard. How can we provide assets that help increase the abilities and help our partners exercise their own inherent living marine resource enforcement authorities and capabilities? So whether that is in an international sense, when it comes to regional fisheries management organizations, to which end we support the adoption of high seas boarding and inspection schemes in RFMOs that we're not even a party to. It's just generally good practice. If you make rules, but there's no police officer, there may not really be rules. But with the ability to check in a multilateral sense that everyone who's agreed to a set of rules is following those rules, we're able to increase not only our maritime domain awareness and what's happening on the seas, but we're able to better effectively know if we're following the rules that we as an international community have agreed to. And in much the same respect, when we go into the EEZ of a partner nation, we're looking to not tell the story of what the U.S. Coast Guard is doing. We're looking to tell the story, like if we conduct a bilateral maritime law enforcement agreement, boarding, that case is adjudicated through the host nation in its entirety. The first person to step on board that vessel is the host nation boarding officer. To that end, we are simply looking to extend the reach of our partner nations. And when cases are seen as effective, and this brings us back to the very first point of the day, if you do everything right, if you have a trained boarding team, if you have the actionable intelligence, you have an asset on scene, you have the correct legal tools and authorities, you get on board, you conduct, you find the violations, you have an educated judiciary which understands the severity of the infractions, they are found guilty. There's a fine assessed. They pay the fine, but we don't tell the public what we did. We are still missing a step. we still need to be able to inform the public of the good and righteous work that we as an international and interagency community are doing to combat this issue that's larger than any of us. So through that cooperative agreement, we can get after, you know, while not talking specifically in one area or one nation, we're able to bring different resources and capabilities to bear, which will in turn combat this problem in a multinational and multi-area sense.
Thank you very much. We've come up to time for lunch, but I want to make one very quick comment in response to Marcel's question. A couple of years ago during the pandemic, I was actually commissioned to do a study of transparency in the fisheries sector, and in the process, conducted over 75 interviews of people in different places. And what I found was a big difference between perception and reality in terms of IUU fishing and who's committing it. And to be completely frank, and I say this in the spirit of honesty, openness, and the prospect of trying to get towards solving problems, not just creating tensions. The perception of IUU fishing in the Horn of Africa and the eastern seaboard of Africa in general, including the Indian Ocean islands, is very different than what the data suggests. The data would suggest, as you say, the primary offenders or the most suspicious activities all occur on either vessels tied to PRC or to Iran. That's primarily the data. The perception, however, is that the primary offenders are France and Spain. And the narrative that was repeated over and over again was that the reason that France and Spain took over the leadership of EUNAVFOR Atalanta after Brexit was to be able to be positioned to protect their IUU fishing in the region. So that is something that I share in order to be able to understand what we're actually dealing with, not to cast aspersions or make trouble, but I think it's important to be honest about what that perception looks like. I see my brother Kamal's hand is up online, and at the risk of delaying us all for lunch, I think it's always worth hearing what Kamal has to say. So Kamal, over to you, and then to my legal colleague for final word.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I have been following the discussion since morning, and it has been very, very interesting. I do have, very experienced colleagues in that group, many of them, and I wouldn't want to mention names, but you definitely cannot do without crossing, ML, Bell, and others. I would, for now, speak on the question of IUUF, because as some of you would know, we've been running a project funded by the U.S. State Department looking into fisheries, transparency issues, but one of the key elements of that project is to look at the repositioning of the industrial sector. So Commander Feltman was speaking about IUF and then the commitment of the whole of government approach. And one thing that is important is that we ought to pick up from where we are and then to build the change that is required in, for example, in West African fisheries. We've been doing this in 7 states in the West African sub-region, and the change that is required for the on-water IUU enforcement or combating IUF, on water is important. You need to look closely at the industrial sector and then and to solve some of the fundamental issues that are in the industrial sector. And in this project section, our work in studying the industrial sector of 3 countries, Mauritania, Ghana, and Senegal, and also doing an MCA SWOT of about 3-4 countries gives you those details that you require. And based on that, you then have to put in place the policy changes and transitions that will complement most of the work that MSAF is doing. And I just wanted to plug that in order to make the discussion holistic without holding us for lunch. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. We're all hungry. Sidhu, last word.
Just a quick one, and thank you for all your presentation. We can see a lot of commitment. When we come to IUUF, I think the legal framework is very, very important, because some of the countries, when we conduct some studies, We are talking about IUF, but we cannot identify what are the real offenses on IUF. You know, so we need to have a national legal framework that identify the offenses and that creates some penalties and some punishment. And the punishment should be enough dissuasive for the people. And when we come to punishment, we have the big constraint of the UNCLOS Convention, because most of the IUU activities are taking place in the EEZ. And the Article 73 of the UNCLOS is promoting penalties, finance penalties, but not jail sentences and stuff like that. So we need to think about that, how we can come over this constraint. Because when we're talking about China, I don't want to talk about flag states, but the UNCLOS is giving responsibility on that area to the flag state. So we need maybe African countries to think about how to avoid this, because rewriting an international convention like UNCLOS won't be easy. So we need to find and imagine another techniques. We have some to propose, and we have already did that because most of the countries has some fishing agreement. So maybe while acting under this fishing agreement, we can consider them as nationals. So then we can punish them when they perpetrate IUUF. Thank you.
I think that's a fantastic comment, and that speaks to why we're here in some ways. And that the more we can share insights from elsewhere that have worked or haven't worked, the better. To give an example, I think what you just said is a conversation that's been active in the Pacific Islands for many years, and they are micro states. I mean, we're talking 1,800 people population with an ocean space larger than any of the Gulf of Guinea states, and that's you know, a real challenge. So we can draw lessons from all over the world and really learn from each other. In that spirit, let's continue learning from each other over some food. We're in the world's capital of the best food by some counts. So I hope it won't disappoint. We're going to Puccinella dining room. It's on the A floor, correct?
The same rule. You had breakfast this morning, so we'll break now for lunch. Then we'll convene here again at 13:45. Okay. Great.
13:45. Since we're operating on military punctuality, I'd like to thank everyone for coming back spot on at never mind. So given that we are a little bit late, not to any fault of anyone in this room, we're gonna look at pushing a little bit farther in the afternoon. One of the things we don't want to do is stifle good discussion. So the whole point of this is to engage. So we want to make sure that everybody has a chance to present, but we also have the chance to discuss. So with that spirit in mind, I wanted to start out by opening up the floor to any questions or comments or other thoughts on the two presentations from our American colleagues at the last portion of this morning's session, both from NAVAF and from Coast Guard. Are there any questions you would like to direct to them at this time? I will ask one quick question of NAVAF. Are you having an SLS, a senior leadership symposium or senior leader symposium for Obangame still? Or has that been cut over the years?
I don't remember that being part of the discussion in the planning right now. We will have a VIP day. So, but I don't think we're going to have a senior leader discussion or anything like that.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. I have the first remark is that I think NAVAF is not organizing anymore the SLS after the Obangame, but I think the SLS was replaced by this African Maritime Summit, I think.
It could have been, yes, sir, replaced by the African Maritime Forces Summit, which is usually head of Navy discussions. That's probably where it transitioned.
Yes, I had a question for you prior to the lunch, because you were talking about another project under discussion. But what of the AMLEP, this African Maritime Law Enforcement Program? Thank you.
So conveniently, I think AMLEP is more in Alex's field, but we are hoping that if we can get for the carrots that we described, the combined float readiness and training, we're trying to work with AMLEP so that we can make those law enforcement activities. Alex, do you have anything to add?
No, nothing beyond that. It's a program that we want to continue working with our African partners to build those law enforcement partnerships and working through that 5-phase continuum to build from early partnership, legal interoperability study, all the way through bilateral agreements and negotiations.
All right. Any further questions? Alex.
I did have one point I wanted to add. The sweets at lunch got my brain working. The Coast Guard's Mobile Training Branch is a unique unit based out of Yorktown, Virginia, which travels internationally to provide different trainings and seminars. And I did want to raise for this group that each embassy will have a packet on the different things that the Coast Guard via the Mobile Training Branch is able to provide. And while the lead that I support is IUUF and associated abuses and crimes, they do offer a wide variety of courses to include outboard motor maintenance, boarding officer training, all of which are available for international audiences, be it bilateral directly, as in I was in Lagos in July, conducting a 5-day seminar on IUUF, which focuses at the mid to senior management level. But there also are direct courses, incident management, outboard motor maintenance, boarding officer preparations, tactical boarding officer courses, all of which are available in a multilateral or bilateral setting. So if you are interested in that, please contact your local American embassy, who will get in touch with the Coast Guard and will set up funding streams and get training on the books. I know they are still looking to fill gaps for IUUF as well. And that first step to getting all that process started is just by asking. So I did just want to raise that for the group.
Thanks very much. I see a hand up online from Andrews.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Andrews. I work for a company called P Solutions Group. I just want to ask, is there a way my company largely have been able to secure the secured anchorage area to help address issues of maritime security and piracy here in Ghana, of course, in collaboration with the Ghana Navy and other key stakeholders. I want to ask, is there a way for private organizations like mine to, as it were, put our technology, have some form of a collaboration and put a tactical operations center that we've been able to set up to also have some sort of a collaboration to help address these issues as far as maritime security? And if there is, I'll be glad to know how to go about it. Thank you very much.
So I can talk briefly on that in regards to an IUUF perspective. When I briefly gave an overview of the interagency working group, within the interagency working group, there are regional sub-working groups, one of which is Africa, where the US government has a specific group who all work together to talk specifically about IUUF in Africa. And that group is divided monthly. They'll have meetings each month, but alternating between US government only and then stakeholders, partner stakeholders. And those include those on the continent as well. So that is a direct avenue by which non-governmental organizations, partners on the continent can talk directly to the members of the US MSAFE Interagency Working Group on Africa. So yes, that is an option, and I will provide my contact information as necessary.
Thanks very much. And one of the things we discussed at lunch is the possibility of creating a WhatsApp group for everyone who's here in order for us to be able to stay in touch, not just with the organizers, but with each other. So if anyone is against that idea and does not want to be a part of it, let us know. Otherwise, we'll create the group based on the numbers that we have. So this is an opt-out option, if that works for you guys. Any other final? Yes.
Thank you, moderator. Concerning this mobile training team of the U.S. Coast Guard, I think that people that are working in Yaoundé architectural centers are underprivileged. Because when US is offering to individual countries and not, let's say, but we can, in French, we say contourner. I don't know in English what, but we can, because let's say when I think that in Cameroon, sometimes the US country team, when sending the note verbal to Cameroon government, also send the same note verbal to ICC. But in ICC, the training is only for Cameroonian, not for another, yes, because it is part of the offering or the offer to Cameroon. So that is why I don't know if it is the same thing in other countries, because if you are working, let's say, in MNC Zone G, he is from Senegal. US embassy in Senegal will send a note verbal to, let's say, Senegalese Navy, but he will not part. But if the US embassy in Senegal send a note verbal, let's say for the training, to the Senegalese Navy and to the MMCC Zone G, as he is from Senegal, he can be nominated. So that is the problem. I think if I'm wrong, they are there, they can correct. He's yes, okay. He is from Cameroon, but in Congo. So when there's an offer for training for Cameroon, normally he can be nominated, but they have to send also the note verbal, let's say, to Crestmark, knowing that he is the only Cameroonian there. So I don't know how to solve that problem in order to let people working at, let's say, at the MMCC or at the regional center or at the interregional center also to participate, because we need also capacity building on our personnel. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I will note as well that the more regional focus is new. It's not something we'd done before. I believe last year was trying to bring a more regional approach. We've done it once in Cote d'Ivoire, once in Latin America as well, where instead of focusing on one country or one agency, we brought in numerous different representatives. I will take back with me to the mobile training branch your recommendation, sir. I have taken that for action. But additionally, I think that the regional approach, the multinational approach, and making sure the right people are in the room when we're giving these, because as someone who gives that 5-day seminar, I love to talk. But the point of me being there is not to talk. The point is to instill conversation amongst the people who are already there. When two agencies within a government do not ordinarily talk, but we can get them to talk because we force them to be in the same room and talk about IEUF, changes happen that make other people's lives better. And I think that's the end result that we're always looking for, is driving people together to commonality and solutions that may not have happened, whether they weren't just presented with the opportunity to be together, to talk, to argue, and to come to that conclusion together. But I have taken that for action, sir. Thank you very much.
If there are no other questions, I wanted to take a brief moment to say, I think we have additional participants on the video that were not here at the outset. So I wanted to give anyone who's here who hasn't introduced themselves the chance to do so. And I don't know if Air Vice Marshal Hanson is on now. Sir, can you hear us? He's definitely been following the discussion, I know, because I've received texts, but I just want to make sure everyone, is anyone else on? My eyes are, what's that? Yeah. I see. Okay. Well, unless anyone unmutes, we will crack on. It's time now to hear a little bit more about what the Maritime Analysis Operations Center Narcotics, based out of Lisbon, is doing. And I'm happy to hand over the floor to Steve. I think he has slides, so if we can pull those up, that would be great.
Thank you, Ian. I have got a couple of slides, but I'll just carry on, because first of all, I'm going to briefly describe what MAOC is about, because first of all, I'm aware that not everyone will be familiar with us, and it will help put the rest of what my comments into context as well. So MAOC, Maritime Analysis Operations Center (brackets narcotics), is a body that's been in existence since 2007. It's funded by the partly funded by the European Commission, and it consists of, and I have a list here because I always forget one, European countries, 9 European countries plus the United States. So Portugal, Spain, Ireland, Italy, the Netherlands, France, the UK, with the original founding countries. And this year, Belgium and Germany have joined. And as I say, there's an associate membership of the United States. We're brought into being to combat the drugs trade across the Atlantic, in effect, to broker an interdiction capability when there is good intelligence on a vessel carrying narcotics across the Atlantic aimed at the European market. Now, we're talking here about general maritime, not container vessels. So bulk cargo, fishing vessels, sailing vessels, and the like. And a relatively new phenomenon, certainly crossing the Atlantic, a new phenomenon, which is semi-submersible boats, which are homemade submarines, if you like, with a very small profile above the water. You can tell that they go to extreme lengths to try and hide and disguise their activities, these organized crime groups. We work with those member countries, but also a wide variety of other partners, many of whom are represented here in this room, and certainly in terms of countries. So countries in Latin America, but also countries in Africa and other countries in Europe that aren't specific members, but also wider than that as well, despite the fact that our main remit is cross-Atlantic. We do work with a wide variety of contacts because other countries have an interest both in the drugs trade and combating the drugs trade, but also maritime assets that are relevant in the region, and intelligence gathering capabilities that we can draw from. So we have a wide variety of contacts to work with, both in terms of the intelligence gathering side and the interdiction. It's a relatively simple mission to describe, but a little bit more complicated to enact, as I will be describing. So, as I say, intelligence is received from a partner country about what we believe is a drug shipment heading across the Atlantic towards Europe with what is normally a multi-ton load of cocaine. We then need an interdiction force, be it a Navy, a Coast Guard, any military or capable asset that can track, interdict, and search that vessel in order to seize the drugs. Now, that, as I say, I make it sound simple describing it in a few words. Actually doing that is extremely complicated. And this phenomenon has now forming a very existential threat to the West Africa region. Traditionally, these organized crime groups have gone the direct route from the source countries to Europe. They've subsequently realized that that is an extremely risky routing for them to take because of the presence of Coast Guard and naval forces in that part of the Atlantic. They were losing too many of their shipments. So as all organizations and criminal organizations do, they adapt in order to try and reduce the risks and reduce their losses. And one of the ways they're doing that is just to move further south into the Gulf of Guinea. This in some ways is an extreme move on their behalf, because they're adding a whole additional aspect of complexity to their routing. They're not targeting this region to sell the product. The product is still aimed at the European market. This is a transit area. But as it transits the area, it causes a lot of damage and instability, because the value of the drugs is such that moving the drugs creates its own profit margin for organized crime groups operating in that region. And so those organized crime groups in the area that we're talking about, West Africa, Gulf of Guinea, the organized crimes group profit from that and therefore grow more powerful to the point where they threaten or can threaten state institutions. So this isn't just a problem about consumption of drugs in Europe. This is also a problem about creating instability and crime in the region, which is why it is so important to collectively deal with it. I do fully take on board the point about let's look for solutions rather than look back, but there's some specifics about the modus operandi of the organized crime groups, which is important to understand. And in particular, what these vessels tend to do is the vessel that's carrying the drugs for most of the way across the Atlantic does not leave a port loaded. The vessels leave clean and take on board the drugs during the journey. So a ship might leave, for example, a port in Brazil, but the drugs leave, for example, a port in, say, Guyana or Suriname. It could be a go-fast boat, it could be an aircraft, it could be another fishing boat, for example. The onload then happens at sea, potentially hundreds of nautical miles out to sea. It then makes the bulk of the crossing, the classic 10 degrees latitude north, right across from Latin America into West Africa. But before it arrives, it does the exact opposite of the onload. Other vessels come towards it, again, possibly go fast, possibly fishing vessels, could come from different countries. It could be multiple, but that's in order to break up the routing and to make interdiction less easy. For example, if the vessel has been identified as carrying drugs, they don't just want to turn up into port. They want to add a further dimension of complexity and covertness into their operations to make the interdiction process more difficult. Therefore, if we're going to capture the main load crossing the Atlantic, we need to do so far out to sea, up to maybe 200 nautical miles. This makes it an extremely complex process and a very complex operation. And not every naval force, not every Coast Guard force has the capability of doing that. The intelligence that we normally have from our partners is very accurate, both in terms of which ships are involved and their location. So we're able to provide very, very accurate information. But when it comes to the West Africa region, our intelligence on this is much, much better than our capability to interdict. In other words, the availability of assets that are present, capable and willing to provide this interdiction capability, to the point where, for example, this year, and we have similar statistics going back for the last few years, we have this year, for example, over 30 shipments of drugs, some of them up to 5 tons or even more than that, but typically say 5 tons of drugs. We've been able to interdict 5 of those. So that ratio makes it extremely profitable and worth the risk for the organized crime groups. In only 6 of those 33 cases have we even been able to deploy a vessel. And it also gives you an indication of 5 out of 6 gives us an extremely good hit rate. And we think that 6th one was loaded, but we missed the offload. So our intelligence is exceptionally good. And when we do get an interdiction capability, we have a very, very high hit rate. But it has to be said that the organized crime groups are kind of getting the better of this methodology right now. And we estimate that probably well over 100 tons of cocaine has been landed in that region and passes through the region towards the European markets. Frankly, we don't know how most of it gets to Europe. There have been some seizures from containers coming out of Sierra Leone in Belgium. 24 tons of drugs were seized last year, but that is a minority. So most of the drugs becomes dispersed into different other kinds of smuggling methodologies. Some probably goes in container or overland, or even goes south into Southern Africa and South Africa for onward distribution to other places. But frankly, this is a large intelligence gap. And I go on and discuss the modus operandi that they use because it goes directly towards the tactics that are required to combat and to respond to this threat. Glad to have here Aurelien from the French Navy. I'll hand over to Aurelien briefly in a moment to talk about the action side of this, but it's extremely difficult to get navies that do patrol the area to act on this and to be part of this endeavor. What are the reasons for that? Well, some of them I know the reasons, some of them I can guess the reasons. One is that many navies and coast guards in the region don't have a remit, or navies, I should say, do not have a remit to conduct counter-narcotics interdictions. Now, for most of the time, that is a policy. That isn't a law. In some countries, I believe, there are legal barriers to navies undertaking counter-narcotics, but I think that is a minority. For the majority of countries that don't participate in this activity, it's a policy decision taken by either a defense ministry or department in the country, or it's taken by the Navy itself. There are also some misconceptions about how difficult it is. Navies have their mission when they deploy, and they don't want to do anything which is going to be too disruptive to that mission. Interdicting a vessel carrying drugs could be considered to be highly disruptive. For example, you might have to take prisoners on board. What are you going to do with them? You might feel that you've got to conduct a prosecution or gather evidence, and that's going to be a big distraction from your primary task. But not all of those things are strictly necessary. And it's at this point I'll hand over to Aurelien, because the French Navy in particular have been looking at innovative ways of overcoming these problems and playing a really proactive part in the solution and the response to this threat.
Yes, thank you, Steve. Just to add quickly some elements about the way we conduct operation in the area, with two examples. The French one that Steve mentioned was the one of the French Navy. So we have, as it was said this morning, almost all the time one asset in the area, which is not always available, but he is able to conduct that kind of police operation. So when it's possible, several times a year, we conduct that kind of operation. And for that, we had to adapt our legal framework. So we are talking about what we call dissociation. That means that after the interdiction, we will seize the cargo, we will seize some electronic device, but we will release the crew and the vessel. That's the only way for us to be able to conduct this kind of interdiction. If not, we will have to bring the vessel to France, and it will not be possible, because that means that's for the vessel, it's the end of the mission. So it was said this morning that a lot of European Navy have assets in the area: Portugal, Spain, Italy, also Dutch, British. And we know that they don't have that legal framework, and so they cannot conduct that kind of operation. But maybe the step forward would be to think about that kind of legal framework to allow and to improve our ability to conduct more operation in the area. The second example is with collaboration with the local Navy. And we had very good results with the Senegalese Navy. For example, last December, we conducted, I think, 4 or 5 interdiction operations, and we seized more than 8 tons of cocaine. But they have, of course, the assets and the ability to conduct operation in international sea. They are able to send assets very far from the coast for several days to work by night. So that's not everybody who can do that. And also they have the legal framework to bring these people and the vessel in order to prosecute them. But we have very good results with them. They have the will to do that kind of operation. And last one we conducted with them, it was like more than 200 nautical miles from the coast. So that's pretty important. And we think that we observed that the flow going to Gambia after the interdiction by the Senegalese Navy was not, we didn't observe any flow for months. So that means that, well, that have a real impact in the region. Well, that's what the two examples I wanted to give.
Do you have any more, Steve?
No, thanks, Aurelien. So yeah, this is really first of all to inform colleagues about the threat and the potential responses, but also to is a plea really to put it out there that whilst naval forces are in the region, and including the naval forces of the countries, the coastal countries themselves, although I do recognise that this is a huge resource-intensive tasking that we're talking about here, to try and include it in your mission mandates and the capabilities you have on board your vessels, because the damage that it causes is huge in this area. But the solution, certainly as far as I see it, is relatively within reach. And these organized crime groups do not want to tolerate or losing too many of their shipments. So it could be stopped if we simply increase that percentage from 5 or 10, 15% up to 25, 30%, which is what we managed to do in the northern part of the Atlantic. It would have a hugely disrupting effect on the organized crime groups. And with that, I'll finish, and happy to take any questions now or during a break, or indeed later on. I think we'll be exchanging contact details. So please stay in touch.
Thank you guys very much. I think this is an excellent presentation, and I just want to commend the work that MAOC does. I've seen it on both sides of the Atlantic, because I work a lot in the Caribbean as well, and the same criminal groups are the ones that the Caribbean are fighting and the Gulf of Guinea is fighting. And MAOC often is the connective tissue, because there isn't that direct link as well built yet. So I want to ask two questions. One kind of a practical one on the law, and the second one a devil's advocate question. The first is, I understand why you would want to target the ocean shipments and get the full load before it gets dispersed onto smaller vessels. I get that. From a legal standpoint, isn't it harder though than to do Article 17 proceedings outside of 12 nautical miles with foreign flag vessels, rather than allow it to be transshipped onto local vessels where the local Navy could go even 200 miles out and sort of 500 miles out and still go after those local vessels?
So yeah, thanks very much for the comments and for the question. So yeah, there is the old where we're in the right place for this analogy, because it's the pizza shop analogy. Put your asset by the door of the pizza shop and get them as they leave, rather than wait until they're out in the streets and dispersed. You're quite right about the Article 17 issue, which I'm sure for people that don't know, it's the fact that if you're in international waters, an interdicting navy needs the permission of the flag country to enact an interdiction and search, which isn't always easy to do. But part of the problem that we have is that we have good intelligence about the vessels themselves that are tracking across the Atlantic, and not such good intelligence about what we would call the daughter vessels coming out of the countries. So it's purely a practical question of where our intelligence is. Sometimes we do have that intelligence, and when we have intelligence about a daughter vessel, yeah, that is a lot easier. So for example, if it's a fishing boat leaving, say for example, Senegal, yeah, get the Senegalese authorities and the Navy to take action. But it isn't always that easy to get to get that kind of intelligence. So it's a choice then between capturing the vessel before it offloads or not capturing it at all. That's the first thing. We are working very closely with the UNODC, for example, to improve and streamline the Article 17 issue. And needless to say, the organized crime groups are very, very good at using flag countries that are inconvenient, shall we say, to law enforcement, and don't either provide a good single point of contact to provide flag permission, or they don't answer at all. So this is, you're absolutely right to identify that as an obstacle, but it's one that we are collectively working on. And also, I think you'll find that partners like the French Navy are extremely robust when it comes to Article 17.
Yeah, and to be honest, over the last 2 years, on all the operation we conduct on both sides of the Atlantic, we never had a negative answer. So there are a lot of vessels which are unflagged, makes the thing easier. And where there's a flag, we got on board at the first sight, and after that we asked for the Article 17. With some country, it will take more time, but we have this time, and pretty sure that we will have a positive answer at the end.
I'm just worried for the day when criminals figured out that using a vessel that's flagged in Equatorial Guinea, Somalia, Solomon Islands, or Papua New Guinea that aren't members of the Vienna Drug Convention could create a challenge. So it is something to look out for. That is a loophole that we're seeing now in the Pacific coming up with states that just aren't parties. But I want to play devil's advocate for 1 second. And Elsie, I'll come to you in a moment. But I want to ask why. Why should the Gulf of Guinea states bother to expend resources on a crime that isn't going to bring in any resources, isn't directly threatening their sovereign resources, that isn't threatening their domestic economy, that isn't interfering with their ability to engage in international trade? I have answers to that myself, but I'm just curious because I think drugs are a little bit different than, you know, countering IUU fishing. It's a sovereign resource. Countering piracy, it's access to trade, it's income, it's imports, it's exports. Why bother with drugs if they're ultimately destined for European markets where the transshippers along the way get some money, but you know, what's the harm?
And that is a really good point. But both the angles of that point, which one of them is expanding resources, tackling it, and the other one is, well, what harm does it do? So for the first one, we do recognize that it is extremely resource intensive. Going out into the high seas to do an interdiction itself uses a lot of fuel. It uses resources. It requires maintenance on the vessels to be undertaken. You then maybe arrest a number of crewmen. You then have to prosecute those crewmen. You might even have a vessel that you need to store somewhere while the prosecution proceeds, which may take years. You then imprison the people, again adding further cost. So this is a very resource heavy process. Totally understand that, which is why if European countries in particular are asking West African coastal states to undertake this work, they need to be well supported to do so. Secondly, which is also why I would appeal to European navies to take this action, and if necessary, learn from the French in their disassociation policy. That isn't the ideal world. In an ideal world, yeah, prosecutions would take place. But at least we want to disrupt the trade by taking out the drugs and forcing the organized crime groups to use different methodologies, which are less damaging to the area. Which is coming to the second point. What's the harm? Well, the harm might not be immediate and it might not be visible, but what you're doing is entrenching very powerful organized crime groups and funding them to the point where the money that comes from this can make aid funding that comes from Europe and the US, for example, pale into insignificance. There's huge profits which go directly to strengthening organized crime groups and weakening the state and creating instability. these effects might be long term, but by the time you've noticed them, it's almost too late. These organized crime groups have become entrenched and have made huge inroads into the state in some cases. So although it isn't an immediate impact such as you get with piracy and fishing, it is an insidious threat that poses a long-term threat and causes long-term damage to these states.
If I can answer my own awful question as well, I would just add that I think right now we have a context where there's a glut of cocaine. The production of cocaine is even outstripping the demand for it, to the point that cocaine is one of the only substances in the United States that's gone down while inflation's pushed everything else up in terms of cost, which indicates that there is a change in the market. And one of the things we're seeing, at least in the Pacific, quite prolifically, is cocaine being used as a gateway drug. It's a weird thing because normally you expect low value, low cost drugs like marijuana or like methamphetamines that can be cooked to be the gateway drug, whereas cocaine is a higher end, higher value drug. But by paying transshippers in product rather than in cash, you essentially force the creation of a drug market. They have to sell it for whatever they can get for it, whether it's peanuts for compared to market rates in the US, Europe, or Australia, but it creates a demand. And the moment you get a demand, you can then supplement other things. And so we are seeing cartels operating on the African continent in ways that they haven't before. I think the best example of that is that 2020, we saw the arrest of the leader of one of the largest Brazilian cartels in Mozambique. Cocaine cartel arrested in Mozambique. And that gives you a sense of just how much that footprint is expanding to try to not only use Africa as a transshipment point, but also as a market. And we're certainly seeing more and more of that. So I thank you very much. Elsie, I think you were first, and then we have a question from online from Air-Marshal Hanson after that, who will also say words of introduction. But Elsie, over to you.
Thank you for the presentation. My question was on the slide Aurelien made the presentation on, and oh no, the slide he used. I didn't want to assume anything, and because the legend didn't have any explanation, if maybe you could speak to us about what the, great. So that makes sense. The years on the buttons on the left, they weren't there.
Yeah, that's all the venture
So
that we missed. So in 2024, that's 83% of the vessel that we estimated loaded that we just saw end of load in Africa because of the lack of assets to make an interdiction.
Perfect, thank you.
So that's more than 100 tons of cocaine. We are speaking about that kind of that amount.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yes. Let me go first there, Vice Marshal Hanson. Yeah. Sir, can you hear us? I know you can hear us, but can you join us?
Right. Yeah.
There we are. Welcome,
so,
sir.
Good afternoon to everyone. So I'm Air Vice Marshal Frank Hanson, the Executive Director of the Gulf of Guinea Maritime Institute. And it's a pleasure to join you in this very important seminar. Well, first of all, let me thank Steve Reynolds. Indeed, you've made some very good points about the MAOC, and I can confirm that the MAOC has, we had some very credible intelligence on MAOC in recent times, and we're able to use this intelligence in narcotics, narco aircraft that landed on our territory. And like Ian just alluded to, it's so valuable a trade, they can even abandon the aircraft and then and flee. The issues about the analysis, MAOC especially, is that the channels for communicating, and I want Steve, if he could highlight on that, that they have, I didn't find very direct direct communication from MAOC and our strategic intelligence networks in Ghana. Most of the time, the intelligence goes through third parties. So by the time they arrive on our tables, it's too late to take an action. And I agree with Ian again, why we should spend $10 to collect a $1 tax. You know, going out 200 nautical miles for interdiction, the resources that you need, and you can't be doing that all around the year. So Ian, I agree with you on that score. But most importantly, the Gulf of Guinea and my institute, again, you have Dogli Lawrence with you there. The Gulf of Guinea is becoming an attraction both geopolitically and these criminal gangs. I mean, we're talking about countries which are barely trying to survive. And now we are dealing with cartels who are involved in billions of dollars of business, and at the same time dealing with pirates. And again here, Ian, you hit the nail on the head. Who are the pirates? I mean, pirates are just very ordinary people who have taken up a business that they cannot even sustain. At the end of the day, this imposes a lot of costs on our operations in the Gulf. Let me end by saying that following what is going, I have put up data. And again, Ian, you're right. You know, the data that we're working with, the analysis, I have in front of me a UNODC 2020 data of the amount of investment and money that the European Union is putting into the region. I'm sure that the discussion would also involve the situation in the Sahel, because here you have the Gulf of Guinea, who has a northern front, which is terrorism, and then the maritime space. Let me take opportunity and thank you again for putting this brilliant seminar together. And as we move on, we will be making some few comments, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. I'll turn to Captain Belbel.
Thank you, moderator, and thank you for the presenter for the brilliant presentation. I think that by displaying what we call the missed drug delivery, I have one question, but part of that question was already answered by the previous speaker. What is the state of collaboration between MAOC and the Yaoundé Architectural Centers and let's say the navies of the region when conducting operation or after the operations? Because I think that we are missing drugs because of lack of collaboration. I don't know. I was in MMCC Zone G last time. There was a presentation there, and I think there is a sort of a relationship between MMC Zone G and MAOC. And I also want to thank MAOC for inviting ICC, I think last year, for a conference in Spain. And so, but I think that we have to improve if there's a collaboration, we have to improve that collaboration in order to have less missed drug delivery in our region. Thank you.
Go ahead, Saidu.
Thank you for the presentation and for the step forward. As Captain Belbel said, we are really deep down in the key role of information sharing, because what we observe in our zone G, very sensitive zone in terms of drug trafficking, we know that. And while monitoring the the vessel in the zone, we are observing drifting vessel for 48 hours till 72 hours. Drifting vessel, and when we go to cancel the ship particular, most of them are tankers, small tankers or fishing vessels. So it is a suspicious behavior. It is ship-to-ship operation, or they are waiting for something at sea. So when we take the information to the different MAOC, the concerned MAOC, to try to join them to ask what they are doing, do they have safety problem, or the most of them answer that they are in commercial action and they are waiting for commercial instruction. But what we do is we pinpoint them and we share information, and that was the case with the ship named Russ. It was one month ago, and we discovered then after that she was involved in drug trafficking. So that's why we need to, as Belbel said, we need to build a great foundation on cooperation and information sharing on that purpose. So concerning the legal aspect, I think we need to be more innovative. Your question is very important of what is the gain of country like us don't have enough access or enough financial means to combat drug trafficking. We need to widen our vision. Drug trafficking and the cartels are not only business people in drugs. What they are trying to do is to legitimate their profit by money laundering. So when you accept them to be using your country as a transit country, they will invest in the country with legal means to make their foundation in this drug trafficking. That's why we call narco countries. And in Zone G, we have 2 island states. And island states is very profitable for narcotics. So that's why we need to widen and to be very innovative on that legal aspect. So why collaborating with Senegalese Navy or the other navies, we can imagine a legal framework that can allow us to seize the ship that are involved in that, and then through the how we call it, through the registration, try to have a legal decision by court to gain that ship and to sell it. I did this experience in Senegal, and it was legally conducted, and then it is very dissuasive. But if we just seize the cocaine and release the ship, it is not, I think, the best way to.
No, it's for sure. But in the case of the French Navy, it's because we cannot bring the ship to France. But Senegalese Navy, they bring the ship, of course, and it's the best way, because after that you can prosecute also. So.
That's what I say, because in ECOWAS we have the supplementary act on the transfer of people that are involved in piracy, and that's the system we imagine. When a state doesn't have the legal framework to prosecute, we transfer it to a state that can prosecute, and this is a protocol that can help us. Thank you.
I just have to say, this goes as well to what Lawrence was bringing up earlier about whole of government. Other parts of the world are obviously confronting this as well, and the Pacific has had a major rise in the presence of drugs. And what they're starting to find is that only when they share authorities between a bunch of different agencies do they have a chance of actually making back the money that they're spending on drug prosecution. So Fiji had an interesting case a few years back called the Shenanigans. The vessel was actually called the Shenanigans. And one of my favorite little elements of maritime law is that you can give extra suspicion to a vessel whose name indicates its owner intended to use it for illicit purposes. So this would have been a great example of that. So the Shenanigans, they got some intel that it had some drugs on board. The police went on board, searched it, and found a significant amount of drugs. And it was the first time in Fiji's history that the police didn't take sole custody of the case. They realized that if the customs held the vessel as part of their proceeds of crime opportunities, while the police went after the people on board for criminality, they could share responsibilities for the investigation, One could put it through a proceeds of crime process. One could put it through a criminal process. And ultimately, the people went to jail for 20 years and they ended up with a net profit of $400,000. So, you know, a very good case. And it has sparked a complete revision of how the government functions on maritime matters altogether. They're probably one of the most proactive governments in the world that I've worked with in the last few years on trying to pursue interagency because of that experience. And so it's now led to other experiences that have kind of snowballed. So I think your points are extremely well made. No surprise, I'm loving my lawyer comments here. It's any other questions on the MAOC piece and the drugs? I think MAOC is an incredible organization with some of the best information on drugs in the world. One thing that I think you know was brought up is how do you engage more, and keeping that line of communication open is, I think, something that could only benefit both sides of that equation. So, did you want to say something, Marcel, as well? I'll turn back to you, Steve.
I have one question. Is anybody working on this legal framework? Because I know for most countries in Europe, EU, except for France, they do the catch and release. That's legally, that's not possible. And I like your remark that we should think more creative, but I will not say something about lawyers and creative thinking. But,
yeah. I quit the practice of law to get away from all the lawyers. Yeah. I'll answer that very quickly. I mentioned earlier the Treaty of San Jose. That is exactly the kind of creative thinking that has actually been pulled into Zone D and could be applied elsewhere. The whole point of the treaty is to take the Article 17 process and streamline it. So the point of Article 17 that makes every operator, you know, want to cringe is that you have to wait until the flag state responds. The competent national authority of the interdicting state has to contact the competent national authority of the flag state. They have to respond with one of four things. You're allowed to board, you're allowed to search, you're allowed to seize, you're allowed to take jurisdiction. We waive jurisdiction. So those four things can happen all at once. They can happen in combinations. They can happen one at a time. And that means that you could be out at sea for days, weeks, or even months waiting for that answer to come, which is not fun. If you thought you were going out for the day and you're gone for a month, it's very unpleasant. And so what the Treaty of San Jose does is it agrees among all the states in the region that if they're interdicting one of the other flags in the region, there's a 4-hour window. And if there's no response after 4 hours, they just get to board and search these. So it streamlines the process. It also does other things like create mutual shipwrighter agreements between all the states in the region that are party. It does all kinds of sharing of assets, sharing of resources. And so getting creative is possible. There's a lot that we don't think about in terms of pursuing multinational approaches to national level problems, but there's much more we could do if we got a little bit more creative. So I think to your point and to your point, there's scope for doing that. Do you want to say anything in conclusion? Oh, I see a couple hands up.
You answered that way better than I could have done, but I mean, that is slightly out of our lane as MAOC. We're a very operational, tactical agency, but we obviously would support streamlining of the legal frameworks that you use and learn from best practice, all the usual things that you would expect me to say about that. And UNODC, and there are other organizations. CCOP helps with capacity building and distributing best practice and training in this area. But yeah, there is best practice out there, and we should all be learning and applying it. And it's essential to turn the tables on the organized crime groups because they do have valuable assets. Let's get our hands on those assets and feed them back into the system and turn the tables on them. And in doing so, reduce the space that they have to operate. But I'm not a lawyer, and you know, I know that these issues are complex, and there's also politics and policy in play. But we would definitely support that thrust to get those laws streamlined and fit for purpose.
I see hands up online. The one thing I will just say very quickly, we often talk about best practices. this is an area where I think we're hoping for good practices, working to get towards best, because no one has figured this one out yet, really. And so everybody can learn from the good work that others are doing. Francis first. I think you are muted.
Which are very insightful. And okay, thank you. Can you hear me now? Thank you. So thank you to Ian and the previous speakers in terms of the contributions. And I would like to build on what Ian had said in terms of looking at innovative.
Francis, hold fire. Your sound is cutting in and out. So we heard you say nice things about me, and then you just went silent. I mean, I'm okay with it, but yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, so with reference to the San Jose Treaty, I'm happy to also mention that currently within West Africa, that there's an ongoing discussion within the system in terms of trying to adapt a similar mechanism to the San Jose Treaty that would apply within the ECOWAS community regime process. And to that extent, UNODC is working with ECOWAS and
We lost you again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now we can.
Okay, yes. So I was saying that within ECOWAS, currently UNODC is providing technical support, working with ECOWAS and the centers under ECOWAS in developing a draft framework similar to the San Jose Treaty that will provide for cooperation in addressing multitude of actions that you've explained with line with the dictates of what the San Jose Agreement provides. The good thing is that some persons here in the room are also part of that process, like say Dubai and the other centers that are there. And the beauty about it is that the maritime centers are fully involved working with the ECOWAS Regional Security Division in terms of developing this framework. And hopefully, if it's passed within the ECOWAS community regime, that just the way it's effective in the Caribbean region, that we hope to have something like this in the ECOWAS region that would also provide for veritable mechanisms to address these complex issues. I just wanted to put that there on record. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I see another hand up that just says J.O. So I'm not sure who that is.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Commodore Kunto. I go by Commodore J.O. Kunto. Can you hear me, please?
Reading you loud and clear, sir.
Right. Thank you very much. I should have been there in person to join you, but other things took me away. But I still made sure that I joined virtually. And I've been listening to the discussions going on now. I think it's a very topical issue which you are discussing, IUU and narcotics, are very, very important issues which affect all of us, and we should be concerned. So thank you for putting this together. Talking about narcotics, I want to look into the future a little bit. And you talked about West African states just being transit, so you might think that how does it concern you? And the Air Vice Marshal even talked about spending $10 to solve a $1 problem. But I want to look at a future where, especially as we embark on democracy, and then we know that democracy is very, very expensive. Democracy is very, very expensive. And you need money to run democracy. So these are people who have money and need the power to be able to carry on with their business, illegal business. So we have to be very, very careful, as is happening in other places, South America, you know what I'm talking about, where with the illegal wealth, they are able to gain power and then continue with their illegal activities. That is the future I'm looking at as far as West African sub-region is concerned, with our very weak institutions. And then with the push to go into democracy and with the expensive or the money required to gain access to power, we need to really, really look at this. So thank you very much for putting this up, but it's an area looking into the future. If we don't solve it now, we'll run into serious problems in future. Thank you very much.
Agreed. It only gets worse the more we ignore it. Well, thank you very much for a fantastic discussion on MAOC and drugs. Elsie, the floor is now yours to talk about the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center and your role.
Oh. Yes. Brilliant. Thank you so much. First of all, thank you to the Hub for the great invitation. I'll make this quick because most of the chunk of my presentation from morning have been discussed amongst us. Can you change it to the next slide for me as he's looking for it? Thank you. Okay, well, my name is Elsie, and just for connection's sake, this scan code, QR code, will lead you to my LinkedIn account if you're interested in connecting with me and haven't connected with me on LinkedIn already. I am a researcher, like I said, at the Faculty of Academic Affairs and Research of the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center. I'll rush through this quickly because I know we all here know the significance of the Gulf of Guinea. And then in relation to maritime issues. Ghana as a country per se is very important to the region because of its diverse marine resource, but also for the ports that we have. This graph will give us, this map is a cross-section of the map of Ghana, showing you the major coastline spots along the coast of Ghana. Our main maritime threats, I chose to focus on these three: pollution, declining fish stocks, and IUU fishing is the suspect, and then how climate change and the rising sea levels are affecting coastal communities. I think we can all attest to how IUU fishing affects the average person in Ghana, in West Africa, but also economies and microeconomies. This is something I borrowed from the business people, and it's the PESO analysis. Basically something that Lawrence mentioned briefly earlier, but a few more aspects to it. So if you're breaking down IUU fishing as a threat to our maritime security domain, we have the political, the economic, the social, technological, and legal and environmental perspectives that play a role. Pardon me, there are a few typos down there, but these are the detailed elements to look out for under each of the perspectives. In Ghana now, these are some of the efforts that various institutions have effected as of now, 2024. So for the closed season, we recently opened the seas because we had our closed season instituted. Initially, it was quite the shocking thing to do for fisher folk because they did not understand the idea of closing the sea like a regular door, and they feel very entitled to the sea because this is something that for them belongs to them or belongs to us as a community. And so how do you come telling us that you're closing it up and you're not allowing us to go to sea, which is a very essential part of our livelihood. So it's been one of the efforts that we have used to address the issue of IUU fishing in Ghana. Institutions such as EJF and Henpuano translating as our coast, have engaged in constant community empowerment programs and then also data collection along the coast of Ghana. At the KAIPTC, we've also involved ourselves in training programs, capacity building in various Western and Central African countries, including Ghana, and not just on research, the training, but also on research and data collection, as well as policy advice. With the KAIPTC and the Fisheries Commission, EJF and HENPANO, there've been constant collaboration with the local communities. And again, these are the local communities along the coast. So talking of the fisher folk themselves, and then the fisher women who, as mentioned earlier, are mostly the financiers of economic activities along the coast. They are the ones who rally the people together. They are the ones who pay for the boats, who sell the fish and understand the economic dynamics in those areas. One effort that I would like to put a lot of weight behind is the Maritime Code of Practice, and it was proposed by the KAIPTC. There was a contract given to Dr. Ife Sinachi, who I'm sure most of us here know. She did this along with Dr. Fifi Eduafo, and they worked on the Maritime Code of Practice of Women in Maritime Peace and Security. And this is also a QR code. If you're interested in having a soft copy of the document itself, I welcome you to scan to get the document. We have launched the document in Cameroon, in Ghana, in Nigeria, I think in Cote d'Ivoire, and also in Togo. And personally, I think it's a very important effort in the maritime domain when it comes to gender mainstreaming. Okay. Regarding efforts, there have been some specific technological interventions in Ghana. And we have the Ghana ports and harbors using the EEAS and the VMS systems for tracking and also for monitoring. The FCWC as well has been using that in surveillance operations as well. And for the Ghana Fisheries Commission, at the moment, they started a pilot program of installation of onboard vessels on the vessels that are going to sea. And so even after the close season, we still have vessels that are still docked, waiting for the equipment to be installed before they go back to sea. So that's one of the interventions as far as technology is concerned. Talking about the future, I think it's important to strengthen the regulatory frameworks in an attempt to address IUU fishing. I apologize. The word combat should not be combat, it should be addressed, and that's my fault. And also, we should constantly be investing in community education and awareness on the sustainable practices and adaptable fishing practices. Back to the issue of the close season for these artisanal fishermen and also the semi-industrial and industrial, there's still a lot of work to be done, drumming home the understanding of why we need to involve ourselves in these sustainable practices such as the close season. For them, they understand, but I think there's also a part of it that is opens up the room for opportunities, and that is alternative sources of living. Because like I said, the average fisherman who has been a fisherman for almost all the years of his life, starting as young as 12 or 15, do not have any handiwork or any sort of livelihood other than fishing. And so if we say, well, we're shutting the sea down, you can't go to sea for this period of time, what else are they going to be doing when they're not going to sea? So this brings us back to the story of piracy and other crimes. Do these people end up resorting to other types of crime? What are they doing per se? And I want to strike a very quick flag, should I say, that in Ghana now, piracy has not been an issue at all. And we're happy to, have that atmosphere now, because there was a time that, apart from the Gulf of Guinea being flagged as well, it is still a piracy hot zone, but then there was also, should I say, news or insights out there that Ghana is a piracy stricken zone, which is not at all. Regional cooperation is constantly needed, and I think now more than ever there is the cooperation, but there's definitely more to put our weight behind. In 2022, we had our national integrated maritime strategy passed, and looking forward now in 2024, personally, I'm asking the question, where is our NIM strategy? Where is our maritime strategy now? Are we still using it? Has it actually proven useful? Dr. Kamaldeen is one of the persons who was strongly behind it, and he played a very instrumental role. But thinking about the NIMs now in 2024, it begs the question, where are we now? Has it been useful at all? Fourth is gender mainstreaming, including women in the conversation, and not just on any level, but I think at the grassroots level per se, we need to involve these fisher women because they are very instrumental. They know the stories, they know the antecedents of some issues that we are trying to address in present day. So it's very important to involve them, but also in other levels up to the top when it comes to operational and managerial positions, is important to give space, of course, with a very intentional lens to, you know, women's voices and women's activities. Right, I'm very keen on call to action, so I dedicate this slide to call to action, which is the need for a concerted efforts, and this is something that we have been mentioning all day today. And so, like I said, this is nothing new, nothing that we all here are new to, and we need to, there's no need to invent the wheel. It's important to keep drumming it home and keep investing in the one thing that we all believe in, which is cooperation, collaboration, and coordination. So thank you very much. And again, if you'd like to connect, this is me. Thank you.
So much, Elsie. And what you just brought up, sorry, I'm really losing my voice now. What you brought up are tailors to what I was saying before about the women in the maritime sector. And I know working with Kamal, I've heard some of the success stories in Ghana in terms of vessel ownership being very much in the hands of women and really trying to recognize the role of women in both peace and security, but also in the marketplace of the fishing sector is really important in order to be able to come up with ways to counter not just the illegal fishing, but the illicit activity that occurs within the fisheries sector and some of the fisheries crime that we don't talk about, where there's laundering, money laundering, as Seydou brought up, there's adulteration of the fish, there's all kinds of other things that actually tarnish the national value of the fish. One of the things I mentioned earlier was how Seychelles can take a $10 fish and turn it into a $20 fish. You can equally take a $10 fish and turn it into a $5 fish, same fish. So I think a lot of what you just said is incredibly important for building up also the case for what there is to protect in the maritime domain. You want to
quickly to add that I intended to mention earlier, also tying into the conversation earlier, I did not add illicit flows up there in my presentation. However, I'll make a very subtle note, which is a memo, but also something to keep an eye on. And even before then, I'll say that we don't have that issue of illicit flows of drugs at the moment in Ghana. The last time we flagged anything was in 2022, if I'm not wrong. But at the moment, we have a very big menace of illegal mining in Ghana. And I'm consulting on the UK Ghana Gold Program. And the way our research is going and the findings we have, there seems to be a connection between the movement of the gold and the whole transnational organized crime, maritime crime, operational bubble. And for example, in the port city, Tema, there are casinos springing everywhere. These casinos are owned by Chinese people. So again, this is a memo, but it's not from, you know, out of the blue. It's definitely connected to something somewhere, but I can't make any concrete statements on these. So maybe this may be an insight, but it's something definitely to keep an eye on as, you know, the developments occur.
So some of my team actually work on that, and that is an incredibly important issue. You mentioned Suriname earlier as being one of the potential points of departure for drugs, even though the vessel left from Brazil. Suriname is one of the weirdest places. I love it, but it's very bizarre. If you go to the capital, Paramaribo, the country, it's the least densely populated country on earth. The capital, you know, the entire population is 250,000. Capital city has 35 large casinos. So this model of casinos as a means of taking artisanal gold has been used for years. And so simply you take your gold nugget that you've gotten out of the ground, you go to the casino, you buy chips with it, you play around or not, and then you cash it out in real cash. And it's a way of getting cash out of the gold without actually selling it directly. And then you stockpile it and do all kinds of things. I'd love to continue that conversation with one of my colleagues because we've been looking specifically at the fishing nexus as well. So it's a great point. I saw Captain Belbel first. There are others who want to jump in. Put up your cards.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you for the presentation. But I have a general and a particular remarks or observations but to feed our discussions. At the beginning of her presentation, she quoted IMB saying that the Gulf of Guinea is a piracy hotspot, and I think she corrected in her presentation later by saying that in Ghana and so on. I think for people in the Gulf of Guinea, instead of quoting IMB, MDAT-GOG, and so on, we have to quote our structures. Because in West Africa, Cresmau is doing a very good job. Anytime, because he was saying about perception and reality. And I can say that there is a big difference between the reported attack, the real attack, and the flash attack. And this is what we have been doing since our inception. We don't need anybody to report what is happening in the Gulf of Guinea without us. In the, let's say, in the Horn of Africa, they were saying about two lubricants, MDDA, quoting UK MTO and MSA Showa. MSA Showa is somewhere in Brest also, I think. I think we need a maritime information fusion center in the Gulf of Guinea. We are the only area in the world without any information, in any maritime information fusion center. People are talking of what is happening in our area without us. Whenever there's a reported incident in the Gulf of Guinea, I cannot tell you the type of work Cresmau is doing, the type of work Cresmau is doing, the type of work I'm doing. Sometimes we did quarrel, or we do quarrel between let's say ICC and Cresmau, particularly Jaja, to see if what is reported is real. The last incident happened on the 19th of October in the port of Takoradi. I quarreled with Jaja because Jaja, when I called Jaja, Jaja started quarreling because somebody say ICC reported. It's not ICC. I say it is not Inter-Regional Coordination Center. It's International Chamber of Commerce, under which IMB is. We quarrel. And at the end, he say, oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was ICC, you know. So, please, in an organization in the Gulf of Guinea cannot quote somebody else for statistic with what is happening. I can leave the maritime industry to report what they want to report. But when there's an incident in our area, we are doing everything possible to see if it is real or not. So, since the beginning of the year, we have 9 reported incidents, 4 in the first quarter, 4 in the second quarter, 1 in the third quarter. I think since the beginning of the fourth quarter, it is 1. This what happened in what we call in Ghana. Out of that 9, we have 4 suspicious approaches. 4. We have 2 cases of, let's say, kidnappings, and 3 cases of robbery and theft. Sometimes in the anchorage zones. So if we adopt the definition of piracy, we can say there's no act of piracy in our area. And IMB was quoting that in 2023, the last report of IMB was saying that we had the lowest number of incidents. So what IMB is doing, or the Piracy Reporting Center is doing, is what CRESMA is doing. It's what CRESMA is doing. It's what IC is doing, but with the advantage or the privilege that we are on the ground. It is easier for us because sometimes a captain will say, I have been attacked. When they send people for investigation, say, no, I saw people, they were coming, and I thought they will come and attack me. So this is what I'm saying. And that's why I was telling you this morning that what is going on in the Horn of Africa cannot be done in our area because we have, the context is not the same. We can adapt. We cannot adopt. We will not adopt, we will adapt to make sure that this reflects the reality of our area. Our head of state in 2013, instead of working individually, say no. For that maritime insecurity or security, we need a global approach. So when somebody is coming in our area to work for the global approach, we have regional centers. If it is an international issue, we have an interregional coordination center. Maritime industry doesn't trust us, but we are working to have a maritime dialogue with maritime industry because they have information. Sometimes they send information to IMB or to M.gov. Whereas the incident is going on, let's say, at some nautical miles from, let's say, from an operational center. So if we have something to take away from this conference, it is we have to put in place collaboration whenever there's an incident, but real or false or supposed. Because sometimes when M.gov disseminate an information, CRESMA will disseminate something what we contrary, or I don't know. Yes, and it is not good because we are all in the same maritime domain. There is no competition. I don't need to disseminate an information to show that I am working more than, I don't know, one more than another. No, we are working for the interest of the Gulf of Guinea and the interest of the entire world. Thank you.
Can I just validate some of what you just said with a really important point about the IMB data? So if you look at the IMB report from 2020, you will see that there were an enormous number of attacks, right? It was the height of kidnap for ransom, and you'll see the IMB report reflect that. But if you then look at last year and the IMB report, it doesn't sound like it's improved as much as it has because they give numbers. If you actually look at the locations of those attacks, the type of attacks, the type of approaches, it is a completely different picture. Almost everything was bunched in Nigeria back in 2020. It was forgive me, sir. In 2019, Captain Belbo was there. I think others may have been there at the Global Maritime Security Conference that Nigeria hosted. And the then Director General of NAMASA quoted me on this in his book. But I said, the rest of the region, if we're going to be honest, and honesty is required to build a real relationship, The rest of the region doesn't see that the Gulf of Guinea has a piracy problem. The rest of the region sees that the Gulf of Guinea has a Nigeria problem. And that was true at the time. And Nigeria has done a huge amount to change that. And the numbers reflect that. But if you then go back to your point about perception, if you then see that the numbers are going up or that there are 50 attacks and don't look at where they're occurring, you might still think it's the same problem that we were talking about in 2020. Most of the attacks last year on the IMB report were on fishermen in the territorial sea of Sierra Leone and Liberia. It's a completely different picture. It is not what we were talking about at all. So the numbers look like they're the same, or they look like they're similar, or they look like they've decreased a certain amount, but we're talking about two totally different problems. So I think we need to be more honest about analyzing the data. And the former Préfet Maritime of Togo used to say this all the time about insurance, because it has effect, and perception has effect on insurance. Insurers assess risk totally differently than everybody else. And in order to drop that insurance premium that is hiked where there is a war risk concern, you have to get past the simple looking at numbers. And so I think you've raised some incredibly valid, incredibly important points. And we have to be more articulate in our identifying what data we're actually talking about, what that data means, and what the trends actually point to. Otherwise, we end up with dangerous misperceptions. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Just to, I agree 100% what ICC has said. Just to put it out there, we've been having these issues with the international reporting centers, and it reached a crossroad where M.gov, in fact, they had to come and visit us in Cresmao just 3 days ago when we commenced operation, GANU. So the director of M.gov came to visit us, and we sat down, we were able to, talk, and with promise that going forward, we would have more collaboration so that we can be on the same page, because what they report is totally different from what's on the ground. And like everybody knows, like you said, the proper definition, when you really look at the global meaning of piracy, is not what's happening. Perhaps some, like you said, some spurious people coming near you, some cases of robbery and so on. Then you just highlighted, like you said, just for maybe insurance premiums and so on. So there's need for more collaboration with those agencies, and on our own part, that's why we try to give ourselves that visibility, so that we can have more buy-in like them. They could quote Cresmao, they could quote the Yaoundé architecture or something going forward, instead of some of these commerce-related reporting centers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bartolome.
Thank you. I have a question, but before asking my question, on what Komodo and Captain Bell have said, I think this is the problem with the ship masters, having the captain of the ships. They report directly to IMB and to other international centers. They don't report to Cresmao. They don't report to Cresmac. So Cresmac and Cresmao has to read their report and do their own statistics. So for now, I don't think that we can blame people who are quoting IMB and others, because we ourselves, we take our statistics from them for now, because they don't report to us. This is why it is important to involve the private sector in maritime security. We started that with Cresmao, had SWAMS, to say every year, maybe once or 2 times, we have to organize a big forum for visibility, to show what the architecture, Yaoundé architecture and Cresmao, Cresmac, ICC are doing, but because they don't know. You know, you will see a ship owner, if he have a problem in the water, Ivorian water, they will not call Cresmao. They will call Kuala Lumpur. because they don't know if Krasmao is there or if Krasmao is doing something. So it is up to us to show what we are doing and that we exist. So I think this is a lesson to involve the private sector. My question is to you, I would like to know if the fishers, I say fishers because they are women and men in, what do you say? If they respect the biological rest period. Yes, because I continue to say we have to show them, to involve them in what we are doing. Because sometimes when we are organizing forums like this one, they are absent and they don't know what we are doing. They are not involved. They don't know the challenges. So they can be involved as, pirates, or we could use them to help us, like in intelligence, in information sharing. But for doing that, they should know the challenges. So I will not be too long. I was in charge of civil society or private sector for 5 years in SWAMS. We worked together and we understood that we should involve them, the no-state actors. We should involve them in what we are doing. So the question in Ghana, because I was in Guinea-Bissau last time, all our countries now, they have a period for the rest, for rest of fish. But the reality is that when we are in this period, some are still going to fish. Why? Because we don't have naval asset. Some don't have naval asset to make maritime surveillance. So if we say during 2 months we should not go to the sea, we should have the means to show that what we are saying must be respected. Thank you.
Thank you. I see 2 cards up. So Elsie first, and then the group job.
With my answer or with my contribution? Sorry, I missed that. Yes, before he asked the question, I had something to say regarding Dr. Captain Bellbells, but I totally forgot. So I'll let him speak and then I'll come back to it. Sorry. Quotation? I don't understand. So when you start.
Can I go ahead with my question? Okay, thank you. I have a question because I want to know your collaboration with the collaboration of KAIPTC with the regional institution dealing with IUU or dealing with fisheries in the region, ECOWAS region, and I want to know also if you are working with them and with the country, because you talk about Ghana, and what's your relation also with the regional center of with Krasmao, for example, because in our region, in the ECAS region, we wanted to have a collaboration with the regional organization dealing with the fishery. The COREP. Okay, and it's important because you cannot work alone, and you have many programs with COREP, with FAO, and with countries. And it's important that we have to work together with them and with the regional centers. That's what I want to know, what you are doing about that, because you are KAIPTC is a training center, and maybe you have a researcher there and you can help for that. Why don't you know how you are dealing with that? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I'll start from yours. The Kofi Annan Center, as I mentioned, our mandate is to provide capacity and training in the field of peace and security, and then also provide policy and research advice. Regarding the maritime sector, we have provided capacity for government agencies, military agencies, well, should I say armed forces agencies, as well as civilians, for to build their capacity in the maritime domain. And we've done that extensively in Western and Central Africa. I'm happy to provide for you research works. There was a slide on references that I had earlier, but we have extensive research done on maritime security with women, on maritime security in different parts of West Africa, as well as Central Africa. And then we are constantly in talks and signing MOUs with state institutions and regional institutions in terms of maritime security, addressing maritime security issues in the region. On to your question, Colonel. If the fisher folk respects the close season. Okay, it's still a work in progress. And from the very first one that we instituted, it was a bit tricky. The people were complaining. They understand the usefulness of the close season. They understand and actually recognize the manifestation of allowing the fish, the water to be fallow for a bit, and they see the difference after we open the waters, the fish catch, the species, the bounty that they have. However, it's not easy for them, and it's understandable because, like I was saying, this is all they know, to go to sea. So creating capacity for them in terms of alternative livelihoods and funding avenues, it's also a stress for agencies and institutions. The Kofi Annan Center does not do that because it's outside our mandate. But for the research that we've gathered, these people understand the need for allowing the water to breathe and to allow the fish to regenerate. Another issue that comes with that is I don't have fisheries as my background, but then what the fisher folks say is, yes, they understand, but there is a sense in which there's a specific period for some type of fish that they believe is lucrative to their businesses. They breed in a specific season. And so that close season sort of jinxes the catch of that particular type of fish species. And so by the time the sea is open for them to go back to sea, then that, shoal of fish has moved on to another region or somewhere that's warmer, cooler. I don't have the details of that. Regarding keeping an eye on them, and if they go to sea even when the water is closed, the very first time we had a lot of such incidences. And I can say that this year's close season, I don't know yet. I haven't done any work on that yet, but I've been in touch with someone from the Fisheries Commission this morning, and substantially, we've had almost no people going to sea and flouting the rules that have been accosted. Again, as the close season has ended, the vessels that are going back to sea are going to have these onboard monitoring implements that are going to keep an eye on them whilst they're at sea. So keeping an eye on their fish catch documents, there's a name for it, and then also issues of transshipment and being involved with illegal and unprescribed fishing activities, if that answers your question. Okay.
Sidhu.
Thank you.
Sorry. Hold on. I misworded you first. Elsie was waiting for me.
Okay, thank you. Just to jump in very quickly to give some clarification on the answer she just gave. I think in West Africa, we have what we call FCWC, which is West Africa, yes, a fishery committee for the West Central Gulf of Guinea. They are the one, I think, monitoring all fisheries activities in the region. So they are the one who come up with this closed season and trying to work with each country to have for each country the closed season. So they work with fishery committee, they work with law enforcement. So in each country, when you come up with a closed season, so the law enforcement personnel are involved. So at sea, they enforce this time of period. If somebody goes out in this time, so he get fined. So in this regard to implement the law at this time. That's just all that I have to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And to add to what you have said, it is the sub-regional committee on fisheries goes beyond that, because they have also a patrol program that is supported by ECOWAS. So we work tightly and closely. And the other thing is concerning research, to have a real knowledge on the biomass, on the type of fish that we can use or we can catch. They are working also with ECOWAS on that matter, because to deliver a fishing license, we have to know what is the biomass that is existing at sea. So they are trying to work very closely, because they don't have assets at sea, but they use the countries that can help them to do that. And the advantage with these fisheries organization is that they go beyond ECOWAS, because we have some countries that belong to the fisheries organization, like Mauritania. Mauritania is not a part of ECOWAS, so we can go beyond to try to fight against these IUU fishing. That's why in Ghana, in the exercise Ghana this year, we have invited Mauritania and Morocco to extend our fighting against illicit maritime activities. So the other point I wanted to raise is related to what Bell said and what my friend Blede talk about the International Maritime Bureau. We have noticed all that we need to change the narrative of the GOG related to piracy, because the figures tumbled. The situation 10 years before is not the situation right now, because they made a confusion between piracy and act of violence against vessels. So we need to clarify that. But I don't want to blame the private sector, because when we comes to maritime security or ship security, everything is documented. When the ship security officer has an alert, he's obliged to report to his company security officer, and in the procedure, the company must report to IBM. So we need to be clever to know how we can be a part of this procedure. And then when there is a security issue, to see CRESMAO or CRESMAC be reported. So that's what we have to do by sensibilization, by inviting them to conference, to show them that we exist. So because when we come to ISPS, we cannot invent. We need to be a part of the procedure. That's why it is very, very important to do that. Thank you. Sir.
Just a short comment on this. I do appreciate your approach and your aspect being illegal. So from my point of view, being a seaman for a number of years, I totally agree with Barthélemy saying, okay, I moved my ship, God bless, somewhere in distress, and I have the feeling that it's imminent danger. So I have the direction from my company to conduct this, regardless of whatever of what should be the right thing to do. Then that moment, I would contact everyone that I would see that would be for assistance. So I do agree with Bartholomew on this, that and I can't blame any seaman that would contact one or other organization of when they are in distress. Just that comment.
Well, now the hands are all going up. Okay, I'm gonna go Lawrence, Bubba, and then did you want to just go directly?
Connected to this conversation still. And I think every person, every entity has a role to play, but it feeds into the concerted, approach that we're all talking about. And there's a publication that I cited in my work, and the title is The Actual Maritime Crime Picture of Ghana. Yeah, of Ghana. And we had to put that under a project with Christian Boyga on open seas, because it was very important for us to share the actual story and the actual picture of what the maritime situation is. And something that Colonel said is we have to champion it, because they'll report to IMD, but then someone has to report to their boss, on the regional level before it goes to IMD, but it will not go published until IMD publishes it. So if somebody misses if we don't put it out there, for example, if ICC doesn't publish it or put it out there, and then IMD, publishes, then it's like a step was jumped. And so if you jump onto the data or the information from IMB, it's not, this is what you have. It's not even you not doing your homework. It's what was out there, what you were, exposed to, and so you pick up on it. So I always think it's very important, as Captain Bebel said, to champion our stories and tell them. In where I come from in Ghana, there's a proverb that says that if the lion doesn't tell his story, the hunter always is the hero of the story, right? So it's important for us to always put the story out there. And then a little bit on the mandate of the FCWC. We have FCWC residing in Ghana. I mean, it's West Africa based, but they are situated in Ghana. However, in Ghana, the close season is actually spearheaded by the Fisheries Commission of Ghana, which is the government of Ghana. So there's that, but also there's the actual close season that we are instituting. But we are in touch with the FCWC, area Aibani. Constantly, we're working with him as part of the collaboration in the maritime sector. Right.
Prince, forgive me, I'm going to go to your boss first. Air Vice Marshal Hanson, the floor is yours.
Sorry. Thank you, Elsie. Just to expand on the bit of your presentation, it was very clear. I want to expand a little bit. It doesn't look like Gulf of Guinea is a victim of all that. So I'm not sure. I want to know whether in your research you probably looked at the European Union aquaculture data. And let me give you a few. In 2022, fisheries accounted for 24% of EU aquatic animal production. That was about 3.1 million tons landed. These are open source defined. 2022 again, 1.1 million tons of organisms worth $4.9 billion, European Union. What comes to mind is that somebody is using our fish to feed his fishes. And I don't know whether your research in this context, we are closing seas that has no fish. So we open, we don't still have the fish. Is there any correlation that these same countries, and the data is referring to Spain, France, Greece, are producing 2/3 of EU aquaculture output, the industrial fishing countries? I don't know what your comment will be like, but I feel that probably there should be a certain correlation in that data with what we are having in the Gulf of Guinea. That's just quite simple question.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Hanson, thank you for your question. If I heard you right, you're asking about the aquaculture picture in terms of the closed season, open season, that if the seas are open and still there's no fish in the area, is there any reason for that? Am I right?
What I'm looking at, if you look at the European Union aquaculture tonnage of fish they produce, and aquaculture means somebody should use fish to feed other fishes. So I'm asking whether that data, when you look at it, the growing tonnage and value of aquaculture fisheries, fishing in Europe, and what we are also recording, whether there's a relationship that could be one of the reasons why we are unable to protect our fish, but others are growing aquaculture at a very, very fast rate. I don't know whether your research looked at that. So it doesn't look like everything is about Gulf of Guinea. You come to drug trafficking, we're at the top. You come to piracy, but we don't produce drugs. We don't have piracy anywhere in Gulf of Guinea. When you come to fish, where I grew up from, I'm from the coast. Like, I've been with Jamestown for a long time. I was just coming from Jamestown when the new fishing harbor was opened. There's still no fish in there. So I shared some news even with Ian. You go to the fishing markets, there are no fish. They are selling sardines and eggs. But on the other side of the Atlantic, they are growing huge tonnage of aquaculture. I'm asking whether the data has a correlation with what you have done in Accra.
Okay. Clear now. I haven't worked with any specific amounts of data with regards to fisheries. However, from the qualitative research that we've done, one, like I mentioned, the fisherfolk mentioned that even after the close season ends, there's still some fish that they are missing. So there's one thing that I picked up on. Per the coastal area, the fish that they look to catch, if they're not getting it, then for them, there is no fish. But again, like I mentioned, for the fishermen, they say that there's a period of time for some species of fish to thrive. And so if the close season sort of clashes with that period, then after the close season, you're still not going to get that type of fish or type of seafood. And so I think it's a very telling element in the story. Although the intentions are, pure and sustainable, it's important to reanalyze and look at what we actually want to achieve. Although, again, because we have good intentions, but if it's given us these undesirable outcomes, we might want to look at that again. There's research work being done by some researchers from the University of St. Andrews, and it's called the Sankofa Project. And they're also looking at this that you've mentioned, the figures and the sustainable practices in connection to aquaculture. And I think it recently started, but I think it's something to keep an eye on because there's a lot to learn from that. In terms of value that other countries are getting out of their fishery sector and we are not, I can't speak much to that, but what I can say is we've set off on the right foot, but there is more to do to create the need for that first, but also to, even in our efforts to create sustainable practices, we need to also reanalyze and be sure that whatever we are doing, we're not shooting ourselves in the foot or creating more problems for ourselves.
Thank you very much, Lawrence. And then Captain.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to share a few of my opinions on the policy's presentation and, of course, Mr. Seilu's remarks. I want to say that there are very fundamental problems, especially in the context of the Gulf of Guinea and the whole of Africa, when it comes to maritime development that we cannot neglect. And the very first one is corruption. And in as much as we want to shy away from it, corruption is a very severe or crucial constraint to thriving economies and securing livelihoods, especially in Africa. Mr. Siedu talked about changing the narrative when it comes to piracy reporting. And that brings me to the second fundamental problem, which is maritime mainstreaming in the public sector. And that is very important because you need non-state actors like the media, the journalists to understand the value of the blue economy, of the ocean economy, to be able to provide accurate reporting on the issues. And this is very crucial. And then the very third one, which my boss has been mentioning, is local content development. And I think Norway has been able to do that with their oil and gas. Japan has also been able to do that with their fisheries sector, where they've been able to leverage on technology to forecast fisheries grounds to secure alternative livelihoods for fisher folks. And these are very crucial areas that we need to really consider. And that brings me back to the issue of the whole of governance approach, because that gives us another opportunity to consider a bottom-up approach and engage non-state actors, engage women, engage youth. I also talked about the National Integrated Maritime Strategy, and the Institute, the Gulf of Guinea Maritime Institute, has also been an important contributor to the policy. And what we do is to provide a platform where underrepresented groups can also share their opinions. And we are talking about coastal communities, we are talking about youth, we are talking about women. In 2021, I had the opportunity to participate in the Obangami exercise. And one of the components was building trust with local communities. And that was a huge success for the Obangami Express. So that brings me back to the CMP, that what can we do in that area? How can we build on those successes? So whole of governance approach cannot be understated in these discussions. In terms of youth engagement, if you look at the focal area of the Gulf of Guinea Maritime Institute, is to support research, advocacy, and capacity building in the area of maritime safety, security, and blue economy. The core of what we do is maritime security, but we've been able to leverage on maritime security to do other capacity building activities for women and for youth. And so maritime security as a concept gives us the opportunity to relate with other concepts, blue economy, community resilience, and social and economic development, right? And this month, next week, we are engaging young people on how they can understand the National Integrated Maritime Strategy, understand what the policy issues are, and come up with very pragmatic, innovative solutions. These are what we need to encourage when it comes to whole of governance approach. So I'm putting this out there, and I hope that the partners that are available, that are here, would consider how we can go back to these gains and build on them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think you kind of blended between a whole of government approach and a whole of society approach. And I think that communication piece is what brings in the rest of society. And I think that is something that is being echoed more and more. You mentioned the National Integrated Maritime Strategy having that communication component. A lot of strategy development, people don't ever think of that. But we're seeing that becoming a necessary part of implementing it, is actually communicating extensively with the public. And Sao Tome and Principe was one of the first countries to say pause between developing the strategy and implementing all the line items, to spend 6 months just doing communication on it. And it's that kind of engagement that can really make a difference in terms of how it's received and how effective it is. So I think those are great points. Captain.
Yes, thank you, moderator. I think from the feedback derived from my previous intervention, I would like to inform or tell you that we started or we have started working with maritime industry to enhance or to improve collaboration. I think for the next BMP or the current BMP, maritime industries has already introduced the Yaoundé architecture. I think MMCCs, CRESMA, and ICBC. So I think that if there is an incident, I think that those centers can be contacted. But it is not the problem of bringing private society, let's say, to tell them, no. It is something which is well built. It is well built. And somebody was talking about commerce, something. It is something well built. And we have to work to reverse the situation. If you remember, we were in Yaoundé and you asked me to intervene about the reasons of the closing down of MTISC. And I denied, I refuse. I know the reason, but I refuse publicly to talk about the reason. So I think maritime industry has to understand that our head of state decided to put in place the Yaoundé architecture to protect our area. And if they don't understand that means there's a problem. Because they will tell you that, no, but we don't trust you people. Yes, you know what happened with MTISC. Why MTISC left the Gulf of Guinea to go to Brest and to go to, let's say, or Portsmouth or Dartmouth. Portsmouth. Why? The problem is that we need a maritime information fusion center in the Gulf of Guinea, either mined by, let's say, the maritime industry or people coming outside of the Yaoundé or the Gulf of Guinea, but we need, because MTISC, we were seconding people there from the regional navies. And one day, they left and created M.Gov. And M.Gov started working on the 20th of June, 2016. We were in Rio when this was disclosed. And there was a reaction from all the Gulf of Guinea countries present. They were against bringing our information outside of the West and Central Africa. So my problem is that I am not blaming anybody, because yes, when there's a problem in the ship security officer will contact the ship, what we call the company security officer, and the company security with ship owner and so on. Yes, but we are working with OKINF. When we say we are under architecture, working with OKINF, working with Intercargo, working with BIMCO, and so on, to reverse the situation. Because if you need help, because one thing is to report, but another thing is to respond or to bring response. When something is happening in our area, I think 3 years ago, there was an incident, 6 hours. We were informed 6 hours that something was happening off the Equatorial Guinea, and there was somebody, a crewman, died during that incident. And the pirate, I think it was not a citadel, but they broke I don't know, or the citadel also, they broke and killed one. We were 6 hours. But Cameroon, Equatorial Guinea, Nigeria, and I think Gabon deploy ship. There were 5 incidents from the 8th of February to the 12th of February involving merchant vessels, involving fishing vessels. Equatorial Guinea deployed an MP and a helicopter, I think, that time. So when we are aware, we can respond. It is not, I don't know if it is a secret or a confidential information to know that somebody is being attacked. No. That is why to end. I'm not blaming anybody. Maritime doesn't know us. We have to be well known. But this is dealing, we have to build a framework of dialogue. Because if I cannot trust you because I don't know you. But once I know you, I can talk with you. And when you are sending information, you know that I'm sending information to this man. If there's a leak, you will see that this man is at the origin of the leak. Okay, that is my contribution, please.
Thank you very much. I think this goes back to some of our earlier conversations about perception, but it also goes to the point you just made about trust. And part of the problem with trust is that there have been problems on both sides of this in terms of the communication in the past. A lot of the industry people still reference statements like, if it wasn't for you guys bringing all your ships in, we wouldn't have any piracy. True statement, but doesn't really make sense or work. And so that building that relationship can't be done through talking. This is the problem. If you want the shipping industry to trust that the Yaoundé architecture will respond, you have to show, not tell. So this is why I was pushing for us to do a World Shipping Council tabletop exercise, because only through exercising it do you get to actually see how things work. And I think bringing that back, we need to do that with each of the shipping associations, because each of the sectors have different equities. OCIMF and the tankers are different than World Shipping Council and the containers, than Intertanko and Intercargo for their respective memberships. And each one has different sets of concerns, but they all share one main thing. They want simplicity in terms of having a single point of contact. And the appeal of MDAT-GOG is being that single point of contact. So to Seydou's point, whatever the thing that ends up being the way the things work, it has to work, but everybody's going to have to work together. And so that's why exercising it out so that there's a streamlined process, so there isn't a 6-hour delay, so that there isn't any delay, so that the right people get the right information as quickly as possible is going to have to be done, and done soon. I think right now is a great time to seize on this. It's quiet. And then we don't know what's going to happen in the future, but we don't want to be figuring this out amid a crisis. So I appreciate that very much, Albert. And then we really do need to I'll come back to Elsie.
Go back to Lauren's point on the importance of the whole of government approach and engaging the youth communities. And it's something we were discussing during lunch. And that's that in the Horn of Africa, for instance, maybe we were successful in countering piracy, but then there are some indications that some of the youth that might have been engaged in piracy then joined Al-Shabaab, which is an insurgency in Somalia, because that was the only other main avenue for them to sustain their families. That's also something to keep in mind. If you're countering piracy, make sure those communities have other ways of sustaining their livelihoods.
Thank you, Ian. I know I'll make it short. I promise it's very short. Just to, I don't know, maybe give a period to all our conversations. I think Lawrence's point he teased out on involving the private sector is very important, because when that is done, the whole off approach actually makes sense and works. And again, on the Kofi Annan end, we have given capacity to reporters, journalists, and media practitioners on reporting maritime issues and the need to, understand what reporting on maritime issues entails. So, Captain Bellbell, there's no blame game, but I think it's part of the concerted efforts that we talk about. And then from a researcher's point of view, I realized that also when people are not informed, like the lay person, the average person who is not a practitioner in the industry or an academic is involved, definitions are also very important, because the very first thing I realized when it came to misreporting on piracy issues is it was conflated with armed robbery at sea. Right. So if you don't have any idea of the difference between piracy and armed robbery at sea, you would easily take one definition to be the other, but the technicality is in the EEZ, the distance from the shore. And now that as part of this illegal flows, when we're talking about the gold smuggling, it comes with small arms and light weapons proliferation. And so if we don't bust these, ideas early enough in the bud, we might quickly jump onto, oh, there's piracy popping up again because we've seen arms where they shouldn't be, but it's close to the shore or is in the waters of Ghana. So I think these are some of the terminological issues that we need to keep an eye on as part of, again, concerted efforts and collaboration among ourselves. I promise I'm done, Ian.
Appreciate the brevity, but also clarity of the remarks, and I think you're making really good points. Okay, we have still several presentations. So Seydou, do you want to go both make your comment and then make your presentation? Were you prepared to make a presentation?
Okay,
who else?
No, I'm not supposed to make a presentation.
Okay, no, then we're good.
No.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, I thought there was
just a contribution according to what everybody have said is here. So I think it is quite clear that everybody has a role to play. When it comes to maritime security, it's a support activity to blue economy or maritime development. But the whole thing is maritime development that you call blue economy. It is a new concept and we need to work on it. But Lawrence, I have a task on you because you highlight something very important, which is corruption. You need to make a study on corruption in Africa. What does corruption mean? There is an anthropological aspect we need to figure out before fighting against this. When somebody is fulfilling his job, sometimes in Africa, he's waiting for a tip. Is that tip corruption? You understand what I mean? So we need to figure out what corruption is before we decline it in a legal provision. And tell me how many countries has provision against corruption in their national legislation. Let us not talk about some concept without digging down what that means for us. Okay, that's what I want. And I want to talk and to have an article on that, okay? Thank you.
I'm going to add to that, which is actually very interesting. My country and other countries have better legislation about foreign corrupt activity than domestic. So that's another interesting piece to that. I also want to say what you just said is really interesting about the nature of maritime security. If you tell a politician, going back to what I said earlier about no voters live on the sea, if you tell a politician, we need money for maritime security because there are lots of threats. Well, the threats are always going to be coming. There's going to be an unending flow of new ones that replace the old ones, etc. But if you change that and say, we need money for maritime security to protect the maritime domain in order to enrich the state and harness the resources that are in the maritime domain to maximum sustainable yield for betterment of life on land, you change the perspective. It's about maritime security is about being for the enhancement and the enrichment of life on land rather than the stopping of threats at sea. And I think that is an important point towards the communication of why maritime security matters. We are past the time we were planning on finishing, but I want to say a really heartfelt thank you to what has already been a great discussion. But before we close, because we're not just cutting it here, I want to make sure we take a little bit of time to talk about the way forward. And the way forward has two aspects. We want the way forward in general, in terms of things that need to happen. And I've captured some of what's been said already. But I also want to talk about NATO, because NATO is the aegis under which we are all sitting at this moment. And there's kind of a question mark of, is there a role for NATO? What is that role? How does the hub continue to contribute? What's next? We've had a number of different events. We've talked about different things, but where do we go from here? I want to just ask as well, if you have found today useful. Has this just been another talk shop, or are we talking towards some kind of progress? And my hope is that when we leave here, we all have some kind of action item that we have in mind as where we go from here. So the floor is now open for discussions of the way forward. So put the cards up and be creative, be provocative. We've had some really honest discussion. Let's be honest in how we go forward. Alex.
Thank you. I will give a very quick, short, actionable. I think for NATO, it's very important to, even if we don't run our operations or plans by each other, to be better about cooperating and telling each other what they are. I hosted a group of, I believe it was Ghanaians actually in the United States, and a commanding officer of a ship stood up and asked, how come every 3 weeks a different European or American agency comes and talks to me? Every 3 weeks I lose one of my junior officers for a week of some training on something we may or may not already know, and I can't get any work out of them. So then we went back and we found out that in the past like 6 weeks, they had had a British, French, 2 different American organizations and several NGOs all in Accra. So we don't need to, we are sovereign nations. We don't need to tell each other everything, but we do need to at least keep in mind that when we could be flooding a potential partner with resources that could overwhelm and not help. So I think if there is an ability when we do have these opportunities to have connections to go, oh, I see you're conducting Grand African Nemo, you're conducting Obangame Express. Can build those partnerships during those exercises so that the action officer level feels comfortable calling the other officer and go, hey, I'm not stepping on anything, you're not stepping on anything, then we proceed. And make sure we're not over flooding, because if you're over flooding resources somewhere, you're missing out on the opportunity to put them somewhere else.
So that's a really interesting point, because there have been all kinds of models for deconfliction and coordination, cooperation, collaboration over the years that have started and stopped and tried and failed. Interestingly, we've talked about one of the ones that has worked operationally, which is SHADE. SHADE Bahrain originally was a very operational level, op schedule to op schedule. Let's work this out. And it was mostly SWOs and others who were just coordinating that at the 0304 level. What we kind of saw was then an elevation of that 0304 level to a flag officer level in SHADE Med. And then it's transferred again for SHADE Gulf of Guinea to something else that also provides one of the most direct interfaces with industry. But I kind of feel like we need a meta SHADE, like a partner SHADE, so that we are somehow deconflicting the rather intense battle rhythm that is imposed often on the African partners. I worked very closely with somebody who used to work in the Central Bank of Sierra Leone, and he said he once did an actual calculation of how much time he spent at his job versus doing things with international engagements. It was 60-40 international engagements to his actual job, which is not a good balance. So we need to make sure that is not becoming a distraction from work rather than an enhancement to it. So that is a very good point. Other points, other thoughts? How about?
Mine is more of a battery of thoughts that I captured. So more can be done on the legal start. One, port security was mentioned as well. Our colleague here mentioned creating something like the Maritime Security Center in the Horn of Africa, sort of information fusion center. Logistics and capacity building was also mentioned. You also said in lessons from Fiji or you or someone else. As well as the Treaty of San Jose, so streamlining that Article 17. Coming up with that menu of options for the countries of the region to, to be more open, transparent about what they need and what they want. I think, Commodore, you mentioned considering bilateral agreements between CMP or other organizations and countries in the region. And then getting navies to do narcotics interdiction, convincing them toward that space. I hope that captures a few of the ideas that could be helpful moving forward.
Others want to jump in? I have one I'd like to add to that, which is the communication piece, the public narrative about what is actually happening and why people should care. The other thing that we haven't really discussed that I wanted to add if there was time, and now we have it. Data is just data. Information is just information. If we want people to understand what we're looking at and we understand what's really going on, we have to translate it. And so part of what needs to happen is there needs to be not just a fusion center in terms of fusing data and putting out packages of maps and things. we need to actually have inside of the Gulf of Guinea an analytical cell that can produce public-facing material that actually contributes to not only changing the narrative, but just expressing what is really going on and alerting to trends. For example, what I said before, looking at that IMB report, well, okay, let's take them at their word that these are the incidents. If that is the case, then we got an interesting change in the problem. That it's not a Nigeria problem. It's a Mano River Union area problem. So we got a big change. So it's that sort of thing that I think also needs to enter the fold in terms of really highlighting where there are anomalies that are of interest that may mean something, and trying to produce on that level. Please.
So that the Combined Maritime Forces recently established JMIC, the Joint Maritime Information Center, which is sort of what you're alluding to. It's basically a center that takes the data and produces analysis to better make sense of what's going on. A lot of what they're doing right now is focused on the Red Sea crisis with the Houthis, not so much piracy, but then again, could be repurposed.
But you know what? That has built the trust of the shipping industry like almost overnight, because the JMIC publications are actually useful. They're really they're saying what's going on. they can help the company security officers decide what is and isn't safe. They can make decisions based off of that. Just a simple output of data doesn't do that unless you have the translation of what does this mean? Because if this is your first day on the job and you look at a piece of paper and it's just got a bunch of numbers, if you don't have the comparative basis of 10 years worth of understanding of what those numbers might mean, they're just numbers. So, that's I think a really important point, and I think JMIC is actually a good model to look at. Other thoughts? Please.
I just to add to that, what Lawrence said, and I think Elsie sort of touches on that as well, is the local communities. I think somewhere along the line, doesn't have to be at the high level, but on the lower level is to get the local communities involved. I think we've moved past the typical sea blindness phase. People now know about the ocean, but now they need to know about the value of the ocean as well. And how do we involve them? Because if you involve them, then they buy in and they become part of your information flow, etc. So I think that is one of the points that, Lawrence, I think you're trying to make it quite hard in that, but I think it's really important. We found in South Africa as well, local communities, if they're not involved, you will never sell any of your products in terms of trying to get maritime security going.
Completely agree. Other thoughts? I'll throw out a couple of other ideas that and get feedback. So one of the things I thought was excellent was Albert's slide on the lessons with the lubricants, which might be better said as catalysts for some who have a middle school mindset. It's the best thing I've seen in terms of just a list was that slide. Why don't we have captures of that? Like, can we go around to different parts of the world, including this one? And that's actually one of the things I was going to recommend, is that articulate the lessons from the Gulf of Guinea that you would want others to learn from what you've experienced, and then get them to articulate for you and have that be the exchange, and bring in different perspectives on what are the things that are good takeaways, what made those happen, do we need to expand each other's lists, where do we go? So I think creating almost a catalog of those lessons from different regions around the world would be really helpful. There is also a tremendous value in red teaming. One of the things that I think is most fun to do as an exercise is to red team yourselves, and this is something the hub could potentially contribute to, given that red teaming essentially emanated out of NATO. Is everyone familiar with the concept of red teaming? Is anyone not familiar? Okay, so red teaming is it came out of the Cold War. It's where you take an adversarial mindset, and so during the Cold War, the red team was the Soviet Union, the blue team was NATO and allies and partners, and the concept was somebody played the bad guy and really tried to get not just into the character, but like really into the mindset of how that adversary would make decisions, how they would pursue things. And the very process of stepping out of your own role, your own comfort zone, your own perspective, and trying to take on the perspective of the enemy you have is incredibly helpful for spotting your own weaknesses, your own vulnerabilities, and sometimes even your own strengths. So I've done this in different parts of the world, and I wanted to bring this example up in the communication context, because I don't mean to pick on Fiji. They just keep coming up as good examples. But I was doing an exercise in Fiji, and we did red teaming among all the maritime agencies. It was the first time it's a small country relatively, and it's the first time they'd all been in the same room together. First time they'd ever done an exercise together. And so on day 3, we did red teaming, and they started working in small groups. And the Navy said, hey, we've got a great idea for a bad thing that we could do. So a lot of the criminals lately have been putting these buoys in to transfer drugs. So all these criminal buoys are popping up everywhere. And the fisheries people were like, huh, what do those buoys look like? They said, oh, we got a picture of them. And they're like, those are fisheries aggregation devices that we've been placing, and we thought criminals were stealing them. So fisheries was putting in fads, and the Navy was taking them out, both thinking that they were fighting against the criminal when they were actually fighting against each other. And so a lot of value can come out of red teaming just from actually talking to each other about the problems that you're having. But it is a great way to identify vulnerabilities and see your own region from a different perspective. So a red teaming exercise might be an interesting one. I also think that the dialogue that we kind of discussed of the security architecture, talking to the fisheries architecture, and I would add in one more, which is safety architecture, might all gain benefit out of speaking. Interestingly, I think it was at actually, Captain Belbo, you may remember this. I think it was at in Namibia that we went through and looked at the alignment of the map of all the security cooperation around the continent, all the fisheries cooperation around the continent, and all the safety cooperation. They don't line up at all. There is weird gaps, overlaps, etc. And so there's some value in seeing why certain groups are together. They don't fall on the rec lines, so they're not aligned with the regional economic community. So talking to them about their experiences and their insights might be very good, and it might resolve some of the tensions. The next thing is that I think that we absolutely have to have those exercises with industry to figure out what industry needs and wants, and what the region needs and wants, and what everybody can provide each other. Because the whole goal is the same on both sides: to not have a piracy attack, to not have crime, to not have anyone lost, either through violence or accident. And I think that we start that by actually playing through scenarios. We've started doing this in East Africa just recently with the upsurge in piracy. And it became very clear. One of the regional centers boasted about how they can get operational in 24 hours. They were very excited about it. And everyone on the industry side was like, wait, do you mean less than 24 hours or 24 hours? And they're like, no, 24 hours. It's just around one day. That's it. And everyone was like, we don't have one day. We have like a matter of hours. Like, you mentioned 6 hours. We need that much faster. And so one side thought they were doing great. The other side needed something totally different. And so finding that out can be hugely helpful. And then the last point I had was just that I think the hub has now served as a forum for some very useful dialogues the last year, couple years. I think it would be good to continue this. So to my question, please, did you find today valuable? And I'm curious everybody's perspective. So are there any other interventions, any thoughts on what I've just said? Otherwise, I would like to go around the room one last time and capture any final thoughts. In that case, let's go around the room, and I'm going to start with those online. So who's still with us from online? Let's start with Francis. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ian Ralby. I totally agree and align with all the suggestions that have been made. But of course, one thing I would most likely like to add also is the fact that whilst we've talked about all these recommendations and interventions, which we fully align with, it's also important to also highlight that, of course, there are also other things that are also important to look at in terms of enablers. And as you may be aware that within this part of the region, that UNODC is also supporting the proactive approach in terms of crime prevention strategies, working with the communities where most of these incidents were most prominent as at the time when they were, the data had suggested that these were very prime areas. So if you also look at the Secretary General's report of 2022, you would also see the encouragement for encouraging member states and partners to work towards having crime prevention strategies that are also, targeting, something that's also useful and worth mentioning, that crime prevention strategies also provide a very good mechanism towards, dealing with some of the, root causes of most of the issues. I just want to put that, but basically I definitely align with all the recommendations that have been mentioned. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Marshal Hanson.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Ian, again, for the kind of opportunity. For me, we've been able to rehash what we already know, and we should be able, from looking forward, to predict some major realignment of all these strategies. If you look around the table, we're all sitting there. Everybody's there. NATO is there, Ghana is there, all the MOCs are there. We should be leaving this conference or seminar with, I would say, not being too nice with what we know. We should be a little more aggressive, pick out the levers, identify the centers of gravity that would eliminate waste. There should be synergy in bringing our efforts together. On a very personal note, probably the practitioners who are very close to the efforts should be sitting around the table. I always quote the Kenyan president who said that if you are not at the table, then you are in the menu. So we should begin to come out of the menu and sit at the table. Let me congratulate all experts who are there. It's encouraging that we can see the things that normally will not get easily across the table. The Gulf of Guinea Maritime Institute is well positioned to pick on one or two things, especially with IUU and issues with drug trafficking, maritime especially. We're looking seriously at working with the Lisbon Maritime Analysis Operations Center to get some access to data and information. Let me end by saying that data is the data we collect must speak for itself. Thank you for the opportunity, Ian, and I'm so grateful.
Thank you very much. Joe, do you have any final remarks? Anyone else on that? Oh, yep. We saw.
Yes, Joe, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Yes, Commodore Joe Kunto, also of the Gulf of Guinea Maritime Security Institute. My boss had just spoken AVM. Let me just add that, yes, We've done a very good job. We've had a very fruitful discussion, and I think we should pat ourselves on the shoulder. Looking at the panel and then even those online, yes, a lot of things have been done. Topical issues have been addressed all within this short time. So let me congratulate you for that. Looking forward or projecting into the future, I've already said that if we don't handle certain issues now, we can't expect the worst. So it's good that we are stepping up to address certain issues, especially with narcotics, which is a growing menace in the region. The AVM talked about people even ready to abandon some aircrafts. Abandon aircrafts. So if you consider the value of the narco, the drugs, and the value of the aircrafts, then you know what we're talking about. So thank you for bringing this thing up. Now, one other issue which people have been talking about is several, which you also addressed, several agencies operating in the region. So feedback from the region is that why don't you all cooperate? Why don't you all come together? Why don't you support the local initiatives? I'm coming from the system, just retired last month. And then we have an African standby force, a standby force which is supposed to be the immediate reaction group. But support for the standby force seems not to be forthcoming. So we have various European countries, bilateral programs, NATO, the US, EU, everybody doing his own thing. So the from our side is that you should be supporting some of these local initiatives, supporting the standby force to be able to react. And I'm sure that is your final objective, that the region should be able to support itself. So that is what I want us to take home.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Is there anyone else online who we've missed? I can't tell. All right, Alex, why don't we turn to you and we'll go around. Steve, you'll wrap us up.
So when I conclude IUF seminars, they call me the closer because I'm the rah-rah speaker. I'm the one that makes everybody feel good and run through the brick wall on the way out. But I do want to say thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Thank you for the Coast Guard for trusting a lieutenant to come to a NATO discussion and to speak with each of you. It's been a distinct honor and one of the pleasures of my career. So thank you. But I did want to finish with, to have a real impact on the Gulf of Guinea community, whether it's IUUF or counter-narcotics or whatever the issue may be, we cannot work without each other. We cannot work without different processes. So whether it's the diplomatic processes that get us the actual authorities and jurisdictions, whether it's the Interpol notices, whether it's the high seas boarding inspections, whether it's the IU fishing vessel, it's port state controls, flag state controls, increased maritime domain awareness or strategic messaging, public buy-in. Without one, we cannot have the other. So as one success begins to flow, as we publish it and as we continue to work together as an international and interagency community, those successes will continue to flow to a point where success becomes the standard. I think that is how we continue to go forward. And I do want to say, and this is how I finish all of my presentations, thank you for this opportunity. This is my life's passion, is to make things better. When I talk to my wife about why I'm traveling, why I'm going to all these different places, why I'm attending these meetings, I think of the future that we as an international community have, the opportunity that is in front of us to make life better for ourselves and for generations and for people we will never know. And that is the greatest blessing that we can have. So thank you for this opportunity. And I look forward to working with you all in the future.
Thank you. Ready for the brick wall now.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you again to the Hub for the invitation. And my last study day, the setting was not like this. It was a high table with a classroom setting. And so for this particular horseshoe arrangement, I appreciate it a lot because it's made the conversation very fluid, you know, amongst ourselves. Again, like I said about the KAIPTC, our core mandate is on capacity building and research. And so if any of you want to work with the KAIPTC along these lines, I'm more than open to talk about it. It's great to meet you all. I hope to be in touch. For some faces, we've constantly been meeting in the course of the year. Some faces we're on the WhatsApp group together or LinkedIn. And I'm looking forward to continue the conversation here and elsewhere around the world. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I want to thank you for inviting CRESMAC to this meeting. It was a great moment for us to listen all the discussion we had today, and we hope that we will have the minutes of this meeting and the various presentations. And for us at CRESMAC, we know that it's very important to have at the level of the Yaoundé architecture a platform where we can sharing our information, and that's the final recommendation we have here, and we are very happy for that, and we hope that we will be the CRESMAC will be associated for the next maybe next meeting we will do regarding maritime security in the Gulf of Guinea. Okay, thank you for it.
Thank you so much. Sam.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you all for your insights. So I just want to reiterate the full commitment of Gulf of Guinea countries to provide security in the region, and also highlight that Gulf of Guinea countries would like to be associated regarding all the projects involving them, so in order to better have a support. And also, we would like in the Gulf of Guinea to, from the international community, to support us in our projects. So while saying project, maybe it can be vague. When I take, for example, we in Zone E, we do have a bilateral agreement between countries to conduct some operations at sea. This is real-time operation. And we do lack some logistics supports in order to conduct these kind of operations. And I think it's the same in other regions also. So these are the great opportunities. Maybe CMP, NATO, each one can reach out to have a discussion and see in which field we can support us in this regard to better improve our maritime security. Thank you very much.
I think that comment about consulting the partners when they're the focus is something that was very repeatedly and clearly stated during the workshop, the previous one. And I think Ife made the comment when asked as being the trigger for any action on the part of external partners. And so those comments really echo some of what has been said before. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to attend this event. This has been so informative. I feel like I've learned so much. And one of the takeaways that I have for this, and I know that in saying this, I'm giving myself tasking, but exercises like OpenGOGMI, Grand African Nemo, and then our CARAT exercises that are coming about are great opportunities for us to be able to put the stress on the communications of the Yaoundé Code of Conduct and how we execute that faster or better. And I think it's really important that we take those lessons learned from these exercises and start communicating them amongst each other and making sure that we're documenting that and then pushing that towards improvement between the iterations of the exercises. But thank you so much. This has been a wonderful day.
Agree. Sidhu.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for inviting us on behalf of CRESMAO, MMCCs, and all the on the architecture on the ECOWAS side. Just want to highlight here some key points that I want all the people that are contributing on this maritime security matter to bear in mind is legal framework, gap analysis enforcement, capacity building, equipment, and finally operation at sea, because we need to be at sea to know what is going down there. And finally, we have information sharing. So that the key points that we need to enhance if you want to fulfill regularly all our tasks. Thank you very much for this meeting.
Yeah, I'd also like to thank you for the opportunity for being here. I think I've learned a lot. Actually, the greatest opportunity really was to do the networking. And actually, there are many old faces here that we know, and many new as well. And it is good now to put a face to a name to a face, but also to an organization, because that's what it's about. We need to know who to talk to. Communication is key. We also know that about the transnational way that this maritime security works, and also that the linkages between the crimes is going to be happening all the time. I mean, we will start off with illegal fishing. We can see what happened on the East Coast, and it moves on to all the other aspects of maritime insecurity as well. So for me, also another important part to remember in this is that nothing happens in isolation. Is that the fact that we had the insecurity in the Middle East and also in the Horn of Africa meant that the Cape Sea route became important, and because the Cape Sea route became important, it affected the maritime security in the Gulf of Guinea as well. So one needs to look at that, and one needs to take it into consideration. And this sort of gives you, we at SIGLA have always been focusing more on the East and a little bit on the West. But I think our focus is now focusing, we are sort of moving our focus more towards the West, because that is where our work and our attention should be at this stage. So thank you.
Thank you. Commodore.
Yes, good evening once again. For me, I would like to say that, or I'd like to advocate for stronger multilateral and bilateral collaboration in operations between our international partners and our regional entities and individual states, respectively. This is so that we can cover some observed gaps within our regional maritime security structure. Just before I came here, like I said earlier on, we just started Gano, and interestingly, my center, that's CRESMAO, was hosting the exercises here. And from one of our international partners, I got to understand that they were having challenges with Liberia, for example, in terms of their maritime domain awareness capacity. I couldn't know whether it was the infrastructure or the lack of the human element to handle that. So those are areas, like I said, perceived gaps, both in our MDAs and of course our ability for presence at sea. Like my colleague from Zone E did mention the issue of us having our own MOUs to carry out our own operations or patrols, but we're always bogged down with several challenges. So those are areas that I believe we could look at. There's, I don't know if we're aware of it, but I don't know much about it. That's why I didn't bring it up. There's this, there's this combined maritime task force that the AU, African Union, is driving to establish. It's not under my purview, but I believe once it makes headway, I think we'll still fall back on our international partners who have had experience in that kind of a thing, that kind of concept, especially with what happened in the Horn of Africa and so on. So I believe you will give us some kind of capacity development in that area as well. Having said that, I'd like to say that it's been an absolute honor to have been invited for this conference. Coming here, I can see that it was only ICC that used to be carried along, but the conveners have decided to make it broader this time around by inviting the regional entities and, of course, even the zonal centers. So I think that is a positive step, and I want to commend or laud the organizers for this. For me, it's actually been quite insightful. I've really appreciated how and understood better how international partnership works, the intrigues and so on. So I think it's a take home for me. And of course, getting to meet people, the networking is actually very good. So once again, I want to thank you so much for inviting me, and it's good to be here. Thank you.
Right. I'd like to thank you also for bringing this forum here with all the stakeholders on the enhancing maritime security. It's a good opportunity for sure. And it's a big pleasure to be here. Now, with regard to your question with the way ahead, my idea is that the key word is balance. So, first of all, we need to bear in mind that maritime security is something you build, and you build it with secure steps. At the same time, be careful not to losing the momentum. And we also need to appreciate what has been achieved so far and preserve it, trying to improve it, not lose it. And last but not least, we should take the lessons learned from the operations in the Indian Ocean and include also EU NAVFOR Atalanta's feedback, but at the same time to adapt it to the reality of the Gulf of Guinea. And there's another balance. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you. Us.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think I would like to thank the NATO for inviting, let's say, the Yaoundé architecture and beyond the other the Yaoundé architecture, ICC, and the other centers. I think that I was just the point of contact. I am the one who spread the contact of all the Yaoundé architecture centers. I have the privilege to be at the interregional centers. So if you get in contact with ICC, you are sure you will get in contact with all the centers. But if you get in contact with CRESMAO, you will have the contact of the EEAS maritime space, likewise, let's say CRESMAC. But if it is at the interregional level, it is better to have a contact, and we will look for contacts of others, Yaoundé architecture, or other Yaoundé architecture center. So I think that the question, do we need to continue this type of conference? Yes, obviously, because I think we started with the Maritime Security Center of Excellence of NATO in Istanbul. I think we did an exercise, a maritime exercise, I think last year, and this year there was a possibility to have a maritime exercise. Yes, but I think this is at, let's say, at the operational level, training and so on. But this conference is, I might say that at the strategic level, because we have to talk about the global approach. And it is very important for us, Yaoundé Architecture Center, to be, let's say, in front of our partners, because what we know is that one of the pillars of our strategy is to enhance cooperation with our partners. So what we are doing here is to carrying out one of the pillars, working closely with our partners. And so I think we need to have such frameworks to talk about maritime security, the point of view of the, let's say, the representative of the Gulf of Guinea countries or Yaoundé architecture centers and our partners. concerning the exercise between Yaoundé Architecture Center and Maritime Industry, I think, I don't know why we didn't do it, I think, last year. I don't know. But now that I'm acting as yes, I think we need, and if it is possible, to have an in-person meeting with the maritime industry and to do a tabletop exercise, one day or two days, I don't know, either in the Gulf of Guinea countries or abroad. That will be very fun. It is part of what we need to have with maritime industry, is what is trust. Maritime industry, they have information about what is going on at sea, and let's say Yaoundé Architecture and the regional navy, they have assets. So we have to work hand in hand to bring maritime security in our area for a more safe and secure Gulf of Guinea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks again for having me. Couple of points, I think. First one, it's crucial to ensure we have something tangible to take out from this workshop, so it doesn't just stay in the ether. So maybe, a couple of actionable points, a list for all participants to bring home. And then the second point, which goes especially for the practitioners in this room, I think it's important for you all to take advantage to develop the relationships, the connections that you've made today, to in a way break down some of these institutional bureaucracies and sometimes obstacles. There's an anecdote, I don't remember quite well who exactly were the actors, but basically someone told me that commanders in counter-piracy operations ended up coordinating via WhatsApp because the respective institutions had too many channels and barriers to prevent it from being an effective and fast, let's say, performance. So they knew each other and they were coordinating through these channels. Now, I'm not saying let's bypass all official channels, but do definitely take advantage of this personal knowledge between you all to make sure that we strengthen this cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the invitation. A lot of things have already been said, but thanks to everybody for their contributions, for sharing your expertise and your insights. Was very fruitful for me. Well, and to end, I think I will steal the closing remarks of Alex for my next symposium or study day. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for inviting me, because it is the first time I come, I assist this kind of meeting. I have experience in the maritime field, but I have never had a meeting with NATO, and this is a privilege for me to participate. So thank you so much for that. And I think it's not the last time. It is the first time. It's not the last time. I think next time I will be there. But what I share and what is very important to me is this issue of the private sector, civil society organization in the region, and local communities. So I really hope that you continue to cooperate with these entities, because they have something to say and they are important for the sector. Thank you very much.
You.
Thank you very much for the invitation. It's an authentic honor to stay here with this audience. It's not easy to stay in the same room with CRESMAO, CRESMAC, Hanson's different projects. Even I have an idea, perhaps it's a challenge, but in order to avoid this idea of writing the narrative from outside the region, perhaps a future meeting in the region, chaired by the Yaoundé Architecture, ICC, CRESMAO, CRESMAC, sharing and writing the conclusions from the region. Because now, again, we will write a report from NIPOL or we will have a meeting in Brussels and we will have conclusions from Brussels that can create a misunderstanding. But this type of meetings we have in the region with more binding conclusions for all, we can go even if we could support from the European Union, I'm sure, to prepare a meeting like this. We could support about with our project. And I think we have to have more meetings, but in the region, to avoid this narrative. Thank you. Today.
Yeah.
I second that as well. Yeah, there's a lot to tackle and unpack. I agree. Fantastic point that Ian made earlier about let's get more creative. There is scope. I think that's a takeaway as well, is not to accept things at face value or granted or fixed in stone, but we do need to be exploring and reassessing all manner of, if it's concepts or data and how to interpret it, but also I think the trajectory and the goals. And a good point raised, perhaps we can tackle the next time, is linking it to other matters as well. The Gulf of Guinea is, as we've heard, on the route for many countries now. If the Red Sea and Bab el-Mandeb Straits remains very perilous or too risky, it becomes the way, with South Africa and the Cape of Good Hope, the way to reach most of your overseas markets, or that there will be shipping going back and forth across that. So even matters outside of the Atlantic Ocean will affect that, and strategies of an Indo-Pacific nature are going to have an Atlantic section to that as well, which is quite an interesting takeaway. Thank you.
Points.
Thank you very much. And I'm happy to be here as well. Thank you to Neto. Thank you to Ricardo for the assistance in facilitating my participation to this event. I would like to add that at the Institute, we have the International Maritime Security Working Group. That is a regional forum. There are a lot of people here who happen to be a member of this platform, Dr. Ralby, Timothy, Captain Bell. And just to reiterate the initial proposals, that it will be good to perhaps consider hosting the next meeting with the Institute. We could leverage that platform to host a regional one, to also build trust and relationship with local stakeholders in developing pragmatic solutions. So thank you very much. And I'm happy to meet new friends as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you very much indeed for inviting MAOC. So first of all, it's very easy to see threats in your own silo in a way, and an event like this puts it into context for all of the other challenges and threats that are out there. So in that sense, I've learned an enormous amount as how what MAOC does fits in with the bigger picture. I've got some takeaways from it, which are very specific about the maritime deployment shape and the CMP to take away and engage more effectively with, plus all the partnerships that we're still building. MAOC is nothing without partnerships, literally nothing. We're a coordination body. So strengthening and expanding our partnerships is vital, and events like this are incredibly important in that. Whether something is a success or failure at MAOC is actually quite a simple metric. Are we taking out more shipments of drugs, yes or no? And I'm hoping that engaging with NATO is helping, albeit incrementally, to get towards that point, because clearly, by definition, NATO is a powerful and influential organization. And if we're in the room talking with NATO and NATO partners, then that's a good thing. And this is where we need to be at MAOC. And so again, thanks for inviting us, and extremely useful.
Thank you. Let's go around the outside here. Are there any final comments? No. Okay. Who wants to go first? Do you want to say? Yeah.
So first of all, thank you very much for coming here. So I know the the journey is not easy for some of you. So we try to ease as much as possible. Sometimes it's not possible. I know the duration of the study day. I already heard it by my branch head and also from you. So we need to increase the duration. So normally at the engagement section at the hub, we have three main goals. So we try to build bridges. And I think today we did that. We open doors and try to keep the doors open. And I think another success. And we work to build trust. And I think today trust was built. We enhance our knowledge on maritime security in the Gulf of Guinea. And I think we can keep on working. And the next iteration for sure will be another success. So I would like to thank you, Ian, also for moderating. And don't forget, after the concluding remarks, we'll take a picture here because we lost the sunlight. And I have information about the departure of your transfer to the airport. Thank you.
Perfect. Well, let me say a heartfelt thank you. This has been an incredible day. I don't want to take more time other than to say I think we've gotten some honest dialogue that has shown us some of what's happening elsewhere that is potentially helpful for the Gulf of Guinea, what's happening within the Gulf of Guinea from outside partners, what's happening in the Gulf of Guinea among Gulf of Guinea entities. And I think just hearing that all together has value. But I also hope that we can take this forward. I don't want this to be an event for the event's sake. So to that, I'm going to make sure that we create the WhatsApp group because I think continuing to keep in touch, share articles, share news can be very helpful, and share points of contact. Knowing who to talk to is incredibly important. Today was great because we got to see each other face to face and get a better handle on who we might need to go to in what circumstances. The second is I want to make sure anybody who had slides gives permission to share them because I think there was a lot of great value in them. That isn't always the case. Today was very, I think, good. The slides were on point. Three, I will make sure that we try to capture as much as has been said in a report that we are then able to disseminate. Because I think being able to look back on that can be very helpful. The same way looking back on the report from the previous webinar is very helpful, and a lot has changed since then. Number four, I will work with Captain Belbel to try and get a tabletop exercise scheduled, either perhaps a virtual one to soften the waters, and then an in-person one to move forward on that. And finally, I hope all of you will keep in touch by just staying active in communicating. We can resolve all kinds of problems. There's so much, like my example with the fisheries aggregation devices, so much can be resolved when you start to talk to each other. And so I thank the hub for not only having started this initiative, but continuing it, and for bringing this group together, because I think this has been exceptional. So thank you all very, very much. It's been a pleasure. And I appreciate you suffering through my terrible voice.
Yeah, as the director of the hub, when I review papers or read our own products, I have the habit of checking the title a lot, and Branchett knows, and our analyst knows a lot. Really, I check the title, and when I read, also stop sometimes, going back. Okay, what was the title? Because sometimes I have to give a break. This is because as a military officer, this is a habit of mine, and then I keep checking what we are doing and making sure that the title, execution, and the output or the deliverable is compatible. Everything flows well as intended. I think this, I checked the title. I think this is a perfect fit for a study day on enhancing maritime security in Gulf of Guinea. For me, I think this is a great success. It's a great event. Thank you for everyone contributing. This is really couldn't be better. I'm honest, couldn't be better, because we were able to bring all key stakeholders, subject matter experts, not just the names, institutions, representatives that are relevant, that has the power and that has the understanding and knowledge. And then we were able to bring around the table. I'm extremely happy. And this is a great event. And as one of our key mission pillars, we say it's understanding and improving situational awareness of NATO. I think this event has also contributed greatly to our understanding and improving our situational awareness. And listening is really powerful. And personally, I benefited a lot. And then it's also enlightening for us to listen. And during our engagement with also partners and non-partners from the region, they also ask us to listen, because sometimes I think we are not listening enough. We are not listening carefully. And then I see also elements that either you call it NATO, European Union, Western world, or any entity or any organization trying to help, trying to contribute or try to coordinate, cooperate. I think this is a practice that we should exercise more frequently. Sit down, listen, try to understand others' perspective, because by design, I'm not an expert, but based on my at least limited exposure, these kind of initiatives takes a lot of time, and then you rarely see a binary development of we were 0 and now we are 1. It will never happen. But even when I was exposed to Gulf of Guinea, I started reading, and then you see what is Yaoundé architecture, United Nations Security Council resolutions and the efforts, and then you see the trend. So I think we are on the right track. And then this is another attempt on the right track and right direction. And I hope next year we will keep a similar format, or even maybe have a specific event to address some of these recommendations, because you had provided, Dr. Thank you. You have provided great recommendations. I think this year probably we will refine these recommendations, and ideally we should maybe calibrate this kind of event, maybe more than one. I don't know if we can do that. Maybe more than one, or at least instead of repeating the same thing that I liked it very much today, let's not discuss about the stuff that we know, but instead looking where we are and then looking for opportunities, and then how we can go forward into that direction. I think this will be a great moment for us. And for NATO, what role we can play here is with NATO. I think NATO is the greatest collective security organization. It has significant amount of expertise, and then 75 years has shown that it's working in terms of deterrence. This is basically collective defense alliance. But on the other hand, we have developed so much. On the sidelines, we have discussed with some of you also. I think there are lessons you can learn, or at least you can look into, especially for standardization, creating mechanisms, and being able to. NATO is now 32 members, and then every decision is approved, not necessarily approved, because NATO works with consensus, but consensus is a different kinds of consensus. Sometimes being silent is the consensus, not necessarily. Yeah, this is different in NATO. When we have a decision, this doesn't mean that everybody is extremely happy with the decision, but it is an acceptable direction and decision, and we concur by either saying yes or being silent. And the normal procedure is being silent. I think this is also a good example that can be translated into any domain, including Gulf of Guinea. We don't need to agree on everything. We can find solutions in NATO, we say, that makes us equally unhappy. Equally unhappy. If no one is happy, I think we are happy, because this means that no one is gaining something, or if you are losing, everybody is losing in terms of national pride, jurisdiction, power, money, everything really, because this is a sacrifice. You are sharing your power with someone, sovereignty with someone. You are reporting something. Normally you don't have to, but there are benefits in reporting. And then this is the kind of benefit. I think NATO is an extremely good model. This doesn't mean that what we do is it's perfect, but please trust to the 75 years of experience. I think there are a lot of lessons, not necessarily in just maritime domain. And with that, really, I think, thank you very much, Dr. Ralby. Thank you everyone for taking time coming here. It's a long distance for many of you. And really, this has been a great event for me. I will call it as the director and naturally as a success event. And please allow me to thank my team, Hub team, for making this event a smooth, with a smooth execution. And I want to specifically thank Ricardo, because without your really commitment, it's very difficult to pull this kind of events, because this requires also subject matter expertise. And then with your Navy background, with your commitment, I think you have done a great job. And thank you, everyone. Please enjoy the rest of the day. And I'm looking forward for your report also. Thank you very much.